You got the motor.
Lots of technical difficulties on our end. That's our bad. Next match is going to be coming up in the next few minutes here, and we will be getting our judge's decision after that last match. And the last match goes to Invader. We're looking for an exciting match this match. Hobgoblin, built by Purdue Railside Robotics president Nathan Haynes, and Bioluminescence, a UIUC built robot, is going to be an exciting match. Two verticals, very solid design, both of them very well tested. And here we go.
Oh, we're starting. Oh, this is a fast one.
Oh, Hobgoblin getting some early hits and great hits from Hobgoblin. Bioluminescence getting stuck up on the corner here.
Can they respond well?
I don't know. We'll find out.
Oh,
And that's a fourth gone from Bioluminescence. Massive hit. We may not be seeing response here.
Oh! Up to the ceiling. Just the tables turn quickly. Very quick indeed. Bioluminescence is chucking around Hobgoblin.
And that's a tap out by Hobgoblin, making Bioluminescence the winner.
What a show! A back and forth match, but through it all, Bioluminescence stakes out their damage and gives Hobgoblin something of their own and wins the match.
Love to see it. Great match to come back to after our technical difficulties. Next match will be starting in about 3 minutes. Hoping for an exciting match here. Welcome back, Josh. Thank you for announcing that.
You're welcome.
Both these teams are from Rose Coleman. Exciting, very, very good combat.
Oh!
Massive hit to start.
Oh, the floor.
That floor is getting absolutely destroyed.
But can Herbert? Oh,
Looks like we might be seeing weapon difficulties from Mad.
but can Herbert take advantage? We'll see. Oh, great hits.
Those white sparks that you're seeing are from the titanium.
Two very well designed bots are really hitting you strong right now. This is a match to watch. Oh. Matching the ropes, you're getting knocked. The bad move by Herbert is open up, but up. It looks like we have possible knockouts.
Or an unstick.
Or an unstick. Oh, we'll see. The count has started. Ooh.
Did we end the match here? Oh, it looks like
We have some sort of technical difficulty. Let's see what's going on here.
it appears that we're doing an unstick.
They called it just in time, didn't they?
You know what I'm saying? Or is it the match over? I'm here getting word that the pulley is currently shattered inside of Mad, meaning that he is no longer able to drive his weapon. I think it's going to be extremely difficult, Josh, for him to come back from this.
I definitely agree, but not impossible if he keeps playing.
Definitely not impossible. I've seen bots blow themselves up before.
We'll have to definitely see. And listen, the damage that Herbert has had is quite strong.
Teams, are you guys ready?
Looks like our game is about to resume. Ooh, we're back.
Seeing movement from Mad. Mad,
Oh.
the opening technique.
Oh, but looks like Matt's stuck again. Not in a good way, nope.
That's another up against the wall.
It looks like they can't unstick from that.
And that's going to be a knockout.
By tap it if I'm not wrong, too. And it looks
Great
like Herbert
job.
has won.
Great job from Herbert there. Destroying the timing belt of Mad. Not something you see very often, but not something that is impossible, clearly.
Yeah, yes.
Looking to have our next match in approximately 5 minutes, although, again, we've been experiencing difficulties, so that is tenuous. Thank you.
looks like we're about to start.
All right, Josh, thank you for that. Again, for our live stream viewers, we have Ampere and Poink. Poink coming from Eric. Eric, one of our top members in Railside Robotics. And Ampere coming out, and looks like the match has started.
Oh. These are very quick bots.
Are you seeing weapon movement from Poink?
I don't. Oh, well. Oh! The weapon they had is gone.
It's stuck in the floor.
Looks like they're not getting out. Countdown
Countdown has started, as Dougie said.
Oh! Hey, they asked for a hit and they got one.
Ampere being a team player there, love to see it.
Oh, but it looks like that's not helping them, bud.
And that's a massive blow.
Well, as hurtful as this is to say, I think Poink is getting joint fouls. And the hits keep coming. Oh, wow. Like a little rolling pin.
Impressively still moving here after all these blows.
Whoa.
But that is what combat robots are made for.
Yes. And hey, if they can survive this, they might just win the game. Oh. They're holding a lead. They're holding really well.
Not doing much on the terms of fight, but it looks like Eric is asking to hit him out of the arena.
Out of the arena? I don't even know if I don't know if there is, but we'll find out.
Eric,
Oh, he
requesting to be
moved!
hit out of the arena.
He
But
moved! Yeah.
Ampere is not complying.
He's gonna keep going. Hey, if he keeps driving around and Ampere gets stuck, that might be a knockout. Oh wow, I really called that, didn't I?
Oh my
I really
gosh.
called that.
Looking for an unstick right now. Controllers are going down, so nobody gets hurt. This has been a very one-sided match so far. Josh, what are you thinking? Give me your thoughts.
I don't really know what to think about this right now, because if you were looking at it, I mean, you would obviously say that Ampere's winning this by a long shot, but you know, the stick-around factor from Poink is amazing. They've actually, had they had not unstuck, it would have been a knockout on Ampere. I question if they can do it again the time we have left. Would there be a knockout? But it looks like the game's about to restart.
You're starting soon here. You're seeing the lights flash.
And just as expected, Poink is getting hit around again. Oh!
You know, Josh, I'm impressed by Poink's ability. Oh, hold on. We're looking at a battery.
That's probably it for them. That's probably it.
For viewers who are unfamiliar with combat robots, if the battery is exposed, it turns into an automatic knockout, meaning that Ampere has won this match and Poink has lost.
Italian effort from Poink, though. Keeping around for the whole 2 minutes of this game, that's a big surprise. Hopefully
Very
they keep it up for
impressive.
the future. Our next matchup is an exhibition. Our first of the day.
Looks like 2 plastic ant weights is going to be our exhibition match. What that means is that the match will not count towards our bracket. It is not an official match, simply just to provide some entertainment for our viewers. We will be back when that is about to start. Bonk and Neptune. Bonk being a very reoccurring bot seen in Railside Robotics. Anch being one of our top members, the vice president of the club. Been competing in the spot for a couple of years now.
This is definitely a interesting match.
Oh, there we go.
Sorry to have our mic fall off our hands, but it looks like things have escalated quickly in this game. Bonk is having to have a little bit of an unstick moment.
Not an unstick. I'm going to do some ignore the lights for the moment.
But as it is, Neptune seems to be pretty much up right now. They've sustained good damage on Bonk. Oh, but it looks like Bonk is going to tap. And Neptune, King of the Sea, has won.
Bonk, unexpected tap out. That's very surprising. I don't think I've ever seen somebody tap out while an unstick was occurring. I wonder what was going through his mind.
Well, it looks like they did deal a good amount of damage. Yeah, Bonk seems to be pretty heavily messed up. If they want to continue on this tournament, they'll need a good amount of repairs.
Luckily, most competitors bring roughly 2 extra robots in spare parts, so hopefully any damage sustained should be repairable. The only issue is if he had damage done to his electronics, sometimes competitors aren't willing to spend the money on the extra electronic costs, and he might be out for the rest of the day. But I am hoping to see him back.
Yeah, we would highly expect Bonk to come back. He is a returning competitor, and he is a member of our community. I would expect something pretty nice to see from him. But that was a pretty good match, if I say so myself.
Next match queuing up. We will get you started on that in a little bit. We just received word that Bonk tapped due to the fact that his armor was nearly ripped off that was covering his battery. In order to save his battery, he decided to tap in order to not risk it, given the fact that any exposed battery is an automatic knockout.
Probably the best one yet.
Next match starting up soon here. Welcome back, Josh.
You're welcome. I like this one a lot.
A lot to talk about these bots.
I know.
Two bots that are returning Railside Rumble competitors.
And the fighting starts quickly.
Boston Tea Party actually in second place last year. However, coming in dying with that titanium wedge, however, getting knocked right off at the beginning of the match.
And it looks like the weapon on Tea Party is still going. But, a little hard to see from here, but.
The one thing you know about Boston Tea Party is you can never count him out. That bot often does not break, although it's looking like that might not be the case this year.
Yeah, but it looks like Onluigi's kind of pushing it, but it looks like Onluigi himself is having a bit of an issue, and Tea Party's pushing him against the side.
That is one of Tea Party's strengths, is his ability to be aggressive despite not having any active weapons.
Doesn't seem to matter too much, though, and Wee-Wee's weapon is back on again. That's a big danger.
Golden Wee getting most destructive in last year's competition for hand blades.
Oh, Wee got a little bit ahead of themselves, got put on their head. Oh, it almost happened again. But Wee pushing it well right now. This is a close one, I'll say that as much. Weaponless, regardless, it looks like Boston Tea Party is pushing it. They're getting pushed off every time themselves. We really have to see. Countdown starts for just a second.
Boston Tea Party, all of them armor on the sides coming off. Very interesting.
They're not giving up. That is a strong Patriot right there.
Strong Patriot, who definitely hates taxation without representation.
Indeed, he's definitely not being represented. Or hopefully he is. Oh! Those hits are for sure. Oh, but it looks like Golden Weevil made a little mistake there. I know. Took his anger out on the body.
Woo! Parts flying absolutely everywhere. I can't even tell what bits of bot it's from.
I think it's definitely a lot though from Tea Party at least. They seem to be falling apart at the seams, but not dead yet. That drivetrain is still running.
I'm a little bit concerned about his open wheels. If Golden Weevil can get a hit on those wheels, it might be a knockout.
That said, though, the wheels on Golden Weevil are kind of falling apart themselves. The drivetrain on the left side isn't working as well as it used to. This might be a beneficial scenario for Boston Tea Party if they can hold on. There are 10 seconds left on the clock. Oh, wow, look at that. They lost the wheel at the last second.
Right as I predicted, one of Boston Tea Party's wheels coming off right at the end of the match. This will be going to a judge's decision.
How do we feel about this one?
I'm feeling like I saw a lot more aggression out of Golden Weeby, and clearly damage is being given to Golden Weeby. I don't think that Boston Tea Party stands much of a chance here.
I definitely agree with you, but the durability that we see from Boston Tea Party is quite legendary. We'll see how that factors in. I do agree with you. Wee had a strong sense of damage and seemed to be very, very pace forward. And except for the small drivetrain issue, they dominated in this match.
Absolutely agree. For those of you who don't know, when it goes to the judge's decision like this, the judges are looking at 3 different criteria: damage, control, and aggression. I think that all of these, in my mind, are going to Golden Weeby, but Boston Tea Party not out of the tournament yet. I expect to see great things from him after he makes some bots improvement.
If he can, it's quite the damage put on by Tea Party. I'll say that as much.
I imagine he's very disappointed with that wedge falling off like that. That was a new addition to his bot.
It was quite early. It was the first true hit in the match, knocked an entire wedge off. That is the complete strength that we see from Golden Weeby. It makes sense that they won most destructive bot last year. They're definitely the front runner to win it again right now.
We will get back to you after we get the judge's decision. Just got word that Golden Weeby won that last match, and we are going to be starting our next match soon.
We are.
All right, next match starting up here. We have 3-pound Segbit built by Aiden Powers, a very common NHRL competitor and a good friend of the club, as well as Anomaly. That is a new bot. I have not seen it yet before, but it looks like an absolute beast.
I know it's a very beautiful bot. Designer put a lot of good work into it. Congrats to her on what is such a well-designed robot. Although both pretty well-designed, if you're going to ask me. I'm very excited to see how this matchup contains itself.
A little bit of an interesting story about Segbit in the blue corner. The bot is actually a part of a 30-pound configuration, each of which has its own microcontroller and motors, allowing him to control them separately. The bot competed at NHRL and is currently 3-2, and is a control bot. Its Tigris blade, which is very similar to carbon fiber except a little bit stretchier and bendier, allows it to turn using a servo.
Just like we're seeing right now.
Matches starting. I would think that the goal of Anomaly is going to be to try to get to that main hub on Segbit.
Oh, but it looks like Segbit has started pushing around Anomaly pretty well. And it's not going in the right way for Anomaly. They have to land some big hits soon.
Good hit in the center body there. That center body looks like it's made out of full TPU, which is a very common plastic used in combat robots.
Oh, but it looks like Segbit has got themselves on the wall, but doesn't seem to matter for a moment. I wonder how long those sides will last. They seem to be chipping pretty easily right now.
You know, Josh, I think I can see a light coming out of the back of Segbit's body.
Oh, I do see it as well. Oh, that might be a bad problem. If those batteries start to show, the game will be finished and Segbit will lose.
Segbit not doing much on the damage side of things, but showing pretty decent control.
And aggressiveness. If this goes to a good position, which it looks like it might, Segbit might be in the surprise lead. We'll have to see if Anomaly can land a big hit, which they just did.
Great hits from Anomaly. I'm seeing Segbit flying up to the roof.
Oh!
That was almost a stuck robot.
I know, and one that would probably be a knockout if any big. Oh, the plastic's starting to rip. Oh!
The arena wall is being absolutely destroyed. A little bit of interesting fact about the kick plates there. They used to be pine, but due to the fact that robots seem to tear them up too much, resulting in way too much cleaning having to be, we've switched them to steel plates.
I feel like steel's probably better than pine if you're going to ask me.
I would agree with that one, John.
Oh. Looks like Segbit has had much in the way of damage. Look at that. It's still going, though. Spinning and spinning like a little blade. But the real blade on Anomaly just keeps rolling. It has not seemed to take much damage. The endless assault by Segbit's moving parts.
Endless assault indeed, though. I mean, he is constantly showing aggression here. It almost feels like Anomaly is just sitting, playing Segbit's game.
I mean, I don't know what else they can do. When a bot's running right past the giant wedge, and I don't even know what that is anymore.
It's hard to
really decide, but, oh, it looks like that. Looks like the big part is starting to come off. If they can land a hit and knock it off, it might be a big issue.
9, 8.
Oh,
Countdown started there, but Segment was able to right itself with its massive
Ooh.
hit, maybe? I don't know what to call that.
I know, but they're taking more and more hits. It really looks like Segment is having a bit of an issue now turning around. That is a huge concern for their game, and that back end is opening up,
Match over.
and the match has ended.
Josh, who are we thinking is winning this? Let's go over a little bit of a theory.
As much as I enjoyed the control and overall aggressiveness from Segment, the damage category seems to be almost exclusively for Anomaly. That weapon kept spinning the entire match. It really does feel as though this could be a closer matchup than originally assumed, but I really do feel like Anomaly is in the driver's seat with this one. Oh, you do?
The judges just finished up looking at the two different bots. Judges often asking to see the bots after the matches just to inspect the damage done to them. We will be getting a judge's decision from them very soon. It was very interesting. Aiden Powers explaining his bot a little bit about how he uses Tigris. It's a very interesting material. It's something I'd never seen before, but until last year when he competed with it at the first Railside Rumble.
What do we do
Vertigo coming in with a mass postponement. Last match got delayed because apparently Vertigo had an issue with their drive motor becoming unsoldered. That very common issue, especially with newer bot builders. Battle-proofing your electronics is incredibly important, folks. We're still waiting to hear back from our last match, Segbit and Anomaly, for the decision on that. The judges are deciding right now. All judges are also Purdue professors for the most part, often coming from the ECE department. All right, Josh, looking up to this next match again for our competitors watching online, or not our competitors, I apologize, our viewers. We have Culver.
Oh, wow! When I said it was a big bot, I meant it was a big bot. That was brutal.
Insane start to a match. I got really interrupted by the robots. However, I'm not unhappy about the fact that massive hit. Pulverizer and Vertical Distortion. Vertical Distortion coming, the builder being an alumni of Purdue, coming out of Otisco, Indiana. He has multiple armor configurations for his bot, so he can best adhere to his opponent. Looking like he's running a fat TPU siding right now.
Doesn't look like it's working that much, though. They're on the ropes, and Pulverizer, with a working weapon, is pushing them well. We'll see if that first hit really meant all.
Looks like it might be having a...
Oh, they're back on again!
Hit.
And it looks like Pulverizer is knocked!
Manan Singh tapping out an unexpected result. That was a match to remember.
No.
What a beauty. Loving those massive
Oh,
hits.
wait. Hold a
Simply
second.
an unstick.
Sorry about that. It looks like they had a little bit more juice in them. Pulverizer wants to keep the ice cream flowing.
Excited to see where this ends up going.
Because if you're looking at it, the weapon on Vertical Destruction, which we originally thought was broken, is still up, and it's still working.
Yeah, he will.
Looks like the game was about to begin again.
Manan Singh, Pulverizer's builder, looking for a countdown here.
Oh, you look at that noise. It's gonna be a big hit.
Looks like Pulverizer is having difficulty with its right side drivetrain. A very common issue for this bot. Massive hit coming in. Sending Pulverizer absolutely flying.
Oh, and he's up against the wall near her. Oh, he's destroying the floor.
I would not want to be in that arena.
Oh, I'm terrified out here right now. I'm shaking a little bit, but looks like the weapon on Vertical Destruction has broke again. And now both bots, weaponless, have forced themselves into a sumo match.
Looking like we're getting a countdown here from our referee Jasper, our electrical lead at Railside Robotics. That is a 10-second countdown pin. Remember that bots get infinite number of pin unsticks, so to say, but it's simply so the match doesn't end with one bot just holding it permanently.
It looks like even though they are weaponless, Vertical Destruction keeping the pace on Pulverizer, pushing them around, making them stick to the wall. Had that earlier pin that Ben had mentioned, and here goes another one.
Again, Josh, so now that the damage can no longer be done, they're simply looking for aggression and control. And Vertical Destruction seem to be doing a very good job of achieving both of those.
Yes, and the third category, Destruction itself, it feels like Vertical Destruction has lived up to the name quite well, but Pulverizer doesn't seem to be having that big of a problem either. It might be an even split depending on how you look at it.
One very interesting thing to note about Vertical Destruction, it has two small forks at the bottom of its weapon. The reason for that is because when its vertical spinner hits, it imparts more energy onto the opposing bot when those forks are on the ground because it doesn't move down, imparting all of its energy into the thing that it hits.
Now wait a minute, is that just me, or is the weapon on Pulverizer on again? But it was just too late to run it. Wow. But
Looks like it might have been weapon overheating then.
It adds a little wrinkle though, because if the weapon on Pulverizer was working, that still gives him a little bit of that aggression and that damage. Alas, they were not able to use it to full strength. Despite a great effort, this is going to a judge decision.
Extremely excited match. I honestly don't know who won that.
This might be our first ununanimous decision. I really don't know. It looks like Vertical Destruction did probably win the, well, destruction category.
The next match is
Kavan going inside the arena cleaning up. Thanks to our sponsor Milwaukee, they provided us a vacuum to help with this. With something that we would run into issues with the last Railside Rumble was all of the mess inside the arena causing way too much cleanup time. However, we were provided this pack-out vacuum, which you can buy online at any approved vendor. My bad.
In addition to those, we like to actually have our additional sponsors, that being Soga, Aggressor Robotics, Review Robotics, and Palm Beach Robotics. Thank you once again for sponsoring this event. We couldn't have done it without you, and we hope you are watching this massive pain of a destruction fight. This was great. We love it so far.
We're about to get our announcement on the winner of that last match.
Opponent, Pulverizer. In a unanimous.
In case you didn't catch that, we're looking at a vertical destruction unanimous win. Almost surprising to me that Pulverizer didn't squeak out one of the judges, but it looks like they agreed that with Pulverizer not getting enough of the damage and control points near the end of the match.
You guys are good to hit the buttons.
Next matchup starting very, very soon. We have Vertigo and Get Hammered. Very interesting naming scheme by Raymond Frazee coming up. Raymond Frazee being the ex-Railside Robotics president, graduating last year and leading it on to Nathan Haynes. Match is starting here. Very, very quiet match, Josh.
I do, but considering what we just had last time, you might as well have a little bit of a good start. We are getting a pin, though. I wonder.
It appears as though Vertigo's vertical spinner is not spinning up to speed. Okay, now it is.
Oh, now it is.
Correct my statement.
Both are, but oh, you hear that? You hear that from Get Hammered?
Good
Look,
little,
it's doing much though.
good little sparks. I've always loved the hammer saw design that you see from Get Hammered.
Well, Vertigo's living up to the name. Look at that. Look at that spin.
Very, very quiet match. Very surprising from these two bots. I can't even tell if the weapons are spinning. It does appear as though Get Hammered's weapon is not spinning.
Oh, but it doesn't seem to matter too much. The pinning is working, and do you see that? Oh, it looks like, ooh.
I will note that most often, vertical spinners like Get Hammered don't spin up their weapon until they have their opponent in a pin. The reason for that being to save battery life throughout the match.
Oh, well, it looks like that was just confirmed right there. The spinner was turned on. Movement is a big problem for both teams in this game, and it looks like Get Hammered is having a bit of an issue, more or less. Same thing with Vertigo. Vertigo is starting to lead the pace. They are pushing, and a huge hit! Look at that.
The saw blade is completely gone from Get Hammered. That is not what you want to see if you're Ray Frazee right now.
I know, and it looks like the hammered part of the hammer isn't there anymore. They're just Gets. Oh, 10 seconds remain. We look to be having another judge decision. Although this one might be another unanimous one. And that is it.
That is it, folks. We'll get back to you soon with the judge's decision. A little bit more on Get Hammered. That bot, built by Raymond Frazee, in roughly 2 months, coming in to compete after he graduated last year. It's very exciting to see him again. We will get your judge's decision in a couple minutes. Thank you. Judge's decision just coming in from the last match with Vertigo and Get Hammered. Unsurprisingly, Vertigo coming out on top. Judges thinking there was a lot more damage and control there. One thing that's very crucial to almost all hammer saws is the ability to control and maneuver your opponent. The goal of them is to destroy the electronics, and in order to do that, you often need a pin. So the fact that Ray was unable to achieve that with Get Hammered meant that his match was pretty much dead on arrival. All right, we are back coming in with our next match.
And it's a quick start. Oh,
We're looking at Sunflower Supernova and PP.
and it looks like PP's gonna hit it hard. Really hard on Sunflower Supernova. And they respond quickly. There, it's a really, really robust robot though, but I kind of wonder if that carbon fiber weapon Sunflower Supernova is gonna keep. It doesn't look like it's going though. That said, they're hitting strong.
PP, our last year's winner, I believe, for the Beetleweight division, is 23-0 according to its owner. And he said to tell you guys that PP loves crime. I don't know what that means, but he said it.
Oh, it looks like a knockout is underway for Supernova. It is. Oh, wait.
A
There
little
is
bit of controlled
some
movement.
form of- we are considering. Oh, but it looks like PP is not taking any hold on it. The wheels are starting to fall off a little bit. Let's see if they can hold on a little longer.
That left wheel just barely hanging on by a thread there, Josh. Massive hits for PP over and over. It's just a
And there
beat
goes
down.
the wheel. Looks like that's a tap out, and PP has won.
Great match there. That will put Sunflower Supernova at 0-11. I think he's doing it for the fun of it. Love to see his daughter in his pit corner there. He apparently has built his own motor for that bot and controls everything with a custom PCB. Extremely impressive electrical work, just lacking a little bit on the results. Great matches so far. A little bit technical difficulties at the beginning of today, but nothing that couldn't be handled. Railside Rumble in major works. Holding it in the fall this year, something that was almost surprising to our competitors. However, we decided to hold it in the fall instead of the spring like we did last year, simply because there are more Combat Robots events in general during the spring instead of the fall. So we figured it would be better for our competitors and our members to actually have it now instead of in the next semester. This is also our second time running Railside Rumble, the first being last year, where I actually competed with Culverizer and Manan Singh, a bot you saw earlier, lose to Vertical Destruction.
You have some previous.
Yeah, go for it.
So you have some previous competition experience, I assume.
Josh, I do. Only about a year, though. I joined the club my freshman year, which was last year. I'm now a sophomore. And it's been a tremendous experience. I'm now the treasurer and apparently the commentator for Railside Rumble.
I found out in the same role as you. I'm currently, as a junior right now, finding my way through as the social media director. I did actually just make the little sponsorship page that you're probably seeing occasionally on this stream. I will continue my work next semester in that role and will likely be back here again in the spring to commentate. It's a very fun experience for me, and I wish I had done this earlier in my career at Purdue.
Absolutely. I think anybody who's thinking about coming to Purdue or is already here and thinking about joining the club should definitely do so. I mean, it's a lot of fun, builds a lot of good engineering skills, and also provides a lot of opportunity for careers, in all honesty.
Indeed, and it looks like our next matchup is about to begin. We will get the announcement to you soon. Working on it.
Coming back at you in the red corner, you are seeing Toxic, a new competitor here at Railside Rumble. They are from Fort Wayne, and they're using a modified horizontal spinner kit, possibly undercutter. I can't tell what that classification would be. And Josh, why don't you give us a little bit of information about Toothache in the blue corner?
Well, it looks like Toothache is going to start strong here. I guess it's the best information I can give you. Their very, very unique design seems to have just entered into a level of their own, knocking out a wheel of Toxic.
That is going to make movement extremely difficult for Toxic, while Toothache, also having difficult movement, is honestly kind of built to have difficult movement. The way that Toothache works is it is a shuffler. It actually uses toothbrushes, which you can see on the top and bottom of the bot, to move forward and backwards. It does this by varying the speed of its two weapons. Extremely interesting and creative design.
And it looks like it's working pretty well right now, although I will say Toothache is really struggling with movement. We'll really have to see how this works down the end, but we need that weapon to hit more if we can see the possible damage, because damage is starting to get more split as Toothache weathers the storm. That said, though, it looks like we're seeing some unconventional movement and a possible countdown going on for Toxic.
It's interesting because it seems that Toothache's weapon blades were actually above Toxic, which didn't allow it to get hits. But now that one of the toothbrushes is knocked off on Toothache, I think that it could actually reach Toxic if it is able to get close enough.
That said, though, it's kind of questioning if the creeping around motion that Toxic is doing is legal and capable. I really do wonder what will happen as Toothache tries to lean in, and it does get a little scratch in there. And here it goes again, but oh.
Wasn't able to make much connection off of that one, just going flying itself.
You know, I really do wonder what damage both bots can do. They are rearing at full strength, And Toothache is just trying, but they're not at a good angle. I might be mistaken though.
Great hit there from Toothache.
10.
I'm sure that's going to go a long ways on their aggression and damage points.
Now it's a double countdown to tap out. Wow.
Tap out from Toxic, giving Toothache the win. Great match there. Extremely creative bot design. One interesting fact about a bot like that is if using unconventional movement, the bot gets 1.5 times weight bonus. Because this was a 1 pound match, Toothache is actually fighting at 1.5 pounds, unlike its competitor, which is using standard drivetrains with wheels. Interesting matchup coming up here. We have Revolver and Unidentified Fighting Object. A little play on words on UFO, it seems. Revolver, built by Eric, a bot who also built another bot seen competing earlier today. Eric being one of the club members of Railside Robotics. This is a new bot, first competition for him with this bot. It's going to be exciting, I hope. He built his forks inspired off a very common and famous robot called Rotator. On the other side, we have Unidentified Fighting Object. This is his first competition ever, meaning that this will be his first time driving a bot, hoping to get him in love with the sport. His vertical spinner is down spinning, extremely unorthodox. Normally, you want to spin up and knock the other opposing robot into the air. The only weapons that typically spin down are hammer saws, which do so intentionally to destroy the battery. However, it looks like we were having a match postponement. Do we know why?
It was on.
Revolver was having issues, apparently, so we'll be getting to the next match, and hopefully we'll come back to that. If he is unable to resolve the issues, it will be an automatic knockout for Revolver, and Unidentified Fighting Object will win the match. Next match coming up soon, we have DNIR and Assault on Batteries. This will be our first exhibition match of the day. These are two plastic ant weights built by Railside Robotics members. These are onboarding members who joined the club this year. Our onboarding process involves building a plastic ant, which is a 1 pound fully plastic robot. It's a great way to learn the basics of the sport while doing it at low cost. Again, this is an exhibition match and will now count towards the overall bracket. This is simply for our viewers' pleasure.
But he's like,
I don't know anything about just a little guy.
Looks like we are getting our actual match instead. Our competitors are ready. Little bit of a mix-up there. Next match, we have our next 3-pound beetleweight match. We have Centurion and Just a Little Guy. Centurion being a pleated vertical spinner
what side is
coming out of Purdue's own club, Railside Robotics.
No. What like?
Red border, a nice true armor, Centurion. And in the blue corner, he might be a big fellow, but in the end, he's just a little guy. Let the last match begin.
Thank you for that, Josh. I'm excited for this match. We don't have much information on Just a Little Guy. I can tell that he has a very strange looking asymmetrical blade. The reason why competitors make their blade asymmetrical is because it allows them to get a lot more moment of inertia on that blade.
And we just saw it right there, though. It wasn't the bot, it was the wall.
Looking like he might be having a little bit of difficulties moving, as well as Centurion.
Oh,
Massive hit.
But it looks like Centurion is well out for the count and an automatic tap out. What a hit and what a win for Just a Little Guy, proving he's bigger than the name suggests.
Looking like that entire UHMW side armor got ripped off of Centurion. UHMW ultra high molecular weight material. It's very common combat robot material used for its lightweight properties, yet also its rigidity. Oftentimes robots struggle to find rigidity with the common use of TPU, which is extremely flexible and another very common 3-pound material. However, UHMW is used to provide that rigidity to prevent the robot from effectively falling apart.
And we'll have to see, speaking of falling apart, we'll have to see if Centurion can build that bot once again. They might have the materials for it, but losing a whole side is so hard to redeem. Good fight on them, though. That is probably the most damage we've seen in a robot today.
a lot of effort has gone into this competition. I can say, doing so, having done a lot of work personally on the competition and event overall. Interesting fact, this arena is actually $10,000 and is completely student built and designed. I would know so because I was a significant part of the process last semester. Every week we were in our club manufacturing space, both Saturday and Sunday, working on building this arena. This next match coming up here is Scorpion and Assault on Batteries. Again, this is a plastic ant exhibition match, not counting towards the overall bracket, just for fun. Excited for this first plant match. Plant matches are really interesting, given the amount of destruction you often see, parts flying everywhere.
We'll have to really see. There's a 3D printed bot. I haven't seen these face off before.
It should be exciting. Again, it depends on how well their designers make it.
And it looks like, what is that? Sultan Battery's off to a slightly faster start. They got a little bit of damage put on Scorpion, but can they pounce back? I don't know. A little slow though.
I'm seeing a wedge.
Oh,
Now
wow.
that is the opposite of slow.
That is an insane hit, and it almost took out Scorpion themselves. Wow, in a plant game, what do you expect? A tap out win for Scorpion, emphatic as it is. Congrats to them.
Absolutely insane finish there. That last hit nearly destroying both robots, just barely. Scorpion just barely hanging on at the end there with that top plate nearly off.
You know, that is one for the ages. I hope you enjoy another exhibition match like that, because that was one of our best games, and that was an exhibition. True scale.
Next match coming up here extremely shortly between Mamba and Tipsy, an additional exhibition match. Plastic and weight again.
Alright, you guys are gonna hit the buttons.
And we're off. If they can both move at least.
Hoping for an exciting match here. Looking like a drum spinner coming out of the red corner. And off to a great start with extreme aggression.
Except the fact that they haven't landed a good hit. Oh, they just did. Now if they can get that drum spinner on a good motion just like there, they can push into the opponent well. Oh, wow. What a hit from Mamba. Oh, but Tipsy's going.
Tipsy doing a great job. Honestly, that wedge is extremely close to the ground. Very, very impressive work there.
And a good counter from Mamba.
Exactly. Mamba barely able to get hits off.
But look at the whirring noise of that insane blade. I'm terrified of how this thing's going to ram up. Oh, good KO combo kick. And the hits keep coming. I really wonder what they're going to do with this.
Notice the damage in the floor due to our matches so far. Oh, is Mamba's drivetrain down? We're getting a count now.
And they're back up again, and they hit.
Massive hit. Could it have
There
been
it
bait? It appears as though the fork on Tipsy is destroyed.
And it looks like Tipsy's not moving well right now. Let's see if they can hold on.
Can Mamba finish out the match? Looking for a massive hit here. Tipsy doing a great job keeping its wedge centered towards Mamba. That's extremely important for not getting knocked out.
Looks like they are finding a little bit of a struggle here. Can Mamba right themselves? They are. And they actually just temporarily lost their weapon, trying to find themselves right now. And they have found Tipsy, who is barely crap walking around. This looks to be a KO in the making, although, oh, there you go.
Great call, Josh. Makes sense. After that right drivetrain went out, it would be very difficult for Tipsy to win that match. Almost impossible even, given the fact that it's a flipper, which means it primarily has to get points through control and aggression. Without having a working drivetrain, it is nearly impossible to exhibit control and aggression.
And it looks like Mamba has won by a tap-out knockout. Very good win from Mamba, who showed a little bit of struggle here and there with their weapon and their drivetrain, but kept strong in this very, very nice exhibition matchup. We're getting really good exhibition matchup right now. That's very nice to see.
You do love to see it. These competitors come here, they don't pay a fee, however, for the exhibition matches and the Plastic Ants, but it often gives them a chance to practice with these new robots, any sort of new design configurations. In addition, people often transfer their Plastic Ant designs into full combat ants, which again are more expensive, but the Plastic Ant division gives a great way to cheaply test out their potential design concepts and learn a lot from doing so.
And if you ask me, I think Mamba has a great design going forward. That in a non-exhibition matchup would be lethal as an opponent.
Absolutely, 100% agree there. That drum configuration that you saw from Mamba is extremely common and a very tried and true method. The drum being extremely long makes it very difficult to get any sort of good hits as long as the drivetrain is solid. Again, it is incredible how important drivetrains are to combat robots. A bot that is really well designed but has a poor drivetrain almost always loses to a bot with a good drivetrain that can push it around. Josh, I don't know, but it looks like there's almost electrical tape on this bot we're seeing coming into the arena right now.
Yeah, you're asking me that too. I don't really know what to think about this. I think this is another exhibition matchup. We're getting a lot of those done. We're having a very similar design in that black bot over there. But that one looks to be a very unique matchup going against the, I don't even know what that thing is. It's a freak for sure, but fun one at best.
Often in these exhibition matches, you'll see extremely creative and ineffective designs as people really are messing around, just testing out different ideas and making something that they find enjoyable. Not all our competitors are here to win. Some are just here to have fun and make a cool bot.
Oh, that's definitely fun for it. And wait a minute, is that a secondary mini bot? I didn't know we had those.
It could be that there's a 3-bot matchup going on. Again, exhibition rules are extremely loose. As long as it's safe, anything goes.
And it looks like you are correct. That is a 3-bot matchup. I'm so excited to see how this will rack in. Oh, that's something all right. I can't even see the other wheel on the other side.
What is the point? Are they starting in? I can't even tell, Josh. I have no idea what's going on.
They might already be stuck before the game starts. That's a great one to go.
At least they get their unstick out before the match starts instead of during.
Oh, I think that's probably a bad idea if you're going to ask me.
Again, each competitor during the match gets 1 unstick. If your robot is, per se, stuck in the floor or stuck along the side of the arena, they can pause the match and remove the robot from the wall. Additionally, you sometimes see bots getting stuck on each other, in which one or the other bot could use their unstick. If you use your unstick and get stuck again, you are automatically knocked out unless you are able to somehow get out of the stick. Additionally, competitors who are with the competitive spirit will occasionally knock you loose just out of the joy of the sport. Next match will be starting extremely soon.
In the blue corner, we have a dangerous duo of Downpour and in the red corner, it might be a tricky one, but it's a single. Let the game begin.
Multi-brain?
The match has begun. That box with tape on it, I still don't know the purpose, Josh. I couldn't tell you what it does to save my life.
I think the tape keeps the box together, so to speak. But it doesn't look like that's going to matter for long because Stringle just took it off.
That tape is now cut. Could it be the demising factor of the box?
Which it looks like it is. Box is stuck and it can't get up. But let's see if the slightly moving downpour can work around or if the other Stringle will keep going. Oh, what a massacre. This poor little bot has just been blown off.
Not every exhibition match can be like Mamba and Tipsy's. These are bots that were clearly made for fun and just here for the love of the game.
That said, though, it looks like there isn't a possibility here for Box to do some damage, although we don't know. The tape might get in the way, though, of what might happen.
Oh, and the wheel fell off. I think that tape might have been its saving grace.
Oh, and it looks like Stringle's just going to have a fun day with them. Box is still moving, though, with just one wheel.
I will say, although its wheel fell off and it's taking a beating, it stood up pretty well. The wheel is off, but there appears to be no major damage to the actual chassis.
That said, though, it looks like Tringle has won by a tap out on Downpour in Box's half. A great effort by all involved.
This event being held in the Purdue Armory is actually extremely surprising we were able to get it. When trying to reserve the Army, it was reserved every single weekend. However, our president, Nathan Haynes, was able to call and request a special reservation for this event. Icy and Octagon, interesting pair. Love the names here. Another exhibition match, the final exhibition match before we start resuming regular matches. The competitors, after they have a fight, are extremely busy repairing their robot. Almost every single fight requires a full robot rebuild, requiring them to be extremely busy in the pits repairing their robots. It's a very cool sight to see.
Oh, and they're up. If they can. It looks like the weapon, though, on Optimum doesn't seem to be working just from the start, but the weapon on Icy is the question to see how they will match up with both of them likely going weaponless to start this game. Oh.
That is one of the biggest vertical spinners I think I have ever seen.
It makes sense why it's not working, though. As optimum as it might seem, there might not be space on the floor for it to work. That said, that weapon looks pretty cool regardless.
Very interesting symmetrical design there as well. Not something you see very common, but it is very characteristic of newer bot builders.
Definitely. This is definitely one for the newer bot builders, both new to the scene and obviously a plant weight matchup. So just trying to get their feet wet for the moment. So if this game doesn't seem as entertaining as you might think, note this is their first time playing. This is a very fun experience for both of them.
One interesting thing to note about why people often don't do symmetric designs. Because of the way that symmetric design or a symmetrical design works, when it has two teeth, the weapon will hit with less force. If you think about a rotating blade, the amount of time that a robot is allowed to enter the blade's path is halved if there are two blades. However, using a single blade allows that weapon to get further into the robot. A very interesting thing to think about, and something that is not very intuitive yet is too important in combat robots.
It looks like there is a countdown on the way. Icy appears to be winning this one, although there is some movement. Oh, I wonder what's being called here. That is a tap out in favor of Icy.
Not our most exciting match.
Oh, that was supposed to be an unstick?
We were being informed it was supposed to be an unstick.
If that can be given to them, I believe it.
Yeah, I guess we'll do.
I believe it is.
Do we have anyone on deck with him?
Yeah, we do.
I think we're going back to the knockout.
Oh, and you guys can quick steer weapon bots up.
Never mind. I stand corrected.
The mic.
I think we're having an unstick right now. Bear with us for just a moment. Appears as though Optimum has called for it. They originally thought it was a tap out, at least we did, and we juggled the opportunity, but it looks like we are going with the said
Unstick ruling.
Yes, which
Incredibly interesting drum design on Icy. That's not something I've seen before. It appears as though it has a single flap sticking out. Normally you see a more supported blade design. However, it didn't appear to matter given the fact that these are plastic ants and those impacts aren't that bad. Another interesting thing about a drum spinner is the impact force is distributed over a larger area, meaning that the chance of the weapon actually breaking or getting damaged over time is significantly lower.
Yes, and I do wonder as to what we're doing right now. Icy is currently not in the arena at the moment. It looks like there appears to be more to this than we originally thought. I don't know. You'll have to bear with us, I guess.
It appears as though we're calling that a knockout. I think that it was a post facto knockout. I think that it was decided that the match could no longer continue in any sort of entertaining manner, given the damage done. So Icy is taking the win there. Bear with us. We will have our next match coming up soon. We just received word that our next matchup is going to be between Unidentified Fighting Object and Revolver. If you have been with us for a bit on the stream now, you will know that this was a match that was supposed to happen earlier in the day. However, Revolver had issues with its soldering motor connections, and the match was postponed. Just to give you a brief rundown of the bots again, unidentified fighting object is a down spinning vertical spinner from Indy. It is also his first competition, and he self-identifies as a gamer, in which he hopes that will help him with his driving skill. Revolver, again built by Eric, one of the club's members. He's a freshman, came in with multiple years of NHRL experience and a very hardened bot builder. Excited to see where Revolver goes, given this is his first competition with the bot design. Unidentified fighting object being the green and blue bot you can see in the top right of the screen right now, and Revolver, the undercutter in the center top. Each bot will now go to their corners. It looks like unidentified fighting object may be having some movement issues, although maybe he is trying to get his competitor to underestimate him. It appears as though Eric is still having connection issues. If he is unable to resolve these quickly, that will be a knockout for him. He is walking away from the queuing table. It is not looking good for Revolver and Eric. We just received word that unidentified fighting object has won the match based off Revolver forfeiting. It is an unfortunate, yet not uncommon experience. These bots are incredibly complicated, and given the damage they go through almost every single match, them not working is not an infrequent sight at a Combat Robots competition. Inkblot and Ampere. Ampere, already having fought today, was able to get his bot back together after his first match with Poink. It will be beginning shortly.
And Ampere had quite the showing against Point, winning quite fashionably. Let's see if they can repeat it with this ink blot. And look at that drum go.
It appears though Inkblot is having difficulties moving.
And it's showing quickly too, as Ampere is not letting them get that chance, as is being launched in the air and pretty easily manhandled, I'll say that.
I'm not seeing movement from Inkblot, and that's a knockout almost instantly.
What a quick and trial blow.
You're looking for an unstick or a tap?
And that is probably one of the quickest tap outs we're going to see here today.
Great match there. The Hammer Saws, unfortunately, do not seem to be doing very well today. The Ampere drum configuration design, extremely common in top-tier combat robots, again cited for its extreme durability, reliability, and damage output. The major downside of the bot is the fact that it can't turn very fast. The gyroscopic forces of the drum prevent it from turning left and right. If a bot has a good enough drivetrain and can get on its side, it is often the downfall of the drum spinner.
You have to.
Next match coming up, Toothache versus Service Charge, both shufflers. Great first hit there. Service Charge being a longtime competitor built by Jacob and Ushar. Again, these bots move by varying the rate of their weapon spinning, causing vibrations and that go down to the bristles, moving them forward or backwards. Extremely creative, very difficult design to work with.
I wonder what Tooth Agent's doing. They've lost the brush again, and now they're having a bit of a problem moving as they were before. Very similar thing, but a direct hit could land a strong blow against an also struggling surface charge, which has been pushed into the corner. Actually, they're both in the corners. Oh,
Toothache
wow.
almost destroying itself here. I thought that belt came loose for a second.
Having a war with the box itself, not a one that they can win.
Great hit there. Both bots holding up very well. Surface Charge having a lot of difficulties in the past with their motors, often burning out their motor ESCs. From what I understand, they actually designed their own motor hub to combat this issue.
And it looks like it's doing the dividends right now. They are taking charge over surface charge, no pun intended there. It does feel as though the damage is still mostly minimal, although most of it has gone on to surface charge, who is now really struggling to move. This looks like it could be bad for them.
Yes, again, once a bot stops showing controlled movement, it is going to be extremely difficult to win that match, as Toothache can repetitively hit Surface Charge from behind.
It looks like the countdown has started. The movement is likely not continuous. The crab walking can only go so far. That said, though, Toothache is pushing the gears on.
And look at that motor on the left side of Surface Charge. The left motor is completely out, and the right motor is barely spinning. And
what
the left
a
motor.
miraculous continuancy. But can they keep it going long enough to make it to a judge decision, or heck, even a knockout if they really feel like it?
Josh, I think that what is happening is their ESC is disconnecting, or we're seeing some sort of overheating. When a robot is turning on and off like that, it's typically due to overheating or remote controller disconnects.
And I do wonder what they can do. Surface Charge has really just been struggling here the past 2 minutes. They need a big hit, and they need it now.
Absolutely agree. I think that this is going to be a difficult match for Surface Charge to pull back out of the depths. But it's happened in the past, and it will happen in the future.
I really do wonder what to say in this matchup. Two bots are just pouring on each other, but there's not much to see in it. It is having its final moments, and there it goes. We are now going to get a judge's decision. Await for that in the coming minutes.
Very interesting fact about these matches, they often go like this, where neither robot gets destroyed very much because they can't move quickly. When the robot is unable to impart a lot of energy on its opponent, it often doesn't result in very much damage. When the robots are both shufflers, they can't drive quickly at each other, leading to more boring and less damaging matches. Very interesting sight here. Josh, you want to say what you're seeing?
Well, this is actually pretty interesting too. It looks like Surface Charge is having problems of their own keeping their weapon off. They're trying to move around. I don't really know what's going on. It looks like they're having a continuous weapon malfunction. This occasionally happens where the weapon cannot turn itself on its own, likely because of that battery heating issue, as you've mentioned before, Ben. We'll have to see what might happen, but there's a current delay of removing the bots due to this issue. Let's hope the spinning stops soon.
This is very concerning. Bots who pass safety should have their weapons turn off when the remote controller is shut down. So this bot is not within our safety parameters and should not have qualified for safety. Now, Josh, I imagine that this issue happened after safeties occurred, and although it shouldn't happen, it is currently occurring, which is very unfortunate. If they're unable to fix this before the next match, they will be knocked out of the tournament for safety purposes.
Certainly, and it does look like, and we can't really see it for ourselves, but the bot is still moving. You see the vibrations on it. It is just trying to turn itself off. It's something you don't really want to see, and a delay that we should not even be needing to cover. It is a shame that this is happening. Currently, they're trying to hit themselves against the side, turn them off. This little tapping noise you might be hearing right now. We'll get to shortly when that finishes.
I think the procedure for this is going to be to let the bot fully discharge its battery. It's unfortunate and will cause a delay in the matches. However, we don't want to have anybody touching the robots when weapons are active. These bots are extremely dangerous, and if in contact with anybody could cause serious bodily harm. In order to ensure the safety of both our competitors and staff, we have to make sure that that bot is off before we go into the arena. They've just started listening to my advice. I informed them that they need to drain the battery of the bot by turning on the weapon to max speed. That way we can get our next match rolling as quickly as possible. There's a little bit of confusion in the arena here. It's possible that the battery is fully drained now, or that it's not receiving enough torque to continue moving as it's been pressed up against the wall. For that reason, we're being extremely cautious, barely sticking any bodily parts into the arena. We're going to make sure that this bot is off and safe before it is removed.
It's looking, we can't fully see it. If you're looking at your camera on the top-down screen as we are, they don't appear to be moving, and we might have an easier way of getting them out. The broom we're kind of using might not even reach that far, so we're going to try from the other side most likely. Once again, bear with us, but the next matchup should come in the next 5 minutes.
It appears as though Poink has been sent into the arena to push them off the wall.
Definitely one of the more unique things I've seen, and a good choice for Poink. They have the definite skill level with that undercutter. We'll have to see if they actually do it. This might be the most important thing Poink has done today.
Oh, Point looks like we got it.
It's pushing it. My wager is that that weapon is off when it comes off the wall, but we will have to see.
All right, we're getting ready for this next match. This is Will. I'll be filling in for Ben while he takes a little break. We've got Neptune versus Invader here. Two beetle weights in the second round of the bracket. They'll be competing to see who moves on. They're actually both doing a double header because both of these drivers are competing 2 bots, and right after this match, their ant weights will be fighting each other. So they're gonna have to have a pretty quick exchange in this arena. Hopefully, they're probably gonna want to bank on, a lot of destruction here, so that they have to wait for the cleanup, like what's happening right here with this excellent Milwaukee vacuum. Really cleans everything up nicely thanks to our sponsor here. Yeah, well, I'll get back to you guys when this match is getting ready to start.
I'm still gonna get cooked in that one, and then I'll just help you guys. My plan.
I wanted to add that if anybody has any questions, please add them to the chat and I can answer them for you. Our next match will be starting shortly.
What? I can't hear you.
finally, after that long wait, a bit of technical difficulties, our other competitors had issues with their robots and had to have a delay.
And it definitely seems like this will start now. Oh, and right off the bat, Vertigo's going and trying to neutralize the very strong weapon on Manticora, and it seems to be working pretty well, though no damage has been sustained. Oh, take that
Big
back.
hit from the front. Manticora doing a little spin there.
I
Very
know.
interesting tactic. Never seen that one before.
It's part of their game. Oh, and they pinned Manticore against the wall. I wonder if we'll get a oh, they've let him live a little bit. How nice. But it looks like Vertigo's opened themselves up for weakness. They got pinned for a moment.
A little bit of chipping off one of the bots. Not sure who that came from, but it's looking like there's difficulty actually hitting the bot.
Yes, regardless though, it looks like Vertigo has been winning the control and possible aggressiveness battle. Although they might be too fast for their own good, they're bumping into the wall. They might get themselves stuck underneath. Although, there's our first big hit of the match.
Vertigo's forks seem to be a little bit bigger than its weapon allows, not allowing any hits to actually go through.
It doesn't seem to be mattering though. I do feel like Vertigo is in the driver's seat with this game. Manticora can't seem to do much, and they've lost another piece on top of their weapon. We'll see if that matters in the long term, because Manticora themselves have not handed a good hit, although I think yep.
Oh no.
Yep, there appears to be a big issue now for Vertigo. They can't move at all.
Vertigo not showing any
And they're
movement.
getting counted out. And that is a knockout. Manticora has won.
Very interesting match there. Surprised about that. No massive hits led up to the robot being disabled. Could have been overheating. My guess is a wire came loose on the robot, disconnecting the receiver from the controller.
And it was a very good show. Vertigo was in the lead up until the last few seconds of the game. Manticora was having a strong problem with both their drive and with their weapon. It just didn't seem as though, despite the fact that they were moving well, they could hit. That said, though, Vertigo was missing a strong component in their hitting capability, and that will have to be assessed in a future scenario. But good on to Manticora, moving on to our last 8 fighters.
This is going to be a match to watch, folks. These two robots are extremely well built. PB being our returning champion from last year and coming off a win against Sunflower Supernova. However, Herbert, being our first match of the day, also had
down
a
to
win
this one.
against Mad, and the match is off to a great start. Massive amounts of destruction going on. Josh, do you think those googly eyes on Herbert are helping?
Certainly they might be. That vision is definitely helping as they pin PB to the corner and they're slamming the brakes on him. Oh, against the wall. What a great hit.
Massive amounts of damage seen from both robots. This is an amazing match so far.
And look at the speed on both of them. A huge side hit could be all the game, and we just saw that right there. It looks like the first happening. PP is putting Herbert against the wall, but Herbert is trying so hard to stay on. The weapon are still working on both of them. We'll have to see if that continues. The match continues to go into the waning minute.
Thank goodness for our 2 panes of quarter-inch polycarb on the wall protecting us, because those blows are massive.
And they are certainly lethal for both bots. Although it looks like Herbert's having a big trouble. They've lost the side of their board, and it looks like PP taking big advantage of that. Can Herbert keep going with their train having a little bit of a trouble?
Oh my, the top plate on PP is coming loose, something I've never seen before.
And it looks like PP's on the ropes now too. And they've been launched. Look at the damage.
This is an insane match.
Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh! And it looks like they're going everywhere now. They've lost both boards. And they're all, it's like a pinball machine. Both bots trying their best, destroying the floor. And look at this. Look at this damage. And it looks like the weapon on Herbert is not working right now. Can they get it over before PP takes full advantage? Oh no, they're getting counted down. Herbert is down on their last legs, and it looks like PP is poised to win this incredible matchup.
Josh, I'm surprised it took that long for one of these bots to get destroyed. That is phenomenal craftsmanship on both ends.
Insane work and an insane combined energy. The fighting, the style, and the damage was all insane. The floor has taken the brunt of the damage, unfortunately. Look at those charred marks from when Herbert was smashing up and down. The pinball effect was in play for both of them, and it really showed. PP himself was put on edge. It really looked like a game that both of them could have and should have won. But congrats to PP for continuing on to the round of 8.
I'm sure that PP is happy about that one, but I also imagine he's going to be very worried following that match. He's going to have to do a lot of bot rebuilding, which is not very common of him, given how well built his bot typically is. And I could imagine these 2 bots being in our final matches.
I definitely would see the same to it as well. And honestly, I have to give credit to both of them for keeping their weapons on for so long. Taking such unsustainable hits is nearly impossible, but their motors and their drivetrains worked incredibly well. The speed and agility on such large, lanky robots is working. And yeah, the floor is definitely not one to be happy about. As expected, when you have 2 bots with that power, one of them is going to hit the floor pretty well, and the walls as well. I'm glad the plexiglass exists, because I can't imagine we'd be alive for that. More quick, all right.
After that match, we're going to have an extremely quick cleanup, given how much damage was done to the arena. For a little bit of context about how much energy output these weapons have, the weapon output of a 3-pound robot is roughly the energy output of a 50 caliber rifle. Obviously, these energies disperse in different ways, but it shows how much destruction these robots can cause. Golden Wee and Bioluminescence, this will be a great matchup. I'm excited for this one. Again, Bioluminescence built by a common robot builder at UIUC, an extremely well thought out and well developed design. For context, these are 1 pound full combat robots, the ant weight division, and the match has begun.
And it looks like from the get-go, Golden Weedy was being tossed around. The controlling grasp of Bioluminescence, it's working well. It carried them to that victory earlier in the day, if you remember. A game that wasn't always in Bioluminescence's favor, but worked for them well. Golden Wee though, has been dominant. They are the most destructive robot from last year's tournament, and they have come back again. And it looks like, though, they're having a bit of a problem. Bioluminescence winning this fight so far.
I am surprised at how well these mesh webs are working on Bioluminescence. It's not something that I've seen done before, but it seems to be working incredibly well.
And it looks like we're going to have an unstick moment here as Bioluminescence is against the wall. They powered off their weapons. Thank goodness that happened this time. And controllers are down for the unsticking moment. It's going to be a bit of a tricky one, but we're going to have a little bit of human help to bring that robot back into play.
Here we see Kavan entering the arena with the official unstick broom, the red broom being characterized in these Railside Rumble events. Extremely useful for moving robots when you don't want to get close to them.
Yes, although we have had Ploink do their work as well.
Yes, absolutely, Josh. That is correct.
And the game is about to resume. And here they are. And it looks like Golden Wee Wee has taken charge again.
Oh, wow.
They've started to do some damage.
That web on that right web on
Oh!
Bioluminescence came off, and that is a massive blow by Bioluminescence.
And Wee Wee's getting tossed around like a pinball. Can they stay afloat? Oh, wow. Golden Wee Wee's really starting to do the work down. This is a back and forth fight. The kinetic entry is launching Golden Wee Wee around. But they're keeping the confidence. The weapon is still going, unlike Bioluminescence, which I believe is starting to tamper if it already hasn't fallen off. The control battle, though, still appears to be in the favor of Bioluminescence, who is pushing around Golden Wee Wee, causing these massive flares of kinetic energy.
Love to see the sparks here, Josh. It looks beautiful.
And look at it, hitting against the glass, bouncing off, but still keeping around. That is exactly what you want to see if you are Golden Wee Wee. You want to keep the damage category going. It is the most important part of this matchup and might keep them in contention. A knockout here would likely be very important for them, as they are also getting kicked around a little bit by a still slightly damaged Bioluminescence.
And Golden Wee Wee is truly showing why it's the most destructive bot. That flying around the arena, given how much energy its weapon has, is incredible. And the fact that he's able to keep his weapon on the entire time is truly outstanding. Bots, it's very difficult to build a bot that can take such massive hits from such well-built opponents and still remain on.
That said, the strategy definitely needs to be there for Golden Wee Wee. He needs to work his way around to the wheel, stop getting in the way of the front, which is not working for him. It's getting him pushed back and causing these big hits that are not going to help out Wee Wee. He must take off a wheel to at least increase the damage category. Otherwise, it might be a bit of a strong and hard-made judge's decision.
Okay.
Oh, but
Big
it looks
hit
like
from
Golden
Bio.
Wee Wee is in a bit of a pickle themselves. They are getting pinned, and that is the end of the matchup.
Great matchup. Love to see it go to the judges' decision. These are two of our most competitive members at Railside Rumble too. I think that I knew this was going to be a good match, and I'm glad it turned out to be so.
And we are seeing some nice handshakes by the competitors. This was definitely the matchup to watch if you're looking for a strong, competitive judge's decision. This one might be split. This is definitely one that is hard to decide. What is your take on this one, Ben?
I think this one will most likely go to Bioluminescence, mostly because of the control it's able to exhibit. When a robot is flying around the arena like that, it often looks bad for them in the judge's eyes, showing that they are not being aggressive and are mostly getting controlled by the opposing robot. Bioluminescence was able to stay on its cleats on the ground while Golden Wee was flying everywhere. I think that will play a major role in the final decision.
I definitely agree with you there. I don't know if I would necessarily give it to them. I do feel like the damage done by Golden Wee is very, very substantial. Bioluminescence saw some strong damage early on, losing one of those main forks. They are both going to the judges' table to get a better look at, as should be customary given how close this game was. I do question, though, how the aggression will be split, because Wee was trying to get into it, but the control was definitely pushing on by Bioluminescent. That said, though, the weapon was always spinning on Golden Wee, and the same cannot be said for Bioluminescent.
Yes, however, that doesn't necessarily mean that they had bot difficulties. Some people size their batteries to only allow their weapon to be on for part of the match, and therefore they have to spin down their weapon in order to not get knocked out by running out of battery. It's an interesting tactic, but allows their batteries to be sized smaller, making the robot more compact and able to put more weight into the weapon side of the robot.
And as I am seeing, as I'm looking to my left, we are seeing the damage done on Golden Wee. It does look to be very minimalistic. It looks like the bot actually didn't have as much damage as previously thought. That said, though, damage is only one factor in this matchup.
Absolutely, Josh, and we will be getting that judge decision extremely soon here. I'm excited to see how it's going to turn out. And this will be our last fight before lunch break. Lunch break being 30 minutes. If you are getting hungry, like I am, you can go and grab a snack and come back after the break ends. But again, we will be having one more match before that commences. Competing right now, we have Unidentified Fighting Object coming off of a win, I believe, in its last match against Revolver. That match was, however, a forfeit, so this will be the first time we actually see Unidentified Fighting Object in competing. Like you guys may have just heard Josh say, the next match will be against Unidentified Fighting Object and Anomaly. Anomaly, having won against Segbit before, although it didn't experience much damage in the match, it did show a lot of aggression. It'll be interesting to see where this matchup goes.
And it looks like we're having a quick end to this one, unfortunately. It feels as though Anomaly has pushed Unidentified Fighting Object on their side, and this will just be a quick and easy knockout. Unless there might be a stick situation here. What is this? I think here... Are we going for a non-stick here?
Do you want an unstick?
We're going to get an unstick here, it looks like, very quickly on Unidentified Fighting Object. I'm just going to call him UFO from now on at the acronym. This one's a long name. UFO is going to have an early change of plans. It just feels as though they got flipped and they just couldn't get out of their stick situation. we'll keep you going as time progresses.
Did they say yes on Super? No.
Yeah, they did. Teams, are you ready?
Our match going to be resuming here very shortly.
And I do question them because UFO is still upside down. Can they right themselves, or is this going to be a knockout? Or are they going to change it again? We might have to hold on for another second, guys. Yep, we've got another, we've got a resumption of battle. Or no, it's just a tap out. Tap out.
Tap out by unidentified. No, that's
Oh, no, yeah. Well, Anomaly wins this one by a tap out. It appears though, even though an unstick did occur and they tried to restick it, this may be a pending decision as still, but it appears as though Anomaly has won. They're taking their bot outside of the arena.
To give you a little bit of update about the last match, Bioluminescence won unanimously against Golden Weeby. I guess that damage wasn't enough for Golden Weeby, and the control and aggression squeaked out Bioluminescence's win. It appears as though I will be going hungry, as we will be running matches through lunch break. However, feel free to take this time to grab some snacks before the final, more epic matches as the best of our competitors compete at the very end.
All right, we're about to have our next match start. We've got Bonk versus Hodag.
represent Bonk. Bonk Rush.
You guys ready to hit the buttons?
All right, our next match will begin shortly. Got Bonk in the blue corner, Hodag in the red corner. This is Will commentating because the other commentators are on lunch break. Okay, and we're getting into it. Both of these bots seem to be in a stalemate so far, not be able to, the ground game's getting in the way of hitting each other. Bonk upside down, struggling to right itself. Okay. Good hit by Bonk. Hodag upside down, flipping around. Bonk now struggling to spin. Another good hit on Hodag. Bonk upside down, stuck on the wall now. Hodag, unstick, falling in unstick. Bonk rush, getting the unstick. All right, we'll be getting Bonk off the wall. All right. Anch, the driver for Bonk, announcing that his robot has suddenly turned off. That's not good. All right, that could be a problem. We'll see if he can somehow reestablish power to his bot in the middle of the match. An unfortunate situation for Bonk to be in right now.
Wait. I think I get turned off. Knockout. Am I dumb?
But we'll see. He gets 10 seconds. So if Bonk cannot move within 10 seconds, he will forfeit the match. Let's hope he can get going, okay? Seems that Bonk is able to spin
10,
up. We got a
9,
pin count,
8,
10.
7, 6, 5.
Okay, pin count over. Bonk, weapon not spinning. Hodag, weapon at full speed. Okay, Anch on the defensive. Okay, Bonk hiding away, trying to get his weapon back and running. Finn seems to be back. Okay, we've got lots of sparks flying on the wall again. Weapon not seeming to spin up. Another pin count going. A lot of control points for Hodag. All right, Bonk. Weapon spinning up for Bonk finally. See if he can get some hits in.
Great opportunity here for a massive hit, but he biffed it.
Hodag seems to even be stuck in the wall. Let's see if Bonk can capitalize on this position.
He was too slow.
He's pinned. All right, another stalemate. Weapons about to connect again. Nope.
Bonk's weapons seems to be having issues again.
Yeah.
Or he could have spun it down, I'm not sure which.
Seems that he spun it down, back up and spinning again. Anch panicking. All right. Anch, the driver for Bonk, getting mad at his bot right now.
A little bit of gamer rage coming out of Ankh driving Bonch. He's trying to tell his robot to spin. I think he means his weapon.
Okay, if Anch can get his robot spinning, hopefully he will be able to get back into this match. But Hodag seems to be driving him in circles.
I don't know if yelling at his bot is going to be doing him any favors for the judges, but we will find out when it comes down to the decision.
Another not being able to move count on Anch. Seems to be stuck in the wall. However, he has used his unstick, so Bonk loses the match. Hodag is your winner.
To respond to High Society Cheesecake's request of what is the best place to eat on Purdue, I would personally have to say Wiley Dining Court. Will, how do you feel about that?
I'm going to be honest, I'm not a big fan of La Fonda at Wiley Dining Court. I think it's a little overrated, and the lines are, frankly, way too long to justify the taste of La Fonda. In my personal opinion, dining courts wise, I would say Ford Dining Court. They've got a nice wood fire oven to make some pizza. I think it's very crispy pizza. And their other options are normally pretty good. They even have a second floor so you get a nice view of the campus.
If the second floor isn't closed.
Usually isn't.
Every,
Other-
every time I've been to Ford Dining Court, it has been closed.
That's simply incorrect. However, other than dining courts, I think pizza is a great option. Their specialty pizzas are usually top tier. This week they've got buffalo chicken pizza and barbecue chicken pizza. Both great options that I thoroughly enjoy. We're going to take a look at our sponsors. Thank you.
Well, I don't think I could eat buffalo chicken pizza if it was like the last thing on earth.
Seems to me that Ben is a picky eater and needs to branch out to buffalo chicken pizza.
If I had to go with a non-dining court option high-side cheesecake, I think I would pick Strings, the ramen place in downtown West Lafayette. It's extremely good, extremely high quality, and not all that expensive.
Never had it. Almost went there. Then the other person I was going to go with decided to not show up. If you're listening, I don't like you.
Will sharing a little bit of a private story there. Will, do you want to tell us a little bit more about that story?
That's kind of a sore subject for me.
We
What did you
don't
get
have-
at Streams?
Good diversion. Will, I almost always get the chicken ramen at Strings. It's incredibly good. The best part is adding the spice. It's about $1.27 extra, and it makes it incredible. The flavor it adds is amazing. It is not one of the spice packages where all you can taste is the burning taste buds in your mouth. It is in fact extraordinarily tasteful, and it adds a lot of flavor.
Okay. Yeah, I like my ramen spicy personally, so I don't know if that would be the biggest dish for me.
You don't like your ramen spicy.
I like my ramen spicier.
Okay, so you don't like to feel your mouth after you eat ramen. Is that what I'm hearing?
I think the spice adds to the experience of the ramen personally.
I have a great story. One time, my father purchased me an extremely spicy ramen package because I said I would like spicy ramen. I tried this ramen and I could not finish it to save my life. Every single time that I ate the ramen, my mouth was burning. It was like it was one of the most miserable eating experiences I think I've ever had. I ate about half the bowl until I couldn't eat anymore because my mouth hurt so much. I kept having to drink more and more milk.
Sounds like he needs more milk. Personally, sounds like he needs to tough it out. I don't think, if it's just too spicy, you just got maybe some milk ice, maybe could,
Milk ice.
milk and some ice too, just to like cool it down.
Does ice actually help?
No, it does not.
Ice makes it
I think it's placebo effect.
No, ice makes it worse because it like spreads it more around your mouth.
Kavan, adding
That's
to the
a common
equation- hold on.
misconception.
Please come in and join the speakers. We are also on lunch break. I just wanted to note, so it will just be us three, Kavan, Will, and Ben, talking about random stuff. Kavan, what did you have to say about ice and spice?
The person or like just the concept?
No, ice
Just-
and spice.
Ice and spice.
Ice and spice.
Wait, isn't that two of the ingredients for the Powerpuff Girls? Like,
I have-
something spice
I'm done.
and everything
I'm
nice.
done.
I have no
I
idea.
think we should shift the subject away from food because I am quite hungry.
There's like a food. Okay, wait, I forgot you don't get. Free
We
food.
are providing our members with food at Railside Rumble. I would like to clarify.
Will's just broke.
Our food options are extremely cheap, being only $3 per sandwich and $1 for a bottle of water.
I wanted Chick-fil-A.
Will calling me the picky eater, but requiring Chick-fil-A for his lunch.
I'm just craving Chick-fil-A personally. Not a picky eater, but
Oh shit, there's a melting.
Oh, we seem to have 2 robots loading into the arena. So I think this is going to be an exhibition match.
We may have to end our amazing conversation about ramen. Let's give a little bit of preliminary thoughts on this robot matchup. It looks like we have a full body spinner that isn't on the ground. I don't know what the plan is there, or if its angled alignment is intentional. Will, what are you thinking about this?
I think that they might have, the battery might be weighing it down on one side. It does not seem like it will, once it spins up, it doesn't look like the center of mass is in the center of the robot, which I think might pose a problem for them.
Yes.
During the competition. They seem to be starting no spin-up action from this full-body spinner. Quite a loud, oh, they're spinning
a
up.
little bit of spinning.
Okay.
And surprisingly, it doesn't seem to be that off-center. It almost acting like a Beyblade.
It looks like a spinning top, maybe, that you would see in a toy store.
That is fairly incredible. I do wonder how the drivetrain and the weapon system work.
Quite an interesting design indeed. The other vertical spinner does not seem to be able to control their robot very well, so we'll see what really happens. They seem to be locked in a stalemate right now. The vert spinner edging closer and closer to this full body spinner. Let's see if they can get a good hit in.
Just barely making the movement quota.
Seem to be wobbling quite a bit. Oh, one good hit in.
A very boring match, but not atypical of our exhibitions. Again, these are people who have built bots for fun. Some of our competitors who are actually competing with 1 and 3 pound bots did bring their own plastic ants to compete in expedition matches for fun. It does appear that the red full body spinner is having trouble spinning up now. Couldn't say that I'm surprised given the design quality.
The shell spinner finally showing some signs of actual weapon.
I disagree.
Will disagreeing with that comment by Kavan. It appears that Will may be correct though, as the full body spinner does not appear to be spinning anymore.
Oh, a little bit of spin-up action. I don't think that level of RPM is going to be getting them the damage they need to secure the win in this match, though.
Oh my god!
What just happened?
Incredible.
Incredible hit.
Hit from the first
The
spinner.
entire
Taking off the shell
bot
of the body spinner.
is exposed. The internals are on the floor. If you look to the top right of your screen, folks, this is insane. Not the end I expected for this match. For a little bit of context, if any battery is exposed during the match, it is an automatic knockout for their opponent. This is because we want to keep the arena safe, and hitting a battery could cause an increased chance of a lipofire. In the case of lipofire, the arena does have an active filtration system which changes the air of the arena about 3 times every minute.
Click it. Yeah. Speaking of Chick-fil-A, Ben, what is your go-to order?
You know, well, my go-to order for Chick-fil-A recently has honestly become the spicy chicken sandwich.
Okay.
A good classic.
I used to go with the chicken sandwich. I tried the spicy chicken sandwich one time, was a big fan. I like it a lot. I get it with Chick-fil-A sauce. I
Okay.
dump a Chick-fil-A sauce packet on there, get some waffle fries with it. You know, the remains of my Chick-fil-A sauce goes to my waffle
What's your
fries.
favorite drink?
Every time I always get a strawberry milkshake.
Oh.
They would,
Personally, what's your opinion on getting the deluxe versus just the standard? Is it worth the cost?
100%. The deluxe adds a lot of the texture from the lettuce, the juiciness from the tomatoes. I really think that it adds a level of flavor and it adds to the experience of eating this spicy chicken sandwich. I think the cheese adds a lot too.
That's true.
That's my go-to.
Will, are you more of a texture guy or a taste kind of guy?
I think they go hand in hand. I think if something could taste good, but if the texture is just horrible, I personally can't enjoy it. I think a good meal has to have a good combination of texture and taste.
I agree with Will, honestly. Because imagine you have the perfect piece of cooked chicken. It's like spiced. Imagine you have the perfect piece of cooked chicken. It's like perfectly spiced, but extremely soggy. That would be a very unfitting meal, would it not?
No, I agree. I think that is very well spoken. I think it's very reasonable to say that. What do you have an example of a time when something tasted good, but the texture was so bad you couldn't eat it? I think I do have one in mind, actually.
I have one from this morning, actually. I just got a bagel from one of the dining courts. And unfortunately, considering I was helping with arena setup, it sat in the box for a good hour or so. And I had a very soggy bagel by the end of that.
That's unfortunate, Kavon. I'm sorry.
What did he have?
A soggy bagel.
Personally, in my mind, I cannot picture a time when something has tasted good but had a bad texture. Because personally, I think when the texture is bad, it just makes it taste bad. So you can't have something taste good with a bad texture. Honestly, I think it just makes the taste bad and the eating experience bad.
Getting a cut of Jasper cleaning out the arena here with our Milwaukee pack-out vacuum. Again, thank you to Milwaukee for providing us with so many tools that made this event possible. You can see their logo in the bottom right of the screen. I think that a time when there was a food that probably tasted good, but the texture was so bad, was sweet potatoes.
Sweet potatoes.
Yes, for some reason, the texture of sweet potatoes is very off-putting for me.
Okay.
And I think that if I took the taste of sweet potatoes without the texture, I likely would enjoy it. But the stringiness yet squishiness of sweet potatoes really makes it unappealing for me.
I got what? Okay. Speaking of potatoes, I am a really big fry enjoyer. But I think when the fries are a little undercooked or a little old, a little too big, personally, I can't enjoy them because once they get too big, they lack the crispiness and the texture that I want from those fries, which I think is a great example of something that
I mean, at that point, why not just get wedges? Those are better at that point. If it's just really
I don't
thick
like
fries,
those. I don't like wedges. I think the texture's just
That's unfortunate.
like I like tiny, thin, crispy fries. Some of my favorites are fresh Zaxby's fries. If you wait like 15 minutes, I don't think they're very good. You got to eat them instantly. And once you eat them instantly, I think they're just spectacular. Yeah. Okay. Ben is suggesting that we talk about our experiences in the club. I'll go first since I joined the club last year. I joined in the fall semester. We went through onboarding and built what I thought was going to be a pretty good drum spinner. However, I quickly realized it wasn't a spectacular design, as I forgot a ball bearing on the connecting joint of this drum. So on our first spin up, it friction welded itself together and broke. However, we had time before the competition and were able to fix our flaw and compete with it. We won, I think, one match by knockout, and then our next match, our weapon broke, so the connecting point of the drum snapped during that match because it was damaged during that knockout. Big hit by there, and then when the weapon broke, it actually went into the robot and we destroyed ourselves. We were able to glue it back together before our final match, where our robot was in shambles, but we wanted to get to thank you to our sponsors, Soga, Idgressa, Repeat, and Palm Beach Bots. Back to the story, we were able to glue the bot together, and we got into one final match where we took one hit and instantly exploded into about 17 pieces. I actually keep the roof of the bot that shot onto the ceiling in my backpack because I had a very nice design I drew on it for the competition, just as a little memoir. The next semester, when we went from plant to full combat ant.
Would you like to explain what that is real quick?
Oh, a full combat ant a plant is just purely PLA and other plastics. A full combat allows you to, use metal and other heavy duty materials, which makes the bots a little more violent, a little more heavy hitting, so we wanted to use this, up in capacity of our robot to build something special. So we built a very large shuffler for the full combat ant because it allowed us to get a heavier weapon on there, because shufflers allow you to have a 1.5x weight bonus. However, we had a walking shuffler, so it was kind of high off the ground, and it was an undercutter, which made us a little off balance. And in Railside Rumble last semester, we were able to win one match before losing our next two due to the weakness of our legs.
All right, it seems we have our next exhibition matchup with a flipper against another shell spinner. This one having a far better design, it appears.
And again, if you are new to this stream, we are on lunch break and are currently running exhibition matches and talking about random stuff. If you feel inclined, feel free to leave a comment in the chat and we can answer your comments and continue talking. However, the match is beginning. Justin Springer's shell spinner here, great member of the club, mechanical lead, has built this shell spinner for the past year and has done a significant number of iterations on it. It appears as though he is having difficulty spinning up and staying on the ground.
Went up well.
His weapon doesn't spin down according to him because it has so much torque. He just recently switched out his weapon motor for a heavier duty one because he was having issues with spinning up his weapon quickly. We're just receiving word that his shell broke and the spinner's drive no longer is functioning, meaning Justin's bot, the blue bot, is knocked out.
And he has tapped.
Just another great way to show the fact that a bot, even without a weapon, can still win.
Yeah.
Just to provide a little bit of club history. The club was founded about 3 years ago when Ray and Leland, our two founders, decided that they wanted to do combat robots at Purdue. In all honesty, it's surprising that it wasn't done before then. The club began, and they had their first competition the same semester. It was extremely uncompetitive. If you are on our YouTube right now, which I assume if you're watching this stream you are, you can actually look back to our oldest live stream in which we and videos in which we have clips of that first competition. It was entirely internal and was plastic ant-weight combat robots, and everything moved incredibly slow and was not very well built. Since then, we have built up our knowledge base. We have our internal wiki on Notion, and we also have just learned more about building bots in general. One interesting thing about combat robots is there is no online presence, in the sense of it's very difficult to find information. There is no central wiki for a bunch of combat robots. It is all based off experiential learning. However, the community is extremely tight and tight-knit, meaning that you can talk to almost any large bot builder and they will give you help with your bot designs. Last year, we decided to hold our first Railside Rumble, our large external competition in which we have competitors coming from around the Midwest. We currently have 4 different universities being represented: Rose-Hulman, Ivy Tech, UIUC, Purdue, and what's the last? There's one more, but I have seemed to have forgotten. The club primarily operates in building 1 and 3 pound robots named Antweight and Beetleweight, respectively. These bots are smaller and are cheaper. However, they are a great way to learn engineering skills and do the engineering design process while also reiterating on your designs. I think it's extremely cool because every single match is like a built-in redesign, given the fact that your robot is almost certainly to be completely destroyed. It's interesting to see where your design fails and against what opponents, and how it can be improved to win matches more effectively. One of the most important parts of combat robots is simply being able to be consistent. Robots very constantly run into a variety of issues, such as electronics burning out, electronics becoming unplugged if they weren't battle-proofed properly, and a load of other issues. These issues, for the vast majority of fights, if these issues can be mitigated, apart from actually being destroyed by your opponent, you will win the match. Oftentimes, the opponent will break down in some way without you having to do all that much. However, some of the best bots at the competitions don't exhibit these issues, and that is why they are so competitive.
Up next, we have a hammer saw called Invader in the red corner against Neptune, a vertical spinner, in the blue. Both bots have been performing amazingly this comp so far.
Oh wait.
They want us back at the...
Okay. It looks like we are beginning resuming our regular programming with our first Beetleweight fight after the lunch break. I believe Josh will be joining me in a bit after he's finished his food, but Kavan will be commentating this match with me for now.
And seems like this is going to be an interesting match. Earlier in the day, Invader did seem to have some issues with drive and had to postpone one of their fights. Neptune has been going strong, winning the fights it's been put up in.
Do you want to axle
Yes, it appears that Neptune has 1 win against Bonk as our second match of the day.
announcement?
What are our
And I do not see any notes on Invader.
Neptune and blue?
Invader.
Invader.
Invader versus Neptune. It will be an exciting match. Hammersaws have not been performing very well today. I really am hoping to see a good performance out of this one. However, Invader is a very strong competitor and will be very difficult to compete against.
And
The aggressive tactics off grid.
certainly for sure. Let's see where this one goes. And welcome back. Sorry. A little bit of lunch definitely helped. And a little bit of lunch definitely helped for Invader. He's getting a little feisty with it. And he put Neptune on the ropes and deliver a strong starting blow. He can. He can.
Great slip away there, though.
Yes, yes. Invader is still looking for that hit, but they are getting hit themselves. Can they use their forks to right themselves and get back into it before that spinning blade becomes obsolete? Because it does look like it is. Neptune is putting the works in early on.
Both bots finding difficulty getting strong hits on each other just due to how good their ground game is. Ground game being the parts on the front of the robot used to get underneath each other. It is incredibly important to the overall performance of a bot.
There definitely seems to be a pushing battle involved, and it looks like Neptune is really getting into it right now. They are pushing Invader onto the side, over the wall, over the side, everywhere you could imagine. The pinball effect is in play right here, and it looks like it's not going too well for Invader to start. They really need to get that weapon back up again, but I just don't think it is.
You can never count out a hammer saw, though, because one hit is all it takes to completely shut off the other robot.
And it looks like their weapon is back on, and they're delivering some killer blows. Let's see if Neptune can keep it going. Oh, it looks like they're a little bit stuck, but they're making their way back up again, and the weapon is back. But it looks like Invader has them in their class. Can they deliver another nice blow?
It does seem as though both weapon motors are off. Unfortunate for both drivers. I'm sure that that's not what he wants to see.
And I'm going crazy about this one. What can they do? They're both weaponless. The sumo battle has ensued, and now we have to see both weaponless go ahead. And look at Invader trying to go, flailing. Please, let me go. Let me go. Oh, and they did. They had to unpin them. That eventually happens after 10 seconds. But it looks like the floor battle, like you said, Ben, is going to be very important. And look, the weapon is back. The weapon is trying to just come back on Neptune. Will they be able to do anything with that, though?
A little bit of life out of that weapon. I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Oh, it's a lot of life. That's a lot of life. Oh,
right
that's
back to life.
And look at it go. Look at the sparks.
Neptune flying over Invader.
Well, let's see if they can land a good blow here. Would be very crucial. But they just can't seem to do it. The wily Invader is holding themselves up, but not anymore. They have them pinned.
Massive hits against the wall. Great job, Neptune.
And looks like that should be it. A judge's decision is going to be underway, but it looks like Invader has had its work cut out for it. We really have to see what comes of this.
Hammer saws often rely on destroying the other robot. If the hammer saw is unable to get a knockout using its spinning blade at the end of the arm, it often will lose, simply because of the fact that it is unable to do much damage without actually destroying the opposing robot. The reason why it has a hammer and a saw is simply because it drops down from the top of the robot. Oftentimes, robots' top plates, the top that covers all of their electronics, is significantly weaker and thinner than all the other armor on the robot because they're saving weight. Because of this, hammer saws take advantage and try to pierce the battery or other important electronics, therefore automatically shutting off the other robot and getting them a knockout. Excited to see the results of that last match. It was extremely close. Let's take ahead and look at our Beetle bracket going on. A couple more exciting matches. I'm really looking forward to unidentified fighting objects next match. Their down spinning vertical is an extremely interesting design that I've never seen before, and I would like to see how it performs up against the winner of Centurion and Pulverizer. Our next match is going to just a little guy, or I apologize. Our last match is yet to be decided, but the next match is going to be just a little guy versus Vertical Destruction. Vertical Destruction being the one to beat here, getting a massive win over Pulverizer, absolutely destroying that robot. However, just a little guy doing a pretty strong performance against Centurion in its previous match, absolutely blowing off the UHMW side armor. Just want to take this time to once again say thank you to our sponsors, Repeat Robotics, Palm Beach Robotics, Soga, and IT Gracia for sponsoring this event. Again, this event would not be possible without them, and they've graciously provided the prize pools for the event. Our first split decision of the day from the Neptune Invader match, Neptune pulling out the win by one judge vote. Incredibly impressive match and not an entirely unsurprising result, but very excited to see how Neptune performs going forward.
Oh, these are big boys.
Our next Beetleweight match starting right now, once again, just a little guy versus Vertical Destruction. Josh, who is your money on?
I really have to put my money on Vertical Destruction. They carry through!
Massive hit!
And they hit immediately! But with the lack of a fork trend they originally had, destroyed for the last match, keep them at bay. It doesn't seem that's working though. Vertical Destruction is going ahead. But they've lost their weapon for a moment. Can just little guys take advantage? Can that little mentality keep them going? We have to see. They're struggling.
Vertical Destruction seemed to have trouble turning earlier due to how fast its weapon is spinning. Those gyroscopic forces are not doing it any favor.
For sure, indeed. Those forks, as I mentioned before, were lost in the previous game, and it looks like it's hurting them very valiantly. They are trying, but the floor is fighting back, and look at them pinball! Look at that pinball! But it looks like Invader and Vertical Destruction is having the real trouble here, and they pin themselves on the wall. That is such a shame.
It does seem as though the Vertical Destruction is having trouble flipping. It uses a small bar, it appears, but the bar is not pushing up far enough to get them to turn over.
And it does look like a non-stick situation was called. They have to confirm if it is a non-stick, though it doesn't look like it from our angle, but please keep tuned. The weapons are off, and we are making the command. It looks like they are going to try to go for it, though. We'll have to see.
Josh, I'm a little bit worried about just a little guy's left wheel.
Oh, same. I see the same point you're making.
It's not seen on the screen, but the left wheel is bending off the robot, and it looks like it could come off at any minute. If that wheel comes off, I don't think just a little guy stands a chance against Vertical Destruction's weapon.
And the unstick has occurred. Unfortunately, it looks like for Vertical Destruction, they are on their side. So this might not be the best scenario for them. We cannot flip them. That is just how the ruling does work. If they can get back up again and get things to go, that would be great for them.
I'm surprised that just a little guy doesn't take this opportunity to get a big hit in. It's almost a free shot. There goes the wheel, just as I had worried.
They just missed quite well, and it looks like both teams are flailing. But if the team that has the most energy goes, and what a hit is that!
And that wheel is completely gone from just a little guy being undrivable at this point.
And they have tapped out a complete turnaround for Vertical Destruction. At one moment being nearly knocked out, or seemingly so, coming right back to life. And unfortunately, for just a little guy, they made just a little mistake on hitting the wall. Not the right timing. It did not work. They lost their wheels, and they were punished brutally by Vertical Destruction, and they move on to the Final Four.
If I was just a little guy, I would try focusing on getting better clamping mechanisms for my wheel motors. Those wheel motors pulled right out. It seemed like there was barely anything holding them in the first place, which is a little bit concerning, given the fact that there is no armor on those wheels. Josh, if I had to make a prediction, I think that I would say that Vertical Destruction could win it all here. It's been extremely dominant in both of its matches, and does not seem to have any real issues except for flipping.
I definitely agree with you. I like the postulation on that matter. I do feel as though Vertical Destruction is my favorite to win. They have far more strength than any other bot has shown so far, at least. That said, though, I do like the other bots that are remaining in this competition. Manticora and Anomaly have shown their strengths at certain moments, and Neptune has had its moments as well. Very, very exciting to see these teams battle each other. The strongest of the strong will fight for that title.
I also would keep my eye out for PP. Although the strange name, that bot does seem to perform extremely well with its drum configuration. I know that he's been working hard in the pits after that last match with that top plate coming off, but I do think that although he had struggled a little bit, I think that he's still a top contender for his bracket.
Yes. I also would postulate the same thing for bioluminescence. After a strong and well-earned win against Golden Wee Wee, they straddle in for a new challenge up ahead, a soon-to-be-named opponent, if I'm not wrong. Toothache, another strong opponent. They have had a very unique climb to this moment. That is a fight I'm very excited. I will be bookmarking that over the coming minutes.
Absolutely, Josh. Josh, we just received a comment. What school would you like to see join the competition next year? I would love to see some of the extremely competitive schools such as MIT come in. I know that they have a great combat robotics program there. I think that it would be extremely exciting to see them compete. I would also like to see a more organized and UIUC-based team come out. We have University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign competitors here. However, we do not have a team specifically representing their program. It would be interesting to see what they could bring out to a Railside Rumble and it's how they would perform.
I definitely agree with you. I also feel like we should reach out as a fellow Big Ten school to other nearby Big Ten squads. I'm glad UIUC is here, but also IU and Wisconsin have possible programs of their own, maybe more Wisconsin than IU. No offense to them, but they don't really have much of an engineering department, as is Michigan, though. Michigan has had a great success in previous years getting those certain things to work for them. So I'll definitely say that we can see that more in the future.
Coming out of the loser bracket for our next match, Revolver and Segbit. I'm curious to see how Revolver performs in the, again, built by Eric, one of the club members, a freshman, but with extreme experience in building combat robots, was having technical difficulties, so he has yet to fight this today. Segbit, built by Aiden Powers, also multiple-time NHRL competitor, bringing part of his 30-pound bot made of Tigris and TPU, Segbit, a control bot that was an extremely unique design, flipping its Tigris blades up to prevent the other robot from moving. He decided to bring a portion of that bot to this competition as a 3-pound. Josh, welcome back. Thank you for announcing those two bots. Again,
oh, here we go.
Like I was saying, I'm very curious to see how Revolver will perform in this match, given the fact that it's the first time we're seeing it drive.
And the undercutter method could be a crucial thing for Segbit, considering that Segbit themselves doesn't have a true weapon other than that long, ungainly thing. I don't really have another way to say it.
Absolutely, whatever that thing is, it is hitting stuff, but not very hard.
Yes, and it does look like the Revolver is having early issues, not just moving, but trying to find the target that is Segbit. They are moving so fast. Oh, and look at that now.
Yes, if I was Revolver right now, I would be looking for main damage on the chassis of Segbit. I think that that's the best way to win this match, because Segbit consistently seems to demonstrate extreme control and aggression on its opponent, although it doesn't necessarily do much damage.
Yes, and I will say that is the saving grace of this robot. It is well in control right now. And while the damage has been monumental for both sides, you can clearly see that the aggression is mostly on Segbit, who is just running around, using the size of the box to their advantage and using their overall size.
Wow!
To
Look
pin.
at that pin!
Wow.
That is impressive work by Aiden Powers driving.
Oh.
But Revolver gets out, but great control points there. Very, very impressed by that pin. Again, this bot is not built to be a 3-pound bot, it's a 30-pound bot.
But it seems to be doing just the same as is. And look at Revolver trying to work their way around. They are going for that main chassis, and they just can't seem to get the right hit right now. They really need to pin him and hope for the best.
Yeah, if I was Revolver right now, I would be worried. I think that Segbit has so far demonstrated extreme control and aggression, like always. Revolver really needs to start getting some damage on that chassis. This could be an opportunity, but that undercutter might be too low. Segbit's wheels, extremely large, oversized honestly, are keeping it far off the ground away from that undercutter. This could be trouble for Revolver.
And it does look like Segbit has that dash ability. They are using it to slide over the undercutter, which is a big problem, although I will say the open wedge is allowing Revolver to get back in. And the Revolver themselves is just still being manhandled. There's not much they can do to win that in particular. But look at this. It's a nice pin.
Segbit is being stuck on top of Revolver. Very interesting technique, but wiggles free anyway.
I know, and it does look like Revolver themselves is having a bit of a problem getting unstuck, although they have done so pretty quickly.
I imagine Revolver does not feel good getting trapped in the corner by that massive Tigris blade.
No, for certain or not. And yet at the same time, though, Revolver is still going. They are very, very indignant on trying to win this match. There are 10 seconds, though, so there might not be much more they can do. A last-minute blow would be crucial, and there it is.
A little bit of cutting on that blade, however, probably not enough to squeeze out the win. Josh, I have to say I'm a little bit disappointed in Revolver. I think that it could have been an extreme competitor. That was early malfunctions that I was handling, which caused it to forfeit, is a really, really deep blow for Eric. I'm sure he's not happy with this result.
No, I'm sure as well. And this is a tough battle to lose. Segbit is a rough robot. Getting over them is not an easy match. They did lose their first, but it looks like they're about to win their second. Good match overall, but it appears as though the judges will decide their fates.
Mimi PP in the chat talking about Northwestern in the Chicago area. I actually can attest to this. A lot of our newer members this year came from the Chicago area. They have a high school robotics program that's incredibly well thought out and old. It was very surprising to hear because we hadn't had anyone from that program before. I'm excited. We were actually planning on reaching out this spring to talk to them about possibly doing some sort of team.
And I do parry that moment. I think Northwestern's another great school, another Big Ten school, as I had mentioned before. We want to get more of those involved. I do feel like this being a local Midwestern competition is a wonderful start to what could be a fantastic rise here. And I think Combat Robotics in general is showing a fantastic rise. Oh. Yeah, you heard that too. If you're randomly here, I guess you'll have to get some sandwiches.
Again, Kavan doing his work in the arena, cleaning it out after every match. Extreme thanks to him. This would not be possible without all of the student volunteers that are taking their time out of their Saturday to work this event. We have about 30 volunteers working here right now, including Josh and I, who are helping make this event possible and to have a smooth competition for our competitors.
And we do hope you've enjoyed our commentary and overall incitement. I really feel like this has definitely been a nice stream as we have gone on. And I'm glad we haven't had any true technical difficulties since the start of the morning.
Yes, absolutely. I'm glad we got those figured out. And again, thank you to our sponsors, Soga, IT Railside Robotics, Repeat Robotics, and Palm Beach Bots for helping out with this event. Next match going to be starting here soon. We have Mad in the blue corner and Sunflower Supernova in the other. There's a slight pause given the fact that the judges are still deliberating on the Segbit Revolver match. That match was incredibly close, so it's no fault to them.
Does look like the voting for Segbit Revolver has definitely sprung into a deeper level. It looks really, really close. This was a close game as is, so we'll have to see how things go.
Looks like the judges are nearing their decision. We will have that result with you shortly.
Actually, a unanimous.
It just came in that Revolver won the Segbit Revolver match in a unanimous judges' decision. This is outstanding. I'm incredibly excited to see where Revolver goes after this. I think that he has extreme competition potential, and we haven't seen it. We have not seen him at his best yet.
I should reduce the time on this animation.
We will now resume our match right now between Mad and Sunflower Supernova.
Oh, and an early hit. And a big one at that. It looks like both bots are really struggling, particularly Sunflower Supernova. Their pink thing is just not going anywhere.
Interesting note about Sunflower Supernova, he actually requested to be put in the red corner because he works for Milwaukee.
But it doesn't look like it's going to last for that long. They are starting to get counted out. Can they crab walk their way out of this, or will they get punished even more by Mad in his rampage on the box? Oh, good pin, good pin.
Yeah,
Yes.
getting an unorthodox pin there. I haven't seen that before. Oh,
And the unpin has happened, and the blade is
Sunflower
back.
Supernova using his blade to get unstuck. Very, very good technique there. Glad to get his.
And let's see if that works in the long run. They have to make a blow now, or else things will not go good for the judge's decision.
You can really hear that screaming of Sunflower Supernova's
Oh!
weapon. Massive hit from Mad. It's almost flying.
And it really looks like they're having more trouble than Sunflower, which is quite surprising. So they were nearly counted out. Oh!
Big
and
hit.
it looks like that wheel fell off once again. Oh, but can they move? Can they? Oh, they can move in one wheel. Who needs wheels? They get their own wheel while they're at it.
He's still showing fairly strong movement. This is incredibly impressive. Mad not moving. Could this be a win from Sunflower's superpower? Or Supernova.
And they're gloating it. They're hitting against the wall. They might as well do their dance. This team has yet to win a game overall. If they get the chance, this is now their time. Both weapons have powered off, and the sumo battle begins.
The key here is truly to show aggression. Can the bot that can barely move show more aggression than the other?
And it looks like Supernova is crashing out. He is very aggressive, as he mentioned earlier. And it looks like a pin! A pin has happened!
A pin with barely working bots is incredibly impressive.
A pin at that, too. Another awkwardly timed pin. Look at this. In the middle of the box. Can he even release? Oh, it might be a double knockout if this happens.
Can we show movement on either bot?
I don't think we can.
And that's going to be the match. I think it's going to come down. Oh, with
Oh,
the unstick,
no, we have to
apologize.
unstick that one, of course. And looks like we have. And the game will resume very shortly with Sunflower Supernova currently, or previously pinning Mad, who seems to be pretty angry with the situation, if I were them. And the restart has happened. Still no weapons have turned on.
I do believe that if it comes down to a judge's decision, that misspin wheel on Sunflower Supernova is going to be a big issue.
But looks like it's not going to happen, though, because Sunflower Supernova has been knocked out. Untimely is the matter. A great and valiant fight. They turned the tide middle of the way through, but the stick kind of lost them there. They lost all drive, and just barely crab walking away is Mad, who is very lucky to have won that game.
Absolutely, Josh. I think that it will be interesting to see where Mad goes. I'm a little bit disappointed in Sunflower Supernova getting knocked out. The color scheme was very unique, and I personally enjoyed it.
Yes, and the aforementioned Pink Pony Punk has now lost, I think, 13 straight games. It happens to the best of us, but he is still a resolved man with a resolved family that is so desirable to have in this field. We are so happy for him.
The
Next match coming up, we have Hobgoblin, Nathan Haynes' original, the club president, and Boston Tea Party. Boston Tea Party having competed earlier with a titanium wedge, getting knocked off in the middle, right at the beginning of the match, and losing it.
The Boston Tea Party and order.
Nathan trying to come back off of that loss earlier today to, I believe, bioluminescence. Josh, can you confirm that with me? Who the Hobgoblin loss was to who?
Oh, the Hobgoblin loss. Give me just seconds. Oh, well, actually,
Never
I'll have to
mind.
decide later.
The bots are not going to wait for us. That is for sure.
And it looks like Boston Tea Party's up to an early start.
Boston Tea Party, being a flipper, is going to want to show as much control as possible, which he is doing right now with a
Oh,
pin.
he has him pinned well. Oh, and a good knockback.
Again, once again, pinned up against the sidewall. Again, showing great control, great drivetrain building. If I remember correctly, Boston Tea Party's first matches came from Railside Rumble 1. Coming back here to try and do it again and compete extremely well. I'm excited to see it.
Yes, and Hobgoblin has started to gain momentum. They are pushing around Boston Tea Party. We'll have to see if the party will keep going for them as their weapon has been a little bit broken. As you can see, the little blue piece on the floor in the middle. They are pushing aside once again. The control battle likely favoring Tea Party, but not too much anymore. And it looks like the aggression is going well in the favor.
And Hobgoblin getting stuck on that floor seam as the matches have gone on and the floors have gotten messed up. Vertical spinners, particularly with their low forks, are going to start getting caught in the floor, leaving them potentially vulnerable to their opponents.
Yes, and that is a very important part of this arena function. Another pin has started to happen. This time, Hobgoblin once again on the side of the wall.
Hobgoblin's not looking too great here. I would really need to see more damage from Hobgoblin. But the build on Boston Tea Party is so difficult to mingle.
Yes, for sure, and they're really struggling here. Looks like another pin has started.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, unpin.
And another pin unpinning has happened. It looks like Hobgoblin is really desperate for a hit there. They're just circling around. And it looks like they are getting the slight hits on Tea Party, but is the damage really sticking? Because it doesn't seem like it is right now.
No, absolutely agree. They really need to get some better hits in. I would like to see some hits on the side. Or like the back here, beautiful hit, but not enough. I think that he needs to come at him with more force. This could be a big hit.
And it is, but it still doesn't feel like it's much. Boston Tea Party is running on fumes. And look, another pin is in the midst of happening.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hobgoblin really feeling the power of American aggression out of Boston Tea Party.
For sure, this patriotic punk is fighting his way through with the lifts, the holds. He is getting kicked around a little bit, but that happens from time to time. He is controlling the battle, and the aggressiveness as well is likely going to him. Damage is Hobgoblin's saving strike, and they need to strike more. They really need to push it with these few seconds remaining.
I really want to point out how well Boston Tea Party is driving here. He's using the fact that Hobgoblin can't turn quickly due to the gyroscopic forces of his vertical spinner and getting behind him. Because Boston Tea Party has no limitations like that, he is able to quickly spin around and get on the backside of Hobgoblin where he's not a threat.
And it looks like a tough decision for the judges here. Hobgoblin did show some nice points in the aggressiveness and especially damage column, but control was all in the favor of Boston Tea Party. This will be another close deciding match.
We're currently waiting on that judge's decision to come from the Hobgoblin Boston Tea Party match.
And they are inspecting the damage quite well in the judge's corner to our left. Our next matchup between Pete and... What is the next game? Pete and
Get Hammered by Raymond Frazee, the former club president.
Yes, and these are both, once again, losers. If you recall, if you were here magically at the start of the game, you did see Pete, the ungainly creature of Purdue, lose in like 10 seconds. He just couldn't get himself uprighted. There he is again. That's disgusting. Let's time him in.
I'm hoping to see a very dominant win here from Get Hammered. I think it's a win that he needs, and I think it will help boost his confidence going forward. It is just in. There was a split decision between the Hobgoblin and Boston Tea Party matchup, with the Hobgoblin winning the match. I have to say that I am surprised. I think Boston Tea Party showed a lot of aggression and a lot of control, but the judges, two of the judges, decided that it went in Hobgoblin's favor. This next matchup being Pete versus Get Hammered. Again, Pete being the abomination that has the Purdue Pete's head with its tongue sticking out. You can see it in the top of your screen now. And this match is on its way. Josh, what are you thinking the result is going to be for this bout?
I'm not allowed to choose sides here, but I really do hope Pete gets hammered here. That is such a weird thing to happen. Oh no! Pete's getting hit! Oh, but can Pete respond? Wait, he kinda can! He can somewhat respond, except he gets knocked and pinned into the corner again. Hammer Saw is ripping apart his face. Not the makeover you want for big old Pete.
Yeah, I'm sure Pete is not enjoying this saw in his face.
And the unpinning has trying to occur, but it looks like they're gonna pin again. Can Pete escape the onslaught?
You know, I'm really surprised about the lack of damage being done by Get Hammered's weapon. I think it's a little bit concerning. I think that he might be running a different configuration than was last time, although I might be wrong. A little bit of scratching on Purdue Pete, but more of scratching than actual cutting.
Yes, the cosmetic damage is a little bit unsettling. It makes Pete look a little more disgusting, but it doesn't seem to be stopping Pete's ever-timely movements. That said, though, the control and aggression are still very much in favor of Get Hammered, who just doesn't seem to give up. We're trying to actually do damage this time to Pete.
And I have to say, I sure hope that Pete gets more damage. Maybe I'm not allowed to say that, but I don't like looking at that thing.
No, I certainly don't. I hope the tongue falls off. It looks so ghastly. I can't say much else to it. But look at this. This is something awkward. He's spinning him around like a ballerina. Oh, and look at that. Pete tried to do something. Oh, the head.
Decent hit on the head of Purdue Pete.
Oh, his skull's getting smashed in. He lost his hat.
No.
Oh, and there's nothing on top, just as expected. The brainless creature keeps going.
Oh, a little bit of sparks shooting out there.
But I think that was from Get Hammered hammering itself on the wall. Can Pete keep going? The spirit of Purdue runs through him, but only how much will it last?
I have to wonder, what are those spikes on the side of Purdue Pete?
It might be the other part of its weapon, if it has a weapon. I don't really know. I think the tongue is a weapon.
I thought looking at it was the weapon, Josh.
I think looking at it is the weapon. Look at the way it looks at me. Those unblinking eyes. It's so shocked even at its own existence. But I'm not a philosopher. I can't question those things. But I can question how much more of a beating it can take. And now it's on its side. I don't think it can self-right. What do you think, Ben?
I'm thinking that thing is going to stay down, and this match will be coming to an end shortly.
That said, though, Pete, they're not letting go of Pete just yet. They're going to keep him around and keep on rolling. Oh, but here he goes. He's a little bit stuck.
And that match is over. It goes to a judge's decision.
Which I think will be decided very quickly and very smoothly, so we can move on to our next fight. I know our past 2 decisions have been very, very closely decided. I can say for certain that this one not only will be quick to clean up, but also very quick to decide upon.
Yes, Josh, I would be incredibly surprised if this judge's decision lasted more than a few minutes. I think that was a clear-cut win for one of the robots in the arena.
And I will say, this is not my own decision, but congrats to Pete for sticking around for 3 minutes. That is far better than like the 15 seconds it endured at the very start of this game. And despite its pains and gains, it's still alive somehow.
Our judge's decision is coming in now, and unsurprisingly, it is unanimously going to get hammered. I'm excited to see how that hammer saw does in the future. And our next match is going to be Centurion and Pulverizer. A great matchup for sure. Centurion losing originally to a horizontal spinner in just a little thing. Hopefully, he can perform better against this new horizontal spinner, Pulverizer. Here we can see Kavan cleaning out the arena, again doing a great job at making sure that the arena is free of debris as best we can after each of these matches.
Yeah, gotta love the common cam. He's coming in, doing all the hard work. Gotta love it for him.
Here we see Pulverizer entering the arena with a new colored weapon, going with the red. I don't know if that weapon is any different than the previous one, but it does look fairly cool. Pulverizer, a bot that's been in the works for a couple years now,
On green.
is hoping to get a big win out of here. Manan Singh, the builder, has been in combat robots for one of the longest out of anybody in the club and has had lots of experience. From California, he even started his own combat robots event which is being publicized on television to this day.
Pretty aggressive to me today, so.
And he's definitely aggressive from the start. He powered on his own before the game even started. He is eager to get his first win of the day here.
Absolutely, Josh. I'm excited to see where this goes.
Oh, this could be dangerous to start.
It almost looks like Polarizer's weapon. Oh,
Oh!
massive blow.
What fell off?
Off the beginning.
Oh! And it looks like Pulverizer lost a bit of. Oh no, it's not Pulverizer that lost a lot. It is not Pulverizer. It looks like the damage that was done earlier to Centurion when they lost a lot of their drivetrain has happened once again, and Pulverizer is about to take advantage.
Really highlighting the fact that Centurion's side armor is not securely attached. The exact same thing happened when it fought just the little guy. The side armor completely ripped off right away on the first blow, giving Pulverizer here a big win, a win that it needed to go forward and hopefully win its way out of the loser's bracket.
For sure, that is correct. And honestly, very good repair work. I guess that might be the battle that was truly won with Pulverizer winning it against Centurion. It's just a shame that the original injury they suffered in their starting game was what did them in once again. But a noble and valiant fight and a great hit. One of the best hits we've seen so far today.
Absolutely, I love the sparks flying. As we watch Will clean out this arena, I want to give a little bit of note. Railside Robotics, although we primarily operate in 1 and 3 pound robots, is actually working on building a 30-pound robot right now. We're currently getting funding for it, and we're hoping to go and compete internationally this spring. We think that the club has the potential to compete extremely competitively in this space. And although we will always do these small bots, we think that it would be beneficial to do a larger project while at Purdue.
I think that's definitely a very noble and strong idea. Purdue has had its long engineering culture, and robotics is a very strong facet of it, as seen here today with the Railside Robotics Club. I think in general here, the Rumble has done great success and will lead us to a greater program in the future. I'm so excited to see what comes of this next. And yes, a 30-pound robot is definitely in the works somewhere.
next match coming up, we have PP and Anomaly. PP again being our reigning champion at Railside Rumble, winning last year in the 3-pound category. And Anomaly, a new competitor as far as I understand, coming in with an amazing looking bot. I'm really excited to see some of the damage that this thing can do. And this will be an extremely close match, and I'm ready to watch sparks fly.
Push her way through, and this anomaly has continued to grow here at Railside Rumble. But in the blue corner, Sam starts to defend his title. It's PP. Let the fight begin.
And looks like we're about to set off on the best game so far. And immediately off the jump, it looks like PP has planted itself in a stick situation over Anomaly. Can Anomaly fight back on early?
We shall find out. I was noting, Anomaly has had fairly easy matchups so far. I will say it had a matchup against Segbit, and then against Unidentified Fighting Object.
And it hasn't received damage until now. Look at that drivetrain. It just melted away. PP is putting in the work. Can Anomaly respond?
Anomaly launching itself off the wall, something I've never seen before.
Oh, the damage is severe.
Massive gashes into the polycarb on the side here. That is impressive.
But look, PP is bouncing around themselves. Can they maintain themselves to keep it? Oh, they're pushing around Anomaly. Can Anomaly fight their way back? The tooth battle has ensued. Oh, wow.
Interesting note about drum spinners.
And it
when
looks
they,
like,
I apologize. It looks like there is a
tap out, I want to say.
I think so.
A tap out from Anomaly. Their drivetrain just went kaput. It is a shame to watch it happen just like that, but PP has kept the title hopes alive, and they have advanced. Anomaly, a great fight indeed.
Extremely impressive. It's so unfortunate that that drivetrain went out. That drivetrain seemed to be doing extremely well. I wonder what happened. I mean, it's very difficult to make a robot take those massive hits. As I've talked about before, those wires inside are going to get pulled. If all of your wires are not battle-proofed, tied down, all of the connectors taped shut, you're going to get things unplugging, you're going to get wires cut, and your robot is going to turn off. That is one thing that I think we could say for sure about PP, is that those wires and that internal on the robot is all very well battle-proofed. We've seen it take hits over and over, go flying constantly, and yet it does not turn off.
And it looks like we're going from strength to strength. Manticora will be facing up against Ampere, another battle on the unbeaten. If I'm not wrong, this will decide who plays each other in the near championship bout. I believe this is our final four being decided right here, if I am not wrong. Let's check the bracket to make sure I'm right.
Absolutely. So we have our final four coming in soon, but
and it does appear as though, if I'm not wrong,
Manticore and Ampere coming in for the Antler division on the top of the winner's bracket. This will be an interesting match. Ampere showing a very strong performance, again, given the fact that these drum spinner configurations do very well in combat robots.
doo-doo.
both bots coming up have had fairly strong competition in their last match, with their first matches being fairly easy wins. It's going to be curious to see how they go up against a bot that is more similar to their own level. This is where the true bot builder becomes seen.
This is Manchester
Massive hit coming out of
we're
the
starting
gate.
great.
Insane blows.
Can Manticore survive that? I don't think they can.
Manticore not showing movement, a little bit worried here about this.
And they're being counted down early.
That massive blow may have done them in. Oh, I see movement.
Oh, they're going
It's back.
But can Ampere deliver another final bonus, and Manticore's in an even worse spot than before?
Ampere being a kind and professional competitor, not hitting Manticore even though it's not moving. However, this does have a drawback.
And it looks like a tap out, or a knockout, I should say, has occurred. Ampere belts on Manticore. That is such a display of strength. They are the team to beat in the Antweight division.
Absolutely, Josh. I think that they could go all the way. They are entering our final bracket on the winner's side. They will be either going up against Toothache or Bioluminescence. All right, this next matchup we have Golden Wee Wee and Poink coming out of the losers bracket. Golden Wee Wee losing to Bioluminescence in a unanimous decision earlier. And again, Poink is built by our own Eric, a freshman with lots of experience in building combat robots in Railside Robotics. We are also hearing from Eric that this is a bad matchup for him. I think that he's a little bit worried about the horizontal spinner of Golden Wee Wee possibly knocking off one of his exposed wheels. A major decision between combat robots is, are you going to put side armor on those wheels? You have to dedicate a lot of weight to doing so, but it can save you from getting it knocked off. Drivers either have to have confidence in their clamping on their motors and their wheel mounting, or they can spend that weight on putting armor around them, such as a bot like Bioluminescence. This match is about to begin. This is going to be an exciting one.
And from the get-go, a good hit between Golden Wee Wee and Poink.
Oh, a big stick on Golden Wee Wee. That's going to be an interesting one. I don't think they're going to be able to get that undone. What is that stuck into, Josh?
I think it's stuck into the right into the middle of Poink. We'll have to see what happens. I think they're going to have to slow down, pause this, and do an unstick after the second done.
The fact that it was able to get there is very concerning to me. I think
wow.
it was ended up being free. I'm not seeing any movement out of Golden Wee Wee's weapon. This is very surprising and uncharacteristic of Golden Wee Wee. Getting a pin up against the sidewall, Eric is going to be very happy about this one.
Yes, and Poink has to let go of the 10-second rule as always, but can they pin them again before the weapon starts doing? They do actually. Oh, and they're going to push him around give him a little tour of the box, you know, if Poink can keep him going, but it actually looks like they're not even going. And they've tapped out.
That is very unexpected. I have watched many matches of Golden Wee Wee's configuration in the past and today, and that is not something that happens very often. That is going to be knocking Golden Wee Wee out of the competition and putting Poink up in the loser's bracket.
And that is such a surprise from what was last year's most dangerous robot, or most destructive robot. A true killer in the square has turned into a loser in just 2 matches. And for Doink, great turnaround for Eric. He had his issues with both this bot and Revolver, and luckily things are working themselves clean here for at least one of his 2 bots.
Absolutely, and it is good to note that Golden Wee Wee's creator also has, PP still in the beetleweight bracket, so he will still be competing with one of his bots. He is not knocked out of the tournament entirely.
Yes, and PB himself is a great bot, probably the front runner right now in his division. We'll have to see, though, as the numbers keep dropping.
Absolutely, Josh. We will get back to you once we have our next match queued up. Next
Fight. Begin.
next match underway very shortly. We have Hodag and Herbert. Herbert losing to our current leader in the Beetleweight division, PP. This will be a good match. I'm excited to see how this goes.
Oh, wow.
And we have started. Hodag trying to come out strong. It looks like they're not really able to get much connection on this, although we do see a little bit there.
And let's see, man, because Hodag and Herbert have some strong weapons. But right now, they're just toying with each other, getting that small hit in. Like
Big
right
hit.
there is what you need to see.
Love to see that from Herbert.
And look at this.
Another major hit from Herbert. Herbert's weapon is just so big. Verticals really have that advantage. The reason why he has it so far off the ground is so he can make the weapon larger, increasing its maximum tip speed. If you think about the rotational velocity multiplied by the distance, that's going to be your end tip speed. So the larger the weapon, the better the tip speed and the more energy you can impart.
And it definitely looks like that's working well in the favor of Herbert, who is just hog-dogging with Hodag right now. Can Hodag do anything? Its weapon is really not becoming a factor here. It is all Herbert from here.
Absolutely, these matchups against these large vertical spinners can be difficult for configurations like Hodag. They need to be able to get some sort of hit, but their weapon is so small compared to the massive weapon of Herbert that it can barely make connection.
And it definitely is continuing, as while there is not an insane amount of damage in this fight, the tension is leading up to a massive hit to be on the way, and that's one to start of it. Oh, but Hodag, though, has pushed themselves a little bit too far. They tried to go in for the jugular on Herbert, and it just didn't work. And here they are once again on the defensive side, just trying. Oh, there they go. A little offense.
Herbert getting underneath the plate of, or I apologize, Hodag getting underneath the plate of Herbert could cause some damage if that bottom plate is really thin. I imagine it's carbon fiber. Hodag could get underneath it and cut a wire from beneath.
And they're trying to do that right now, but it doesn't look like it's working. And now they're on their side once again, hitting into the side. Oh, and it looks like something has happened to the weapon chain on Hodag. It is falling off, and Hodag is really in the worse for wear right now. They are just getting bodied by Herbert.
Hodag is not happy about that.
And
Its
the
weapon
weapon chain
completely
has
coming off.
completely fallen off. What will Hodag do? Are they going to keep going for the 3 minutes? This would be a good place for them to tap out if they wanted to.
I don't think Hodag wants to tap out. I think he's going to keep going this entire time. Maybe he'll use it like a mace hitting the side
We'll have to
of
see.
Herbert.
He is using his strength to push around the harder motor. And look at that. Despite the damage, he is pinning the wall. Hodag is putting the aggressiveness in, surprisingly. Oh, and they've been flipped, but they're going to keep going underneath. But the game has ended, and a judge's decision will decide both of their fates.
Josh, I'm thinking that Herbert took that one for the win. That massive damage and the fact that the weapon fell off of Hodag is difficult to beat. I think that if Hodag were to have some sort of redemption, it would be in the fact that it had pretty good aggression towards the end and maybe a little bit more control.
Yes, I definitely agree with you. I feel like the decision could be close depending on how you viewed. Hodag really stuck around. They did not give up even when their weapon broke early on and eventually broke off entirely. I will say, though, for Herbert, they dominated and kicked Hodag around like a little soccer ball, but I don't know how much that will mean at the end of all this, especially with the way the judge has been calling control and aggression.
Absolutely, and in this match really showcases how important it is to build your weapon mount to be able to withstand your own energy. When you're imparting the force onto the other robot, you're also receiving the same force. Think Newton's law. Because of that, you need to actually build your weapon mount to withstand the same impacts that you're putting onto the opponent. In this case, Hodag was unable to do that, and that's why his weapon broke off. A very rapid decision coming in, declaring out of the Hodag and Herbert match, Herbert the unanimous winner. Just hearing from the creator of bioluminescence that he taped something or glued something onto the front of his bot. He was telling the judges that so they don't dock him points when it eventually and likely inevitably comes off of his robot. This is something that is actually fairly intelligent to do because it makes them understand that this part is disposable and should not be counted much towards overall damage to his bot. This next match coming up, we have Bioluminescence and Toothache. This match will decide who competes against Ampere in their winners division bracket. This will be deciding our semi-finalists.
Should we go over the bracket? Oh, and for the bracket itself, if you want to look at it once again, what does end up happening is the winner of the losers bracket plays the winner of the winners bracket. The deciding factor is just a single starting game, if you get where I'm coming from here. So the fairness is kept in, but our game is about to start between Bioluminescence and Toothache.
And Josh, I am excited for this one. I think Bioluminescence is a very strong competitor. However, Toothache has been doing a fairly good job in showing his bot building skills today. So I think that it could be close, but I'm thinking that it might be a little bit on the side of Bioluminescence, but we will see. This next match beginning shortly. Thank you for that introduction.
You're welcome.
Unfortunately, our online viewers are unable to hear, but Josh has been going and introducing every robot, coming up with some creative commentary. I've been loving it.
Oh, you guys can't hear me? Oh, that's a shame.
It is a shame, but maybe it's a bit more of incentive to come to Railside Rumble next year.
Or within the next 2 hours if you're nearby.
Absolutely.
With a quick
And we
start
are
in
started.
Bioluminescence.
Bioluminescence going aggressive on Toothache. I'm looking at him pinning in the corner. Again, if this is your first time watching, Toothache is a brush bot, meaning that it moves not by wheels, but by varying its weapon motor spinning, causing it to shift forward. Its brushes are, in fact, toothbrushes.
And its unorthodox method has kept it alive. It is playing in an undefeated bracket against and also undefeated and very strong Bioluminescent, who has had some interesting choices with its armor. It lost its forks. It had to replace them very awkwardly. Pieces fall off. That is more on just the overall damage than anything else Toothache has caused. That said, though, they're starting well, and it looks actually...
And Toothache taps out. I'm surprised. I want to know why. I didn't seem like
And
he
it was so
losing that bad.
spontaneous as is, but it looks like the motor train went in the wrong direction for Toothache. We'll really have to see later on, but a quick and almost silencing blow by Bioluminescent, putting them in contention with Ampere to play in the final bouts.
Absolutely, and I'm sure Toothache is not going to be happy about that one getting moved down to the losers bracket. I think that was a pretty clear, dominating match by Bioluminescence, who showed a lot of the control throughout the time. Toothache not really being able to get much damage in.
And I do wonder for just a moment what would have happened if Toothache did not have to lose so early, if they had not the issue that they did succumb to. I still don't fully know what it was. That said, though, it did feel as though they were not in the driver's seat, and we will have to question what happens in the near future.
We just received word that Toothache decided to tap because he had one of his bristles knocked out and I believe a belt. He didn't want to take too much damage, and he might be running low on those bristles, which may have played a part in his decision in order to compete through the losers bracket. Next matchup coming up soon here, we have Pulverizer with its red configuration and Unidentified Fighting Object. They're fighting out of the losers bracket. Whoever loses this is knocked out of the tournament permanently. Once again, Manan Singh coming in with Pulverizer, a great bot builder, lots of years of experience building combat robots. This bot has been one of his best friends in competitions. It's done fairly well, and we will see if it can add on to its record today. Pulverizer coming out of the box a little bit early, saying he saw green. He could be right. Slight delay on this match start.
Fight! Oh!
Immediate massive blow!
Oh my goodness!
Gets absolutely crushed by Pulverizer. That's parts flying everywhere.
That was awesome! Oh my goodness!
That was definitely worth the delay. That was insane. Great showing by
I
Pulverizer.
wish we had a replay. I wish. What an insane blow by Pulverizer. That is a one-punch man moment.
That is what you want to see when you're going into fighting, and hopefully the winner's bracket for the Beetleweight champion. This is going to be interesting. Manon coming in with a massive blow that's going to give him a lot of confidence going into these next matches.
And how are we going to clean this up? Oh my goodness.
We're going to clean it up with the amazing Pack Out Milwaukee vacuum we were gifted by our gracious sponsor, Milwaukee.
Thank you to Milwaukee, because this is certainly a mess.
After that match, we're now going to have Pulverizer coming up against Erber in the future, not right now. But that will be an interesting one. Pulverizer being a horizontal spinner, while Erber being a vertical. This will be very, very interesting. Oftentimes, people say that verticals have an advantage against horizontals. It really depends on the ratio of weapon speed. Whoever's weapon is spinning faster will often get the blow first. And here we see Kavan using the Pack Out Milwaukee vacuum to clean up that massive mess left by Pulverizer, an unidentified fighting object. Hopefully, the builder of Unidentified Fighting Object will take some of that, as this is his first match, and reiterate and come back next year to compete again.
He'll definitely need a new robot. That one is certainly not capable of competing for the next few months.
Absolutely, Josh. Hobgoblin, one of our next competitors, it looks like he's hobbling over to his red corner. I don't know if he's going to be able to make it. It looks like Hobgoblin might not be able to compete. Nathan Haynes, the club president, is having drivetrain issues, it appears. I think we can get a word from him later.
And it's such a shame, too, considering Hobgoblin had a very impactful win in this bracket in their last matchup, coming in a split decision earlier today. It is a shame to see them do this, and it looks like, yes, it looks like they're going to have to move on. That is such a shame of an event. And looks like Revolver with Eric has walked into the box.
Just getting back from talking with Nathan Haynes, who did not seem too happy, it appears as though he had a drivetrain issue and had to take a delay.
In the meantime, it appears though we might be getting what actually could be an exhibition matchup. If I'm not too wrong, that is a exhibition plant bot, the green one over there. I don't know the name of that one actually.
No, that's just
It is not actually an exhibition match. We have Revolver and Just a Little Guy competing coming up. The Just a Little Guy and Revolver Beataweight matchup coming up shortly. We're looking at coming out of the losers bracket on the Beataweight division.
And this is a quick start.
Massive hit. It looks like Revolver could be out. I don't see movement out of his bot. Eric looking at it very frustratingly.
The countdown has started.
Oh.
He is moving his weapon, and that is a little bit of a contact. Just a little guy wants to get more done. He's using that weapon so well right now. But it looks like Revolver just can't do anything.
7, 6, 4.
Again, no controlled movement from Revolver, and
that is a knockout.
That is going to be a knockout for Eric. Very disappointing result. I was expecting big things from him, a very quick knockout. I'm sure that Just a Little Guy is going to be really happy with that, and I'm glad he was able to get his bot back and rebuilt after his last match.
Yes, and checking from the brackets, we have a very, very big change with that. That being Revolver now being knocked out of the competition and giving Just a Little Guy a competitional game between Invader and Mad.
And down to the blue corner. Stunned by that robot. That robot is toxic. Let the game begin.
Got Britney Spears with it.
Josh, great introductions. And we are starting this next match between Toxic and Vertigo.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you on that. This is a major fight right here as the games get more important. And wow, quick
Already.
start for Vertigo. Although they have just lost their weapon, everything has gone silent in the battle box. And we'll have to see from here the sumo fight.
Not a sound you want to hear, Josh, when you have two robots with active weapons is a silent arena. That's never a good sign.
No, certainly not. Although the pin action has started, the sumo game continues, and it looks like Vertigo is using their oversized body to push down on Toxic. And unfortunately, it looks like they are themselves stuck on the wall, and the countdown has started. I don't know if they can call for anything else. They are crab walking out, but can they get pinned again and have the same thing happen before?
Josh, I just got a close-up look at Vertigo's weapon, and that thing is messed up. It looks like it's not even mounted anymore.
I don't think it is. It might fall off, and that might really hurt even more on their damages. I don't think they can obviously run it, but right now they need to make sure that Toxic is not in
10,
any form of
9,
strength.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Absolutely, and it's crazy how quickly these matches can turn. If one of their weapons had randomly turned on during that, we would have seen maybe a completely different story, but that is the name of combat robots.
And it looks like a countdown has finally started once again for Toxic, and they have now been eliminated by knockout. Vertigo has won another game. The spin to win Psycho continues his bout.
Absolutely, and that is not the result I don't think Vertigo wanted from that match. I think the fact that his weapon completely came out of its mount is not going to be a good sign for him going forward. And I think he's going to be working in the pits a lot to fix that up.
Let's check out what's going on over there.
I just want to give a quick shout out to all of our sponsors who have sponsored Railside Robotics in the past semester. Without them, none of this would be possible. We have Polymaker, August Winter and Sons, Purdue Polytech, Repeat Robotics, Send Cut Send, Purdue ECE, Just Cuz Robotics, Essig PLM, Purdue ME, Milwaukee, Palm Beach Bots, IT Graça, Purdue ME, Notion, and Belcan. Again, special thanks to all of these sponsors. Without them, none of this would be possible. Currently waiting on our next match to start. We're getting a little bit of hiccup from the cleaning side of things. Again, it takes a lot of effort to clean up the arena after every match, given how much destruction these bots cause.
And let's talk about this arena. You're looking at from the top-down cam, and you can tell the marks are starting to really show. I think a lot of these fights from the bigger spinners themselves have done so much damage. Ben, what was the best fight that you've seen so far today?
You know, I really enjoyed that last Pulverizer fight. I think that massive one-hit KO was really cool. Although watching PB's fights has just been enjoyable for me in general. All the sparks flying in that beataway division has been incredibly entertaining.
No, I definitely agree with you. That last fight where Pulverized was definitely a nice one, but also all the total destruction and Golden Wee Wee, PP games, all of those types, wonderful. Anything that gets the sparks flying and the bots pinballing around makes me so happy, and this hopefully will be another one of those games.
I as well, Josh. I'm hoping so too. In the blue corner, we have Hobgoblin. Previously a delayed fight, Hobgoblin experiencing drivetrain issues. It looks like he was able to figure those out given the fact that he was able to drive in his corner, which cannot be said for the previous time. In the red corner, we have Inkblot, a strong competitor, and a Hammersaw. Hammersaw's not doing so well in this competition so far, given the fact that it's in the looters bracket. I would love to see a big win out of either of them. I'm just hoping for a good match and a lot of action. Josh, welcome back. Who is your money on for this match?
Hobgoblin had a very surprising split win last time. I'm going to go them. They fixed their issues out through a delay of game, and they're already showing it against Inkblot. Those little tentacle forks are just not working right now. Oh, they've actually gotten stuck. What do you know?
In fact, I have never seen any sort of forks like that. I don't know what they're made of. And look at that, getting pinned. Those robots are stuck together. That is likely going to require an unstick.
And it looks like an unstick has been called.
Very interesting beginning. It looks like Hobgoblin showing a lot of aggression. Not very much damage output done by Inkblot.
Now, do you think they can actually unstick them? This seems to be a very strong substance, whatever this Inkblot forks are. I don't know if the rubbery mass that it has can get out of the weapon train of Hobgoblin. This might be one that goes to the judges.
I really like the fact that those forks very much are reminiscent of ink out of a squid.
Yes, which is why I've kept mentioning it as a little squiddy creature. The name definitely works well. They are getting very close to breaking this thing apart.
The certified
that
broom
is.
coming in.
Yes, the broom, and then also the fork of separation has been unwielded and shown to us now for the first time today. It is going to work. It might be breaking apart the robots, which might be a big problem at the end, but they are making their chances. I just don't see them breaking it apart. Whatever it is inside both robots is really problematic right now, and let's hope that when the fight really does end, they can break those bots apart.
Could you imagine if Inkblot did this intentionally? Imagine intentionally sticking together robots because you think you're at a disadvantage in a fight and you want it to end very quickly. That would be a fascinating strategy.
Sounds a little illegal if you're going to ask me, and definitely hasn't helped them. By far so far, I think Hobgoblin has shown their strengths, and I just don't really know if anything Inkblot has done in the 30 seconds they fought to actually give them a victory, especially given the fact that they are the ones causing this problem.
And I am seeing weapon locks going in. Again, weapon locks always being used when handling robots. These stop the weapons from spinning up. It does this given the fact that most weapons in competitions are brushless. Therefore, they emit low torque initially, so any sort of force resisting their initial turning will stop them from spinning up.
And it does look like miraculously, and against my expectations, they have unbounded themselves. That said, though, Inkblot is in on its side. It looks like the game is about to restart.
Inkblot giving the go-ahead. I'm seeing a squid behind him that I haven't noticed before. That's pretty cool.
I think I have. I just never recognized that was the same team member.
I would assume so.
And it looks like they're both running again, but is Inkblot's weapon working?
Oh no, and it looks like Hobgoblin's having those drivetrain issues he was experiencing before. I'm surprised that that stick caused this to come back out. I wonder what is going on.
Yes, and I do wonder if Inkblot can take advantage. Hobgoblin has been, well, hobbled, but their weapon is working. That said, though, there are 2 more forks that can get stuck inside, so please don't do that.
And I have to wonder why Inkblot isn't going for back hits here. Being a hammer saw, it has a perfect opportunity of a weakened Hobgoblin to really get into that top plate. It's possible that its hammer saw is not working.
And it looks like the countdown has started. Inkblot has pulled itself through despite its interesting mixtures, but the crab walk has saved Hobgoblin for just a moment, but that will not last long. The weapon, though, is running, so we'll have to see if they can even move to go in. Hobgoblin, though, is definitely trying for it, and look at that! They're fighting back on their deathbed, and look, both bots are not moving now.
Hobgoblin doing a phenomenal job with that limited drivetrain of keeping its weapon pointed towards Inkblot.
Yes.
If Inkblot can get behind and show control on Hobgoblin, it stands a chance of winning if this goes to judge's decision. But I do believe that if Inkblot keeps getting hit by Hobgoblin's active weapon while it tries to do so, it might go towards Hobgoblin.
And this is a very surprising matchup considering Hobgoblin was on its deathbed and is still right now. Can they make it to the end? Can they hobble away? Oh,
yes, he does.
He does. Another miraculous comeback. This team is rising and falling from the dead like a necromancer and his zombies. And wow, look at them go.
Hobgoblin stuck up against the wall this time. A little bit of sparks flying and some of those tentacles coming off.
Oh, that's a big one to come off, too. It looks like Hobgoblin, though, is really struggling to move. Another countdown has started again, and it even looks like this one they cannot escape from.
Hobgoblin's struggling on for dear life, hoping to get some sort of energy out of that drivetrain, but it looks like it won't move, and that's going to be an Inkblot win.
And that is a very big, not too big though, I should say, surprise. They were really pushing it, and had they had made it those extra 20 seconds, as mentioned before, we would have won it, or I would have said Hobgoblin would have won it. That said, though, we can only wonder.
Yeah, and I'm sure Nathan's going to be very disappointed with that, but it is worth noting that he built this bot originally in roughly 2 weeks over the summer. He put it together extremely quickly with Beetleweight electronics, and I believe he is still using those now. He has, of course, reiterated on that design after competing a few times since then and is still working out the bugs, given the fact that this bot is only a couple months old.
I know, and I do question, though, where Inkblot goes from here. This is, if I'm not wrong, their second win, and a continuous effect on the bracket has started here. It is a shame to see Hobgoblin go. They valiantly fought here in the Antweight division, but it is Hobgoblin's turn to carry on the torch.
I think. Here, come on.
It does appear as though Inkblot will be going up against Vertigo in its next match. I think that's going to be a difficult one for it. I think that the fact that its weapon wasn't working is going to be a concern for Inkblot, and we will get more information on why that was occurring.
Yes. As mentioned earlier, there is a questioning as to the delay and how it does and will affect the overall status of that game. It does appear as though Inkblot has won for the time being, but I don't know how their competition will continue as they move on in the brackets.
And after looking for Inkblot, it seems like they went away in a cloud of ink because we were unable to find them. However, we are getting our next match underway very soon.
And it looks like our next matchup is starting to begin. We have Poink and Get Hammered, once again from the Antweight Losers Division, really trying to fight for that final spot to take on the winner of Ampere and Bioluminescent. Two strong opponents, but these two can take them down if they can get through each other.
Yeah, and the winner of this match will have to go up against Manticore, who has shown a fairly strong performance so far. I'm a little bit worried about the performance of these two bots. Their weapons have been fairly inconsistent. I don't think that Get Hammered has done very much damage to its opponents so far, with its last fight being up against the abomination that was Purdue Pete. Thankfully it was. And Poink not doing as much damage as I would expect from a bot built by Eric.
Yeah, looks like Get Hammered's going to work today. Here's the small technical difficulties with Get Hammered, but the game will commence.
One old retired Railside member and one new Railside member, Eric, and with fighting up against Ray Frazie's bot, our old president, just recently graduated last year.
I will say both bots don't have a working weapon, although I will say, if anything, that's probably just because Get Hammered's hammer. Oh, their saw actually is kind of working. It's a little interestingly made, I'm not going to lie. It's probably been through a few battles, to say the least. But it is able to hit on Poink. The problem, though, is Poink is a control bot, and they are, as expected, controlling the game and putting the aggression in their favor.
And notice those UHMW wheels on Poink. I believe those are custom cast. They're extremely grippy and will allow him to move around Get Hammered extremely easily. And you can see that in how much control Eric has over driving Poink during this match.
And if I'm not wrong here, it does feel like a tied match where Poink is really trying to push themselves into the position here, but they're not being able to because the larger size and just motor strength of Get Hammered. That hammer, though, it's not doing much.
No, it is not. It looks like it might be damaged from the first match. I do recall it getting blasted off earlier today, and it's possible that it received damage that makes it no longer effective after that.
And yeah, you can tell with the saw itself, it doesn't seem to be in that circular shape. There seems to be a little mix to it. There is a bit of a push here on the walls. We'll have to see if that continues, but Poink really needs to get a hold of themselves and start to win the control battle because aggression is mostly where it's split at.
Absolutely agree. I think that if this goes to a decision, it's going to be very close, and it does seem like it's on track to heading there. I don't see how either bot could disable each other at this point, given the fact that active weapons are not all that strong. I did see some sparks fly, though.
Yes, and I do wonder how long this will hold up for either team. The drivetrains are still running well. Oh, and there's our first true hit of damage. It looks like Poink has had a lot of damage put on, and now it's stuck on the wall. A countdown for its knockout has started, and Get Hammered is getting excited, but a stop has occurred. I believe that is for a stick situation.
Absolutely. I think that he is calling his one unstick. It will be pushed over real quick, and the match will begin shortly. Josh, right now, who do you have winning the match?
I would actually give this very slightly to Get Hammered. The damage that they showed in the final 20 seconds of this match has really been the overlying favorite, but Point can still really push in. We have to still see, though, because damage has really mattered a lot in this judges' decisions.
Absolutely, I 100% agree. I think that it tends to be that judges tend to favor damage over the other two categories, given that is what we are here to see.
Yes, I will say, though, Point is finding a newfound aggressive chasing after the once predatory Hammered. It is said, though, that both teams are a little bit wispy with their walks. I can't really tell what they're doing at the time, but it looks like Point has tried to push in, but they're getting hammered by, well, Get Hammered.
Absolutely, I think Ray is doing a great job with what he has at his disposal. He's currently working full time, and yet he still came out, built a bot, and drove out back to Purdue to compete today, which is extremely exciting.
And that is the game. The judges look very, very interested in deciding this matchup, and they will get the fate of both of these bots to place off in future matchups.
Absolutely, Josh. I'm looking forward to hearing what they decide. I think it's going to be a close one. Our next matchup being against Mad and Invader. Invader looking very different from earlier today. I did hear that he had multiple armor configurations, and that looks like almost like a brass front wedge. I don't know what material that is made of, because there's no way he used brass. That would be, in my opinion, a little bit foolish given how soft brass is. But he's got a different configuration for the fact that he's up against an undercutter.
Yes, and this is definitely an interesting matchup to find out against a slightly different design, and we'll see how that works in the end of things.
Invader showing that his weapon is functional. Love to see it. Mad doing the same with his scary undercutter. Josh will be announcing these bots, and we will be resuming shortly.
I assume no, unanimous point.
Our last match, we received a judge's decision between Get Hammered and Poink, all in unanimous decision of Poink. Very surprising result. I guess they didn't think it was all that close. We now begin our next match again between Mad and Invader. Invader running a new configuration because of the fact that Mad is an undercutter.
Oh, and look at the damage against the
Oh,
floor.
I'm seeing smoke coming out of Mad. That is not a good sign.
And it looks like their weapon has turned down for the time being. We'll see if they can turn it back on again. It is now time for Invader to lay claim to this robot and win this game.
It does appear as though Mad's weapon motor may have burnt out, and that could have been where the smoke is coming from. If that's the case, this is going to be a very difficult match for Mad to win.
But can Invader turn on that weapon? And yes, they can. And are they going to land a blow here? Let's see.
I will say, running a hammer saw configuration with a wedge is a little bit difficult because wedges are normally looking to pin their opponent up against the wall to land a solid blow. But with a wedge, they're going to be above them. That hammer saw is not going to be very effective, so I'm surprised they went with such a design.
I know, we'll definitely have to see how it's just, because so far, the weapon can't do anything. That's not a good sign if you are, oh! And it looks like they've hit themselves.
Oh my gosh, they did not see that one coming. Invader blasting into their own armor. I have never seen this before. This is insane.
And it looks like because of that, the sumo battle will begin over here.
Josh,
and let's see who's going to push them out.
do you think they can call an unstick on themselves?
No, they certainly cannot. This is something they did to themselves, and unfortunately, Invader has invaded themselves in the wrong way.
Josh, that is very true. We are going to be seeing an interesting match here. Given the fact that the tides have now evened out, it's going to be a battle of driving and drivetrains.
And it does look like, for the time being, the drivetrain of Invader is very, very similar, if not slightly worse, than the drivetrain of Mad. But they are mad to get this win right here. They have been pushed down so many times, and they have come back in a lot of these games, Mad has, and it looks like they're doing it right here against Invader.
No, absolutely. I'm very impressed with that. I'm baffled by the fact that that weapon motor burnt out like that. But if they can make a comeback, that would be generational.
And a generational talent in Mad as well. They are really looking to get advantage of the mistake in Invader. And it's such a shame. Invader had a great weapon, but like you said before, the wedge is just not the right play, and it really showed here. I guess the match, though, does continue with the push battle. And so far, though, it does feel as though a push is happening against Vader.
I believe that Invader is riding up on its weapon a little bit, which is causing it to lose a lot of friction for its wheels, putting it at a massive disadvantage in this push battle.
It's certainly the slower bot in this, and Mad is taking full advantage. The control and aggression is likely going to them, if not even damage, considering what has happened to Invader's weapon.
No, absolutely. I wonder how the fact that they humiliated themselves will impact the judges' decisions for damage. Because it could be said that Invader did more damage, given the fact that, first off, they blew out Mad's motor, and they damaged themselves.
Yes, indeed. And this is definitely going to be one that judges will have to decide a lot of time on. That said, there is a decision that needs to be made in the doink, or the poink, and get hammered game, as mentioned before. Poink won in a unanimous decision, and that will be decided soon by the announcer. Oh, that's me, actually.
Absolutely. Josh will be leaving us temporarily to go announce that to the rest of Railside Rumble 2 spectators who are with us in person. Speaking of that, I'm really happy with the turnout this year. We've had a lot of people come in, students, faculty, family. I've loved to see it. It's been a great time so far, and I hope that we've been putting on a good show for everybody. we are just receiving word about the winner of the last match between Mad and Invader. It is a split decision going to Mad. Mad will be continuing this match. Hopefully, he has an additional weapon motor, or else he's probably not going to make it very far in that losers bracket, going up against some strong competition in the future. Our next match coming up, we have in the blue corner, we have Neptune, a strong competitor, another vertical spinner. Going up against the vertical spinner, Vertical Destruction, coming out of the Milwaukee red corner. Our match will be beginning shortly. I'm really excited about this one. Josh, how do you feel? Two vertical spinners going up against each other like this.
We're going to find out almost immediately. And it looks like Vertical Destruction is fighting themselves just around.
Again, look at how difficult it is for these two robots to turn. They have so much gyroscopic force and such big weapons that they can barely turn, hitting each other, looking for a big hit here.
And they're trying for it. If they can collide, the kinetic entry would be insane. And look at Vertical Destruction.
Massive hit.
Throwing the dirt of the ground into the air like a volcano.
Vertical Destruction continuously throughout today.
Oh!
That is flipping, and that allows
That is flipping insane.
Neptune to get a massive blow because of that one issue that's been plaguing him the whole time.
And it looks like Vertical Destruction has lost feel of their weapon, but it's not looking that good for Neptune. They bumped on their side. Can they retain consciousness and keep going against Vertical Destruction? Oh, look at them run around.
It does look like Vertical Destruction might be pinned in that corner on the top of your screen
and are they
right here.
stuck? Can they call a stuck?
Neptune gonna
They're
hit it?
calling for a hit. Oh, they got it.
Hit.
Yeah, they
Massive
got
blow.
it. Oh, look at Vertical Destruction. They are getting vertically destroyed.
Absolutely, Neptune
And
really
the batteries-
showing out here.
No battery explosion. That is a turbo. And it looks like a knockout has ensued where Neptune has slayed the Destroyer in Vertical Destruction. Another fantastic duel and a heavyweight fight indeed.
Absolutely, that was an amazing match. I love to see that. I really thought that Vertical Destruction would be able to pull a little bit out, but it seemed like it went downhill after it continued to struggle with flipping. That small flipper, I believe, mounted on a servo for Vertical Destruction, has not been working very well. And although past competitors weren't really able to capitalize on it much, Neptune took it to its advantage and blasted it into the air, absolutely wiping out the front of Vertical Destruction.
And if you're definitely asking me, Vertical Destruction has put up a valiant effort in this tournament. They have been one of my favorite teams to watch so far. I am so glad to see how well this tournament has continued. And if anything, we have to also give it up to, obviously, the winner here in Neptune. The god of the sea has risen time and time again to deliver the blows that he needs to win. And look at the destruction on Vertical Destruction. That's one to say. That is a good fight.
That was a great fight. I love to see when they were flying up in the air like that. These two vertical spinners having so much energy. It is absolutely insane to watch them go at it.
And look at this floor. It's been reduced to dust. That was probably one of the most dangerous fights for our floor. I am so glad it is still standing. We will have to see what continues onward with this bracket. And let's take a look at that while we're at it.
Absolutely, Josh. We can look at it. We will cut to our Beetleweight division bracket coming out. We had Neptune Vertical Destruction, the winner, Neptune, going up against PP. PP being one of our leading competitors and a former winner of Railside Rumble. Really the person to beat in today's Beetleweight division.
I definitely agree. And let's take a look at the Antweight which has their own version of PP still around. It is not Golden Wee Wee, though, if you're thinking of it that.
I do believe Golden Wee Wee was knocked out earlier.
Yes, they were.
Day, but we do know that he is still competing again with
PP.
PP. Thank
Which
you.
was earlier, yes, yes.
These names are really mixing me up.
I feel like you can kind of tell the similarities between the two. No offense.
Yeah, a little bit of immaturity and a little bit, actually a lot bit of destruction.
Yes, we gotta love that. We gotta love that. It's part of the tournament around here. But looking at the Antweight division once again,
we're going to have Ampere and Bioluminescence and a massive fight coming up. That's going to be an amazing one. Both extreme competitors and some of the best around. Again, Bioluminescence being from University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign and having competed with us many times. I know the bot builder very well. And Ampere, a new face in town, not someone I recognize, not someone who competed at the last Railside Rumble, really showing that they are a bot builder to beat here today. In the blue corner, we have Ampere, one of our top competitors like we were talking about earlier, up against, in the Milwaukee red corner, Bioluminescence. This is going to be a fun one, so make sure to stick around and watch this fight. Again, these are the top contenders in our Antweight division. It's going to be extremely fun. The winner of this match will be going on to fight the winner of the losers bracket. This will be a one for the history books. I'm very excited to see what happens here. Josh, welcome back from your announcing.
Thank you.
Who do you think has the advantage?
I think Ampere has had so much momentum, but don't give up on Bioluminescent. That early hit might say a different story, but they can come back in a hurry.
Absolutely, you never know what's going to happen. That was a massive blow by Ampere.
Hit the ceiling and came back down to earth.
Absolutely smashing against the ceiling. That was very loud. I'm glad we have this polycarbonate to protect us.
Yes, yes, indeed. But let's see if they can make a response. They are on their heads, and Ampere is not wasting any time. They are running circles around them, but can they land another brutal hit like that?
Bioluminescence trying self-right. It does. Immediately gets hit by Ampere again.
And Ampere gets
from
hit.
behind.
And Bioluminescence has him on the rope.
Bioluminescence not moving. Not moving. This could be it.
Oh, but wait, is that on the side? But look at Ampere.
Ampere barely moving. We had some sort of motor sticking out of him. He should probably stop moving right now.
And look, the countdown has happened on Bioluminescent. Is this the end of their campaign? It is. It is.
Out while Ampere had a motor sticking out. It's still moving. I would recommend against moving when you have wires sticking out of your robot, but Ampere does not care. It is going to celebrate.
And yes, and it needed to. That was a win. That was moments away from death. Ampere was literally dying. Its guts were on the floor, and yet it did not matter. It kept fighting, and it showed Bioluminescent its feet and kicked it out the door.
Absolutely. That was an extremely impressive match. This is going to be an intense finals round. Ampere going to the finals. I will say I have had my love for Ampere and I'm very impressed at it beating such a strong competitor like Bioluminescence.
And who are they to face?
They will be facing either Manticore, Poink, Toothache, or Vertigo/Inkblot. There's still a couple more matches to go on the loser's side, which we'll be seeing shortly. I am excited for this Manticore Poink match. Manticore has had an extremely strong run so far, only losing to our current winner, Ampere, showing that their difficulty in bracket matching was very, very hard. So I think that they stand a pretty good job. Poink having fairly easy matches so far, except for against Golden Wee Wee, who was our most destructive bot last year. And Krista Griffin, thank you for the H's in the chat. Our next match going to be an intense one, Herbert versus Pulverizer. Ever since I found out about this, I was excited for it. Herbert using that grade 5 massive grade 5 titanium wedge up against Pulverizer. It's a very common strategy when going up against horizontals. Horizontals, you do not want to be using forks typically because they will rip those forks right off, which looks bad for destruction points if it goes to a judge's decision. And Josh, I would be curious to know, do the googly eyes help? We've seen a lot of bots,
100%.
a lot of bots use them, and a lot of bots who are winning using them. Is it correlation or is it causation? Pulverizer coming off that massive win before against unidentified fighting object, even though he was crushed before earlier in the day in his first match. Pulverizer trying to work his way up through the losers bracket. This will be an interesting one.
And we're starting off hard as always.
Magic getting off to a crazy start, seeing those, again, white sparks fly, given the fact that it is grade 5 titanium. Manon's Pulverizer trying to come in with some big hits early on.
And it looks like they themselves had a weapon issue. Their weapon is not moving, but Herbert's is, and they're going to take full advantage of that if they don't hit into the walls, which they have had a problem with recently in these games.
Absolutely, and I am a little bit concerned for Pulverizer here. Herbert, with that working weapon, even though it may not seem to be doing much right now, is going to have a massive advantage if Pulverizer isn't able to get his weapon running.
I definitely agree with you, and Herbert is taking full control and aggression of this matchup. The whole crowd is watching as Herbert goes to work on Pulverizer. Can they get their weapon back up again? We just don't know.
No, you never know what is going to be happening. We don't know why it occurred. There could be a million things wrong. It could have been weapon motor burnout. It could be wires disconnected. It could be that the receiver is simply failing. It could be it overheated. We have no idea, and we won't find out until after the match.
Yes, and it can still be recoverable. I just don't know what the objective is to Pulverizer. Running around the box, escaping from Herbert is not going to save them. They need to be on the offensive and start to use whatever control factors they can. The problem, though, is that the bot that they have is not meant for that part of the competition.
No, absolutely. Pulverizer is definitely not designed for a push fight with its two-wheel configuration. It's putting maximum weight into that forward weapon, and if that weapon isn't working, they are in big trouble, as we are seeing right now.
I will say, though, Herbert has lost some form of strength in its spinning weapon, although it has returned with a vengeance, and it has pushed Pulverizer on the wall, and they've tapped out.
Is it a tap out or is it an unstick? I can't tell yet.
That is an unstick, my bad.
All right. Sounds good. We will get Pulverizer unsticking Manon. Really hoping for a miracle here. Maybe this slight pause in the match will give him his weapon back. I don't know.
A timeout to save his life, perhaps, and we'll see if that works. We've seen in the past a timeout and an unstick has saved multiple bots, and Pulverizer, I think, was one of them, actually. Can he come back the way he has done in the past, or will this be the end of his little ice cream journey?
Josh, I don't know, but it is not looking good for him. I am with you in your sentiment, though, that Pulverizer needs to be playing aggressive here. Needs to be getting behind Herbert. I think that's the only way. Even though it is a small chance, I think it's the only chance that he stands to get out of this match alive.
I definitely agree with you. And this torturous procedure for Herbert is continuing. I just feel horrible for Pulverizer. They just have to sit there and really try and fight back against a machine that was made to fight this way. It is such a shame, but hopefully there is some redemption in this story if time gives it.
And Herbert doing a phenomenal job with control. That bot is built very, very well with its blue design. I really like the color scheme there, but it also is managing to push around Pulverizer very, very well. Pulverizer looking like it might be struggling with drive right now. This is something that is very common, something that I personally have dealt with when I've driven Pulverizer in the past. When one of those wheels goes out, it becomes incredibly difficult to maneuver around the arena.
I will say, though, the maneuvering on both bots is a little strong right now. They're having their issues. That said, though, Herbert is pushing it down to the last 10 seconds. They're getting the necessary hits, especially on the backside. It looks like this is going to be all Herbert in the decision.
Absolutely. I 100% agree with you, Josh. I think this might be the end of Pulverizer in Railside Rumble 2. Definitely not the result the experienced bot builder Manan Singh was hoping for, but something that he's going to have to deal with and improve upon his design going forward.
Agreed.
And once again, assuming that Herbert will be the winner of that match, it really shows how good Ampere is, given the fact that Herbert only has lost to Ampere so far, who will be playing in the finals for the Beetleweight division. While our gracious student volunteers are cleaning up, I would like to point out how damaged the arena is once Kavan moves out of the way of the fisheye camera on the top there. there is so many holes. After every single Railside Rumble, we have to completely replace that floor and re-spray paint everything, given how much damage there is. And like previously mentioned, especially for vertical spinners, the changing floor is actually a significant factor. Because the vertical spinners are trying to get underneath their opponent so much, their forks are often very low to the ground. Any sort of unevenness in the ground can cause them to get stuck. Getting stuck, obviously putting them in a bad position to get hit from behind by their opponent. Our next match here, starting almost instantly, we have Inkblot and Vertigo. Inkblot coming off of that win from Hobgoblin, where its tentacles got stuck inside Hobgoblin's weapon. It looks like it's not running that configuration this time. And we are competing right now. Massive amount of aggression from Vertigo, destroying almost all of Inkblot's forks instantly.
It's definitely showing its work here. Inkblot cannot do what they did last time, as illegal as that might have been. And it looks like Vertigo has already pushed down Inkblot. They're trying, wailing to get free, but it's just not going to work.
And I we do see movement from
they
Inkblot
have
again.
escaped, and with just a second to remain, but is that enough time to get them to win? Oh,
Inkblot's weapon actually
it's
spinning up this
alive.
time.
Oh, and it's unhit, it's done damage. It's done damage. What a surprise.
It's probably one of the first times in this tournament that I have seen Inkblot's weapon actually do some damage onto another robot.
And that's definitely the case for both of these teams. Both of these teams have not had much damage.
Oh!
They won the control, although there is insane damage there.
Oh, that might have destroyed a critical component of Vertigo. He is not moving at all since that last hit. That could be
Are they
a
going to
KO.
call? Other than they might call that for an unstick, and I have called that for an unstick.
Interesting. It appeared as though it had been destroyed, but it may be also stuck. I can't tell. We will find out right after this unstick.
It's a very good unstick right there.
With our unstick stick held by Kavan. Thank you for him.
I think it's just called an unstick, but you know.
Unstick stick.
Yeah. Why not?
The red unstick stick. The official Railside Rumble unstick stick.
And it has resumed a little bit right here. Let's see what both bots can do. Although I do
Vertigo
think it looks
still
bad.
not moving. It might have been a cry for help trying to get that unstick done. He might have been looking for a miracle there, getting his bot back up. I think that Inkblot actually managed to hit a critical component of Vertigo, and that's why he completely shut down.
And looks like a tap out did commence as Ben was talking. Inkblot, in a miraculous win, a second away from a knockout, has overcome what has been a very strong robot in Vertigo. The spin, spin, spin mentality of this winning robot is now over.
Inkblot doing what it was built to do, looking like it's losing, and then hitting it for a one-hit KO. I love to see that out of the Hammer Saws. That is what they are designed for, getting those critical components internal to the robots through that top plate, which is often very weak, as seen in Vertigo. I love to see that. I'm a big Hammer Saw fan, and so It makes me very happy to see Hammersaw doing at least partially well in this tournament. I apologize, just getting back. We are looking at an exhibition match between two plastic ants. This is going to be a fun one, I believe. We have one vertical and one horizontal. We're going to try to make some good context. Again, if you are new with us, a plastic ant is a 1-pound plastic robot, often praised for the fact that they're extremely cheap to build and teach a lot of good design principles.
And we'll definitely see here with these exhibition ant weights, they are plastic design, 3D printed most likely between the two, so we'll have to see how these weapons fare up. They aren't doing too much damage, but it's fitting pretty well. That's a good sign for both of them. Something better for Optima, who has lost their original exhibition game and comes here again to hopefully win.
Absolutely, and honestly, them spinning is better said than a lot of our other competitors, even in the combat robot division.
Oh!
Massive blow from the white robot here, knocking off the back. But I'm seeing a screw loose and a screw flying out.
Screws loose, actually, and it looks like somehow, some way, Scorpion is surviving. They are moving around, trying to spin like a little scorpion, and it's not really working that much. Optimum is using their overall strength and endurance to keep the pace going. We'll have to see what happens as this game continues.
Yes, absolutely. This is going to be an interesting one. The one interesting part about plastic ants is the fact that the weapons are also plastic. Most combat robots in the full combat division, oh my gosh, we're seeing a weapon completely knocked off of a robot.
And look at this. I kind of wonder if they're going to tap out. Look at them get hooked. Oh, and they're going for it. They have tapped out.
Tap out on that plant expedition match. This is not the result I was expecting, in all honesty. but it does show how when vertical spinners go up against horizontals, it can be difficult because of the way their weapons interact.
A good fight at that, though. A nice show and bounce back game for Optimum in the exhibition side of games. And this, I will say, will be a continuous thing for the next few minutes as we prepare for the final few major ant-weight and beta-weight battles.
And anybody listening to the stream that is interested in competing in Railside Rumble 3, which will be hosted around this same time next year, there is no qualification for entering the tournament. It will be posted on the Combat Robots page, and it is first come, first serve. And I can say that within about 3 days, all of our divisions were completely filled and waitlisted. So if you want to join us next year, follow us on Instagram at Railside Robotics, and make sure to be keeping a lookout for next year when we say we have that event posted so you can join us. And while we watch Kavan clean out the arena after that last match, I would like to provide a quick thank you to our sponsors for this event, Soga, IT Grayso, Repeat Robotics, and Palm Beach Bots. Thank you so much for sponsoring Railside Rumble 2. All right, coming up, we have another exhibition match. I know in the IT Grayson blue corner, we have Justin Sprangers with his full body spinner. Good friend of mine, completely redesigned that robot recently. And Roomba versus Mamba coming up very shortly. A drum versus a full body spinner will be an interesting match to see here. Justin coming off a loss earlier today in a previous exhibition match. Mamba, I don't know if we've seen him before, but we will see how he performs in this. That's a great start. Very, very loud in the arena here.
It's hurting my ears. It's so loud.
Probably one of the loudest we've heard today. Massive blow! And Justin's bot is completely destroyed. Roomba is becoming, I don't even know what Roomba turned inside
It turned
out.
into a bar. No room anymore.
Roomba completely disappearing. That shell getting blown off entirely. Not a great way to end his day.
But did
Justin
you
Springer.
hear the drum? That plastic drum sounded like an airplane engine, and it hit like a tank.
Yeah, and we're seeing the remains of Roomba struggling to go towards the walls to be recovered. I think Justin is going to not be happy with that result, but I'm sure he's going to be redesigning in the near future.
Yes, and that is certainly the wonder of an exhibition match. If you can get so much chaos and rampage from this, with just the level-headed curiousness of it all, I'm so excited to see where both bots go in the future.
Absolutely. I think it would be amazing to see them back next year, and I have a suspicion that we will. It looks like we're going to have one more exhibition match before we get back to our main matches. I believe a lot of our competitors are trying to rebuild their bots after such massive destructive fights. It's going to be difficult for them. And it looks like we have Downpour, and actually a ant that we saw earlier today get absolutely destroyed. And it does not look like, it barely looks different from when it was destroyed. I think maybe with the addition of the googly eyes. However, Josh, maybe this will be a good time to test our theory that googly eyes do help win you matches.
Oh, we will definitely see it. Is that Mamba again? Oh, what are you going to do, man? What are you going to do?
I think we are set for a lot of destruction today, and I'm honestly excited to see this one.
This feels inhumane, but I can't stop watching it. Two, one, begin.
Thank you, Josh, for counting us down. We are getting into this fight a lot quieter than last time, I will say. I think that Mama might be holding back against Downpour. Those googly eyes might be making him feel bad.
I mean, this is like beating up a trash bag on the street, if you're going to call me. Mamba has shown itself to be an incredibly good bot in the exhibition level, and Downpour is just a little guy. Not to reference just a little guy, but you know, you get my point.
No, absolutely, 100%. I would be curious to see what would happen if I slapped on a steel drum onto Mamba.
I am a little bit terrified as to what Mama's future is, and maybe it's just them showing Downpour the ropes. It's just a young guy getting into the arena experience. And they've unpinned. Let's see if Downpour can keep moving. I don't know if they can. Oh, they actually
I'm seeing some
are.
controlled movement out of that red corner. It's not looking too bad. He is stuck there. I think that Mamba's lining up for a possible hit with that low spun weapon.
And we're definitely going to see. I don't know what Mamba will do. The drum is moving quite well. The noise is definitely not there in the old way. I do question, though, when and if something will happen. I actually don't think I even set the timer, so this game could run infinitely for all I know.
No, absolutely. I think that it might be time to start calling 30 seconds left in the match.
Definitely agree. And it looks like we have seen a point of divergence. Oh wait, Mamba's being nice. We gotta love that with Mamba. And Downpour still moves on. Mamba is just showing them around. It is just a little play, if anything else. I don't know if bots can play, but I guess we had that once in a while. And I guess Ben had to leave for just a moment. But while you're with me, how's your day been? Just checking up on you viewers. I'm so glad you guys have been tuning in from wherever you're from. And if you're still here watching, the games will continue. We are narrowing down to our champions in both divisions. We already have Ampere winning the winner's bracket of the Beetlewood division. And I am hopefully winning my way to having a good voice at the end of the day. There's a good chance I lose it after all these insane calls. And we are just scratching the surface. The games and the importance will only get better from here. But it's nice seeing Downpour have this moment right now with Mamba. We never set a timer. So we'll give you guys 20 more seconds.
Has it not been a time?
Yeah, I guess.
5 seconds. 3, 2. Okay, that's time. That's time.
Mama showing that life is still in him, just getting back, and he might have been messing around a little bit with Downpour, but it is all in good spirit. back again with another plant exhibition match. It appears we are doing a few exhibition matches now, simply because of the fact that we ran so many matches in a row.
I don't know the names of these two, but the one in black, the little tombstone model, is picking apart this very nicely colored design. He's just flicking at him. I just don't know if he can move any further. We might have to start counting him down. I think we'll have to do that. We don't have a ref right now. We're kind of running this on our own. Ben, can you count him down for me? Oh, Ben was left. He's just shaking around. Maybe that'll do it for you. 10, 9, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's knockout. Really good chance to lose my voice today.
Once again, we apologize. We are going to be beginning the regular full combat bracket matches right after we clean up here. Our soon upcoming match is going to be, I believe, between Poink and Manticora. It'll be interesting to see how Poink does up against a real challenger with an active weapon like Manticora. So Josh, what major are you?
I'm a biological engineering student that is more. Oh, are we actually ready? Manticora versus. Yes.
All right, Manticora up against Poink coming up right now. They are loading their bots into the arena. I'm very excited for this one. Poink, again, has had a fairly easy set of matches so far, and it will be interesting to see how they do up against a true challenger like Manticora. Both competitors loading their bots into the arena right now, and we will be beginning shortly.
I hope you guys enjoyed them, but it is time to continue with the campaign to the bracket to face them here in the championship bout. In the blue corner, Point and went their way all the way through. It is Point and the red corner to fix a robot and find you get there to Cora. Let the battle begin.
Thank you, Josh. I appreciate that intro, and I'm sure that our competitors appreciated that too.
I think they always do. And this one could be a fun one. Manticora is a very new target for Point, who has not faced a...
Oh no, that is not a good sign. Manticora not moving. Point also not moving. I'm surprised he's not trying to show controlled movement right now. Okay, he
Kind of is, and he is moving him around, and that pushed him out. It looks like the weapon's still on, but they might be in a stick situation.
I'm seeing the wheels move on Manticora. This could mean that the drive motors are failing, which means that they're not receiving enough torque.
We are looking for a release, and it looks like we cannot seem to get a release. Oh, no, we have.
Okay, Manticora is back at it, going again for Point. And Point putting another pin on the board. This is not what I expected for this match. I expected a lot more heavy blows, maybe a lot more robots flying.
And it looks like Manticora is stuck on the wall, and they're going to get pinned again. Or this time they might get counted out.
I'm not seeing any control movement out of Manticora. This may be it for them. They might be having receiver issues on their end, given the fact that they're inconsistently being able to control their robot.
And it looks like Point has won this game. Call it voodoo magic, call it skill, but Point has surpassed a very strong opponent in Manticora.
Yes, and Josh, things like this happen very frequently nearing the end of these types of competitions. As the competitions run on, people lose electronics. Their electronics become more and more damaged. The robots become damaged, and they don't have spare parts to fix them. Therefore, you start seeing some strong competitors starting to get knocked out by lesser or weaker opponents potentially, given the fact that they didn't have enough preparation, really showing how there is more to it than just the bot you build when coming to these comps.
And you got to give Point some credit here. They have really come about so well, starting in a very unexpected position, losing here early and find themselves on the ropes in almost every single game, and expectedly so in this game, and they came through perfectly.
Absolutely, and Eric, I'm sure Eric has been happy with this, given the fact that his flagship bot Revolver was unable to pull through earlier in the day. I think that he's going to be very happy with the fact that at least one of his bots is making it near the end of the tournament.
More.
Looking at our new weight bracket, we're going to have Toothache and Ink Blot going up against Point, and then the winner of that will be facing Ampere, our champion as of now, who's been a dominant force You know, Josh, who do you see in the losers bracket that could actually challenge Ampere for the title?
In a weird way, I feel like Poink is that best challenger. Once again, he has somehow magically found himself in this position, and he is going with the momentum that he was given with. I do feel like Poink has a very unique design with no true weapon, but the control battle has been a winning battle here in the box today, and that might be the key saving grace against a incredibly strong egg beater drum in Ampere.
Absolutely. Although I will say that I am excited to see bioluminescence coming in from the winners bracket down in the losers bracket, and how they will do, because I think the bioluminescence is one of the better Anwade bots here today, and we will have to see how they perform against the winners of this loser bracket.
Yes, and while we're at it, let's turn to the beta weight and give an update from previously.
Absolutely. We have a decent beataway bracket right now. I think that it's going to be difficult for many of these people. The fact that we're waiting so long between matches really shows that teams did not have the spare parts to be competing for this long and for this many matches. It is a crucial part of competitions to bring at least 2 spare robots to the competition. If you do not, it is very, very likely that you are going to end up being unable to compete at an effective level in the latter half of the comp. Once again, for viewers, we are waiting for the next bots to be ready to compete. I see PP on the table and just a little guy. They might be fighting soon. Thankfully, we are entering the next round of our beataweight division between Mad and Just a Little Guy. These guys have been fighting for all day. Out of the losers bracket, it's been extremely impressive matches from each of them. I'm very excited to see where this goes. I really hope Mad was able to fix their burnt out motor after the last match. Now, Josh, the interaction between these two bounts is going to be very interesting. Seeing an undercutter go up against a horizontal spinner like this, if Mad can get underneath and break the support on Just a Little Guy, he might stand a chance of winning here, but it looks like Just a Little Guy's weapon might be slightly longer, having the reach advantage there.
And it is. Just a Little Guy has used that weapon pretty well right now. We'll see how it matches up with Mad.
No, absolutely. This will be an interesting one. I'm curious to see how this result goes. Sounds like somebody's turning up their weapon more.
Oh!
Massive hit.
I think Mad was mad at the wall, and it didn't work out that well.
No, absolutely not. I think that Mad's weapon might be off, but so is Just a Little Guy's. It's not spinning up all the way. Mad playing it smart, being aggressive, not letting his weapon spin up.
Just a Little Guy has his, though, and let's see if they can take advantage.
It does also still doesn't sound like that weapon is spinning up all the way for Just a Little Guy. I don't know what happened there. No, absolutely. It might look like it comes down to, again, a battle of push bots in this beetaweight division after that massive blow.
And the sumo wrestle, I guess, could begin. Although I will say, Just a Little Guy's weapon is running, can get those little pops in, but nothing much more. It will affect the damage category just a little bit, but for Just a Little Guy, it needs to be that much.
No, and absolutely, and I think that that weapon swing could be the difference. Mad has shown to be an extremely good push bot, winning all of its push bot matches so far. So I would not want to be up against Mad in a push bot battle if I were Just a Little Guy.
Oh, it's gotten stuck and it's taking it on a ballerina turn. Let's see where that goes.
We've seen robots dancing with each other a couple times today. Never Mad though. I would be pretty upset if I were Mad.
Never Mad, huh? And they've now been told to unstick, which they have been able to do. I'm not so sure from that side angle. How stuck are they?
Who do you think is winning this match so far?
I would definitely hand it to Just a Little Guy. He has really been honing the pace, and his weapon still works. I think that's a very good thing right now. And don't leave right here. We have the unstick happening. It should hopefully work. Hopefully, we're going to get the unstickulator out there. That's what I'm calling it right now. And it looks like the game can resume.
No, absolutely. Maybe this little break will be able to give Just a Little Guy's weapon a chance to go back up to full working capacity. If that happens, I think that it would be very difficult for Mad to pull this out. But if it remains sort of a push battle, I think there is a chance that Mad Dog can show enough aggression and control to actually win this match.
Yes, the game is still possible for both teams. And if Mad can someone get their weapon back to speed again, it could be the deciding factor.
No, absolutely. I think if Mad weapon comes back up, those wheels on Just a Little Guy are looking very delicious for him. So I think that would be very bad for Just a Little Guy.
Yes, but I will say that Just a Little Guy, once again, keeping pace with this game. There's only so much time left. And look at the damage. It's starting to come off on Mad.
So you're seeing that TPU break, I believe, at the layer adhesion lines. Very unfortunate for them, but the most common spot for 3D printed material to break is along those layer adhesion lines. The club actually spends a lot of time working on figuring out how to improve that layer adhesion.
Oh, I 100% agree with you. And I will say, if anything, Mad is trying their best to take advantage of this game. They have some form of aggression, probably over with on Just a Little Guy, but I just don't know where things go. The time is running out, though.
No, absolutely. And we've known the judges have been favoring damage over control and aggression so far in this tournament, so it is not looking good for Mad in that category.
I definitely agree with you. The countdown continues to wind down. We are just a few seconds away from finishing this game. Although a pin has happened for just a moment, but that is just not enough in the control category to win that game.
No, absolutely. And it's been very interesting to see this. Oh, and that is the match.
And just in time, too, just as a piece of Mad started to fall off, connecting the wheel to the top part that might be a huge deal in the eyes of the judges.
For sure, that is actually some decent damage done to Mad, which had beforehand not really seen to be taken that much damage thus far. I will say, though, Josh, looking at the beetleweight bracket that these guys are competing in, if either of them goes through, I think it's going to be very difficult for them to get past Anomaly and in the other competitors like Herbert in these final areas. I think it'll be extremely tough for them, and they're experiencing a lot of issues with their weapon motors, something you do not want to be seeing at the competition, given the fact that weapon motors are often the most expensive parts of combat robots, and therefore sometimes are the least purchased or redundant part. As always, Kavan sweeping up the inside of the arena after each match. And in continuation of the pattern that we are seeing throughout this tournament, the judges decided to go with just a little guy unanimously for that damage it was able to put out on Matt. Josh, how do you feel about just a little guy's chances against Anomaly in his next match?
Just a little better from this game from the last. I really do feel like he has shocked me in particular. I really didn't think he'd make it this far, and yet here he has been.
That is true, although Anomaly is such a strong competitor, just a little guy has pulled through every single time so far, and surprises are one of the most certain things when watching a combat robot tournament.
Our next matchup is very interesting, though. I think you will have to say that.
Absolutely. We have PP
Is a Beyblade
up against
advantage again.
Here we have our undefeated Beetleweight division matches going up again. We have PP and Neptune. Neptune being in the blue corner and PP in the red. This is going to be an extremely interesting match. Again, PP being our reigning champion from the last Railside Rumble and has been showing extreme confidence and aggression throughout this entire match. However, the one time that PP seemed to falter was also up against a vertical. So it will be interesting to see how PP performs, knowing that this might be his one weakness.
And this is a crucial battle. Both will face incredible odds going forward. But let's see where this thing goes. This could be a fun one. Oh!
Absolutely, lots of sparks being thrown instantly. Aggression, as PP always does. This is going to be a great match.
And we're getting some sparks early on. And Neptune has fallen into the trap and it's
Oh!
flying across the wall.
A massive hit from PP on the backside of Neptune, and Neptune is not moving. Okay, he's back, but his weapon is not.
Yes, we'll have to see how that continues. It looks like Neptune might be septo to a call out soon, but PP is not letting go. He is going to give him his everything.
In the driver, PP absolutely completely focused right now on winning, trying to maintain his championship position. And it looks like Neptune's weapon is spinning, but the AC wires might be out of order because it looks like it is unable to spin quickly.
And he needs to change that fast. So PP will take advantage and will start making big hits just like that, and just like that, and a little bit of just like that too, you know. There is some powering down though. The box has become silent.
Oh no, could this be PP's weapon? Nope, PP's weapon's still going. Possibly not going to hit him here. That polyurethane wheel looking a little bit ragged on Neptune, and PP is going to win that match as Neptune is unable to right himself. What a match. PP is going to the finals here in the Beetleweight division and is the person to beat given the fact that he won last year's Railside Rumble.
Yes, I definitely agree with you, and we're going to have to look out for Neptune in the future. A great bot with some wonderful competition going forward. I'm so happy they competed here today, and I look forward to seeing them in the future. Who does PP play next?
PP will be playing the winner between Neptune or...
No, we already had Neptune.
Herbert.
Herbert
actually.
and just a little guy, I assume?
Yes, and actually, I believe Herbert was the one who almost beat PP in the past. So I would love to see a rematch between Herbert and PP. That would be an amazing match, I believe, and I think that would be phenomenal to see the person that knocked down Herbert to come back.
And who's...
This next match is going to be interesting with Toothache and Inkblot coming up. Inkblot having an extremely hard fight, hard-won rounds getting up to this position, beating out Hobgoblin, one of the top competitors. It'll be interesting to see how he does against Toothache, the Bristlebot, who tapped out of their last match in order to save some of their components. We will see if that strategy of saving components has paid off for this match. Match about to begin. Toothache again in the red corner with Inkblot in the blue. Inkblot running a very different configuration than what we've seen in the past, almost looking like a half moon on the front with screws sticking out of it. I don't know if this was an ad hoc solution due to the damage he's received in the past.
Oh, it's definitely going somewhere. And these are two surviving teams, I will add. Inkblot has had a miraculous comeback in the last game, and my Toothache's done something similar too. So we have the two survivors coming together, and it's going to be a nasty one. And it started well. It looks like Inkblot is losing that ad hoc design, as you had mentioned.
Absolutely. Toothache doing what it does best and destroying everything around it, including possibly itself. Hopefully we don't see that continue to happen. Inkblot, I don't know how Inkblot is going to get any sort of damage on Toothache if Toothache can simply just keep its weapons pointed towards it.
No, real question, is the saw working?
Yeah, I'm not sure yet. I don't think they've had a ping that has allowed them, or that has been worthwhile for them to actually spit up their weapon.
Oh, but I will say, if anything, Toothache is finding themselves in a pinball scenario. If they can be pushed around by Inkblot too much, their weapons, which have been pretty unbreakable right now, might see a different story, and Inkblot could survive another miracle scenario, because it looks like that right now.
No, absolutely, and I just wanted to note that that strange configuration on the front of Inkblot is now gone, knocked off by Toothache. I'm pretty sure he had it in a wedge to conform to the back of Toothache's body. Very interesting, using Toothache's weapon against it, not even using Inkblot's weapon, but just pushing him up against the wall so he ends up going flying. Very interesting strategy, but it might work.
I will say, if anything, though, Toothache has responded well to whatever Inkblot is throwing at him. He is getting bounced around the arena, but it's not like he's the only one doing that. It is a bit of a marble game right here, but Toothache is leading the charge.
Absolutely, I 100% agree with that. I think that right now, Toothache probably is winning, although it's been flying around a lot. I think that the damage and aggression it's done on Inkblot has been far more.
I definitely agree with you, and these two bots are strong competitors to each other. This might go to 3 minutes.
No, absolutely. I think that I'm hearing out of Inkblot's pit to get the hammer in. I assume that he's talking about actually trying to do damage with that hammer on the back.
I don't know if the hammer's even lifted off the side. The hammer can somehow move, that would be a wonder, and it would show some life.
It appears as though he did try spinning up the hammer temporarily, but it did not seem to move.
Oh, and there it goes. It is on, and now it's off again. It really doesn't seem to be doing much, and it was not a factor in this game. We have just a few moments left. Can Inkblot do anything else to maintain itself? The control is starting to be there, the aggression too. It's really pushing well. And look at this, bouncing off the wall is Toothache. That might be something good. Oh! But it looks like that might be the end for Inkblot. And they survive the timer, which they can. They can survive the timer, and this will go to a judge's decision. What a miraculous save by Inkblot.
That is crazy, and we have seen so many miraculous saves by Inkblot today that I honestly wouldn't even be surprised to see another one, but we will see what the judges have to say about it. The judge is carefully inspecting both bots right now. There seems to be a lot of damage on both, much more on Toothache than what I had previously expected. But I don't know if that is from this match or previous fights. Once again, for our new viewers, we just watched Inkblot and Toothache fight. It appeared as though Toothache may have done more damage, but it is going to a judge decision, and they are currently deciding as we speak. And until then, we are going to be looking at likely another bracket match after this. I'm hearing a split decision result coming in. Josh is about to announce it. Toothache coming in with the win. It's Toothbrush Bristle Design squeaking out the win with a split decision. 2 judges in favor of Toothache, 1 judge in favor of Inkblot. To give our competitors a little bit of time, we will be running a 3-pound full combat exhibition match between Revolver and Bonk. Revolver, a robot that we saw have a lot of technical difficulties, and I personally believe has not been up to its full potential. I'm excited to see what it can do here against Bonk. This match is bound to be exciting. We're seeing a drum versus an undercutter. Bonk does seem to be a little bit off the ground here. I don't know if Revolver is going to be able to actually get anything to hit.
Oh, same.
Again, this is an exhibition match and is not a part of the main bracket. Bonk flipping on its side almost right away, showing how much velocity that drum has.
Oh, and look at this from Revolver, getting the weapon down early. And they start making an impact against Bonk.
Oh! That was
head.
one of the loudest impacts, I think, of all day. Bonk barely looking like its weapon is working. It actually might not be.
And look at this. Revolver is taking advantage. It is making a mess out of the arena. Oh.
It looks like Eric, the owner of Revolver, wants Bonk to be flipped to actually have a good match. Again, they are not competing. This is an exhibition match, so they want to see as much destruction and have each other be at their best to see how their bots perform.
Now they might want to unstick at this moment to try and get him off, although the Egg Beater is just not getting the momentum they need. Unfortunately, the forks are hooked, so we're going to get a little bit of a scenario with that. They're going to
an unstick. Apparently their forks are hooked onto the edge of the arena.
Too much in the time we have with this game. Afterwards, we will start our additional finalist games, but enjoy this exhibition match while the time lasts.
Yes, absolutely. And I think so far, Revolver has definitely been the leading contender in this match. I think outputting more damage and more aggression. However, it will be interesting to see what Bonk ends up doing after it's been flipped.
And this one flipped on the right side, too, so we actually get a real matchup. And let's continue this one up. It's definitely something all right.
You guys ready?
We are waiting on Eric, the designer of Revolver, to get himself ready. Looks like the two people running Bonk are. So we're going to get right back into this jam.
You know, and Josh, I truly have to imagine that Bonk was, or I apologize, that what am I saying? Poink was not the bot that Eric expected to be making it all the way in the tournament as he is now. I imagine that he was hoping that Revolver would be the one that would do the most damage. And look at that rubbish fly as Revolver goes. It's almost like a vacuum cleaner with so much air coming off the undercutter, but the debris are just moving away from it before it ever even touches it.
And we will definitely see with Bonk. He's pushing him against the side. This could be a big hit if things collide well. That said, Bonk is very iffy. It is really bouncing around, and maybe that is to its disservice.
No, absolutely, and it does seem like those wedges on Bonk might actually...
Oh!
Massive hit on the bottom side of Bonk. The undercutter actually hitting the bottom side of a robot, or on the bottom plate, not super
And it
common.
has flipped it well, and I don't even know if the drum shooter would work if it was reflipped. It looks like Revolver is certainly in the lead. The Revolver itself isn't doing too well right now. Can we see a knockout of any sort, or are we just going to have a continual battle until things start to change?
I'm hearing from Bonk that the drive is very messed up. I assume it's hard to drive that robot right now.
I definitely agree. That's a very smart point, Amber. Looks like Revolver's actually got himself stuck. That might be it for him. I mean, I could yeah, that too.
Nope, he was able to get out. Oh, and absolutely scraping the back of Bonk. There's debris everywhere right now. I don't even know where it's coming from. And it looks like we are having a match end that will not be going to a decision given the fact that it was an exhibition. But if we are the unofficial judges, Josh, who are you putting that match to?
I will actually give it to Revolver. They won that one handily.
I agree. I think that Revolver definitely had a lot more damage output there, and I appreciate the sportsmanlike conduct he had helping Bonk flip over after he had flipped it after a major hit.
I definitely agree. We are nearing the end, folks. Keep tuned. The next hour will be wonderful.
They're kind of undergoing a massive cleaning operation after all of that debris made from that last exhibition match.
If you want.
Alright guys, I'm Amber. Apparently I'm now filling in because Ben's coming back.
Ben is back. Hey, introduce yourself while you're here, Amber.
What?
Huh?
See
Yeah.
myself out here?
No. Introduce yourself while you're here.
Alright guys, I'm Amber. I'm head of relations for Railside Robotics, and if you've been emailing me, or anyone in the club, it's probably gone through me at some point, so yeah. Turn these off.
Question no longer. This bot is surely living up to its name for how it survived the test of time. It is the anomaly. Let the bot battle begin.
Josh, Anomaly and Just a Little Guy, two of our top competitors here today in the middleweight division. Both great bots, very solid designs. Love this Anomaly's massive spark shower right off the gate.
Definitely. These are two heavy hitters. Let's see what happens because these bots have not been tested that much. This is the real deal.
No, absolutely. I think it's going to be very, very interesting to see. I like the aggression out of Anomaly, not letting Just a Little Guy's weapon spin up. It's very, very smart when you see a bot with a weapon that will take a long time to spin.
And let's say how interesting this design is right now from Anomaly. They have changed it a little bit with that big old wedge. Reminds me of Witch Doctor. And what do you know what, this little guy looks like? It's Tombstone Witch Doctor, the little mimic battle, if you remember your battle bots like that.
Absolutely, and people are always going up those amazing designs. I think that a lot of the fundamentally amazing designs of camera robots have been explored, like the horizontal and vertical spinners you are seeing. It's a classic matchup, and it looks like it's going fairly well for Anomaly right now. Lots of amazing hits, loving the shower of sparks coming out.
And there's definitely even damage among the two. I will say Anomaly is taking a lot more hits, but it's surviving a lot of them as well. We'll have to see how much damage is being replaced by that kinetic energy being distributed. The sparks are really showing now.
It does look like Anomaly's right drive side is lifting up off the ground, causing her to not be able to move very well. I don't know what would have caused that. I didn't see any major hits, but if...
Oh, that's a big hit, and it looks like Anomaly is looking for an unstick. Yes.
Absolutely, we're getting an unstick here. But I do think that if that drive issue continues, if Just a Little Guy is able to capitalize, use its possibly better drivetrain at this point, and get behind Anomaly, Just a Little Guy might be able to pull out the win here on Anomaly.
Yes, and the battle is still well drawn. If Anomaly can survive the 3 minutes, there may be a shot for her to win this game and move on to the championship.
Teams, are you ready?
And the game is about to resume.
Oh, a little bit of movement.
And now things have restarted in full, and let's see if Anomaly can move. It looks like they can't too much.
They're
This
struggling.
might be a big one. Oh! And a wheel has come off.
That's not a wheel. That's Anomaly's
Oh,
weapon.
that is their
That's
weapon.
going to be really, really bad.
And that looks like a tap out from Anomaly.
Just a little guy against all odds coming up out of his bracket, fighting his way through a lot of strong competitors and beating out Anomaly. This is not what I expected when I first saw this bot, and it has been an amazing competitor here today.
And he really has shown himself to be more than just a little guy, as his name suggests. And Anomaly, congrats to her. She has done so well in this tournament, and we love to see her in the future.
No, absolutely. I would love to see reiterations of this bot. Once again, this is the second time today that we watched a vertical spinner's weapon motor fly out of its mounting. Very, very interesting. A lot of competitors are going to be wondering, how can I make sure that my weapons stay in place? I don't know what mounting techniques they've used. It doesn't look like her uprights are damaged, so I could not tell you why that happened, but it's going to be a major part of their redesign process for future bots.
Yes, and now that we have this game out of the way, let's take a look at the bracket for the Beetleways.
Absolutely, we're looking at PP in the final. Just a little guy versus Herbert. That is going to be a match to believe. I am sort of hoping that Herbert squeaks it out here so we can see a rematch, but I think that whatever it will be, PP is going to have a good match, and it's going to be a solid, fun thing to watch at the very end of today.
I definitely agree with you on that one. We are very close to the end, guys, so hold tight.
It looks like we are going to be having a match between Jasper, the Railside Robotics electronics lead, versus one of the newly onboarded members in a Plastic Ant Expedition bout. Again, expedition matches will become more common in this later half as people need time to repair the robots. This will be Jasper Drusek's first time ever fully powering up this robot. This robot is known as a Melty Brain. It actually spins on wheels in order to act like it's spinning like a full body spinner. The light that you see is flashing at a rate that's equal to the rate of spinning to show him what direction is forward. Although I will say I've driven this robot before and it is not easy to drive. I think we're seeing a little bit of that difficulty in driving right now as Jasper is struggling to find his way towards his opponent, but gets a nice hit on the side.
To the broom for it's cute.
It looks like this match will start back up very, very soon after that quick unstick.
Uh-oh. Someone's getting a little active.
A little bit of movement coming out of both bots. I will say, if Jasper is unable to control his bot properly, like we've talked about in the past, if you cannot hit your opponent while going quickly, you're not going to get very much bite. And Jasper's bot is no longer moving.
Look at him. Oh, now he is.
He's back at it again, spinning. Decent shot there, knocking something off. That it comes flying out of the arena. There is an air gap along the outside in between the polycarbonate panel, but it is no threat because it leads only to the ground.
Speaking of the arena, last match we had an interesting occurrence where when little guy whacked into the kick plate, he managed to knock a block of the wood behind the steel kick plates off. There is a chunk missing out of the side of the kick plates at this moment.
That is an impressive amount of energy.
Yep.
That was Kavan giving a little bit of commentary on the kick plates. Kavan, very familiar with kick plates, given the fact that he's been in Klondike almost every single weekend, Klondike being our manufacturing space. This match, fairly uneventful so far. I think the fact that Jasper is struggling to control his bot is making it hard for him to reach his opponent.
Where is the other bot even?
The opponent is currently in the red corner.
Upside down. Interesting.
Good hits. And it looks like we are going to end in a nice finish for both players involved. Good win for Jasper at the end of the day, and a nice start for Optimum for his career here at Purdue and the college robotics community.
Absolutely. His bot, being a newly onboarded member in his first spot ever built, is not doing too bad. I kind of like the drive. A little bit slow, but he does seem to be pretty stuck to the ground, and we haven't seen all that much damage done to his bot yet. We are getting ready for our toothache point match, which will be starting very soon.
Is this to go to the
All right, we're looking at Poink in the red corner. Again, Poink coming in, a very, very surprising contestant to reach this level. Eric, a great bot builder. I expected he did not think this bot would make it this far in the tournament. And Toothache, a fan favorite, it seems, in the blue corner, looking pretty good with those googly eyes and almost fully rebuilt. He's got all of his toothbrushes attached, and we will see how he does against Poink. All right, we are about to start this match. Let's see how it goes.
Oh,
a
and a
massive hit
quick
right away.
start.
This will be interesting to see where this goes. Again, Toothache having a lot of competitions. I will say I am surprised that Toothache has done this well. Oftentimes bots that are built like this that fly around the arena constantly from their own hits.
Oh, like that.
Exactly, get destroyed. But Toothache is very clearly well built. It has not had any issues like that. It's one of the only competitors whose weapons have been spinning this entire tournament, and it has not really had any faults so far.
I can say the same with Poink, although not so much anymore. They just lost a wheel for the first time, and Poink is on the ropes. This bot has struggled and survived so well. I just don't know if it can do that anymore right now. And Poink is struggling to move, but also a little bit, so is Toothache.
Yes, and I think Toothache will always be struggling to move, given the fact that Bristlepots are hard to control, but they just do so much damage. But like you said, Poink having extreme difficulty moving right now, hobbling around as much as it can with one wheel.
And let's see if that wheel comes off too, because they're going to try for it. Toothache is hungry for the kill. They have been looking to go to the finals from here. This is a big one.
Toothache trying to get back to get a nice hit on Poink. I imagine they're looking to take out that other wheel. I know that's what I would be doing if I was driving right now. Eric.
And look, oh, and looks like as
and
expected.
Eric losing that second wheel, just as I said, maybe that's commentator curse. I don't know. But Eric losing both wheels, getting a countdown, and being knocked out.
What a nice game. And honestly, congrats to both of them. I love Eric's determination to destroy his own robot. He did not expect Poink to make it this far, but he should be glad it did. And we should be glad that Toothache, such a unique bot in this year's competition, is going to the finals. Who are they playing, Ben?
Right now, I believe that Toothache will be playing the loser of the Ampere match, Bioluminescence, and then after that match, it will go back over to Ampere for the true Antweight finals.
Now, I will say, how do you feel about the chances of Toothache, not only in a game against Ampere, but in the overall Antweight Division Challenge?
I think that Toothache given how well it has been built and the fact that it's not been turning off, does stand a chance against the next matchup against Bioluminescence. Bioluminescence being a very, very strong contender so far, but actually in the Ampere match, completely shutting off after a big hit. Toothache has not shown that at all. Toothache has been constantly running. It is not shut off. Its weapons are always running, and it's constantly moving. Also, those bristles have, you have to take off a lot of those bristles in order to remove its movement. So I think that Toothache does stand a chance again in this next Bioluminescence match. After that, I think that it's going to be difficult to decide. I would have to reevaluate after I see both robots compete to see how they'll do against Ampere in the finals.
I 100% agree.
And a comment from one of our viewers asking, what is the floor made of? The floor is simply made of wood. That is why you're seeing so much damage done to it. I do believe that there are some combat robot competitions that do have metal floors. We have decided to opt with the wood floor. It is significantly cheaper, and although it does need to be replaced after each match, it does not cost all that much, and manufacturing is not all that bad. Again, we do have our manufacturing space in Klondike where we have members work every single weekend on all of this stuff so we can hold these events for you guys. We'll be having another 3-pound exhibition match with Hodag and...
Maybe not.
Uh-oh. It looks like we're seeing difficulties from a competitor. Their robot may not be turning on. We're looking at another exhibition match. Josh will be the commentator today.
Hello, we have Sunflower, Supernova, and Hodag. A little just fun one while we keep everything going. Our last few games are coming down to which we thought, let's give the tryhards another good chance. Maybe in an exhibition match, Sunflower, Supernova can get their first win. They were 0-13. I think I'll quiet myself down and let you guys enjoy this experience.
Ooh, smoke coming out of Sunflower Supernova. Not what you would expect right now. Although that weapon does still seem to be spinning just fine. It could have been smoke from his carbon fiber blade, and I think that's what it actually is. Now, thankfully, we have our filtration system because carbon fiber is not something you want to be inhaling. A decent bout between these two bots. You're looking at a lot of TPU armor on the side. TPU is a thermoplastic, highly flexible, and it is commonly used in beetle-weight combat robots. This armor barely breaks, and it's 500% elongation at rupture, making it extremely versatile and useful for combat robots. When it does break, it often breaks along the layer lines, as seen in previous competitors today. Hodag momentarily flipping himself there, but still getting out okay. I'm surprised that Sunflower Supernova isn't using that opportunity to hit the bottom side of the bot. It's looking like we're getting a pin on the side here.
Oh!
And we finally see some action as Sunflower Supernova's wheel gets blown off by Hodag.
And a looks like another loss is on the way for Sunflower Supernova. What a shame.
Again, I do not think that using the carbon fiber blade, as far as I understand that, I believe that is what it's using, is the play. Carbon fiber is not going to withstand any hits against any sort of steel, creating that fine powder-like dust that you're seeing whenever they were in contact before. Additionally, that is why the blade looks so blunted after all of these fights today. And that is time. I would have to give that one to Hodag by a long shot with all of the damage that he did to Sunflower Supernova, especially given the fact that he knocked off his wheel, rendering him nearly immobile. Will doing one of his final sweeps with that classic red broom, cleaning out the arena after all of that destruction. been a long day today. Thank you for everyone that's been sticking with us. We are nearing the end of our bracket matches, and we will hopefully be getting the next one going very shortly. All right, folks, we are nearing the end here. We are having our Beetleweight Losers Bracket Finals coming up. We have Just a Little Guy and Herbert, a great match coming. And I think it's going to be a fun one.
There's no one on the stream right now.
Now we're on.
Interesting to look out for in both of these robots is they're both very full of TPU, which means I'm thinking that we're going to see a lot of flying robots this match.
Manon coming in with a little bit of commentary there. All right, starting off, we're going to see a lot of aggression from Herbert initially. I'm a little bit disappointed in the fact that Just a Little Guy's weapon is not spinning up right now. I know he was having issues with that last match, but that could be a cause for concern. Never mind, we're getting it up, spun up a little bit, but I believe
Herbert's got a piece of Just a Little Guy's weapon stuck inside of his weapon.
very interesting. I can't see that, but that might be the reason why Herbert's weapon isn't spinning up, and that could be very, very favorable for Just a Little Guy.
Unfortunately for Just a Little Guy, though, Herbert still doesn't have that big titanium wedge that's going to block a lot of his hits and prevent him from really getting a really good control of the match.
I do think it would be very, very useful for Just a Little Guy if he was somehow able to go on the backside of Herbert and hit those wheels, grinding them to shreds. It might help reduce his drivetrain a little bit, giving him better shots in the future.
That's going to be difficult, though. That's a wide robot, Herbert. It's hard to get around him.
No, absolutely. And Herbert's driver has been doing a phenomenal job this today. A lot of the sparks we're seeing just coming from Herbert's titanium front plate. This little guy continuously trying to get around Herbert's backside, but Herbert just pinning him in a corner, not letting him see it hits back. I don't even think I've seen Herbert get hit from behind this entire tournament.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to get behind that robot, I know. That was the piece of wheel that was stuck in Herbert's weapon, but now that it's out, he's ready to spin and slice.
Yeah, this could be really, really bad news for this little guy. I don't even know if this little guy was winning before, and Herbert is looking for the time. We have about a minute left coming in from Jasper, and this could be the chance for Herbert to make a major comeback.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that TPU on Just a Little Guy is going to hold up pretty well. You know, we haven't really seen a lot of damage dealt to Just a Little Guy, though he is unfortunately not demonstrating much control and aggression that the judges would want to see.
Absolutely, and Herbert is looking for that wheel destruction. I can see him chipping away at it, and he's doing a good job. That right wheel on Just a Little Guy looking pretty mangled at this point. this could be what it takes for Herbert to get the win off damage.
Ooh, I think with the drive motor that's coming loose on Just Little Guy, that could be bad if Herbert is able to capitalize on that.
No, absolutely. That would look very, very bad for Just a Little Guy to the judges if it goes to a decision, which it currently looks like it will. Massive blow from them.
I want to see a roof shot.
Oh!
That's the entire drive motor out of Just a Little Guy.
Right before the end. Unfortunate timing. This is not looking good for Just a Little Guy. Herbert looking very much in control of that match. Lots of damage. Very impressive the amount of damage he was due to Just a Little Guy. And honestly, the most out of all competitors so far today, despite the fact that his weapon was down for over half the match. Great match. Going to be going to a judge's decision here soon. I will get that to you once I have that information from the judges. We're looking at a small exhibition match in between our next bracket match for the plastic ant weights. We're looking at a multi-bot look in the shape of alligators. Kind of cool. I believe I've seen this design at a UIUC tournament before. Going to be very interesting how this goes because I believe that they are all flippers. A very quiet match today. I'm joined by Will. Josh is currently taking a break. We've been at this for, I believe, what, 8 hours, 6 hours?
8 hours sounds about right. Yeah.
8 hours. It's been a long day, but I've been loving it. Lots of great competition. Hopefully you guys in the chat have also been liking it. Will, how are you feeling about this matchup right now?
Well, I think it's pretty interesting having that 2v1 going. We got See You Later versus Tipsy. 3 flippers, so I don't really know how that's going to work out because, as you know, Ben, a flipper can right itself, so I don't know how anyone's going to actually win this match other than just by pure control score.
And I think that we are going to have to be the ones to decide that control score.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a split judge's decision. You think Tipsy, the black and white bot here, is at a bit of a disadvantage because it's a lot easier for See You Later to get that control and aggressiveness score, given how they can just keep on coming.
No, absolutely. Both 2 against 1 is not really fair, but this is an exhibition match, so fairness is not a part of the game.
No, we need to start seeing some pins going, and hopefully something interesting will happen eventually.
That's blissful thinking, but we're gonna keep watching because I know that's what everyone in the chat is here for.
Yeah.
This match has hit the 2 minutes mark. You know, Will, I've seen a lot of flips and not a lot of destruction.
Yeah, no, they kind of lack the destructive capability to do any harm to each other. This might come down to a battery or electronics malfunction if someone's going to win this match by knockout. I don't really see any true destructive capabilities coming out in this last 30 seconds of the match.
True, but you never know what tricks he may have up his sleeve. Maybe there is a flamethrower hidden in there. I would hope not, though, because that is not allowed at our competition.
Yeah, that could go pretty poorly with our wooden floor design, with all of these tiny little wood chunks picking up during the matches. Might create quite a fire.
Will, how do you feel about that massive gash in the polycarbonate right there?
Oh, I think one of our destructive beetles might be the cause of that.
Right, you would be about that one.
Yeah.
But it looks like we're going to have to replace that panel, which is going to cost about $300.
$300. Hopefully we get a nice...
You know, this is a great time to thank our sponsors right now. Repeat Robotics, Palm Beach Bots, Soga, and IT Graces for sponsoring this event, given the fact that how much money this event costs to run with the arena, our $10,000 arena. Not per panel. It is not $10,000 per panel.
No.
But it is a significant amount of money per polycarbonate panel. Will, do you want to give us some specs on the arena size?
Yeah, it's actually 8 by 8, 8 feet by 8 feet. I think it's about 4 feet tall in height. It's elevated so that, you know, it's easier to view. It's completely disassemblable, so we can transport it from our facility where we, you know, manufacture things to the site of our competition. And we've actually just improved the suction power of our fan at the top. We've sealed all of our little panels, and we've also added steel kick plates, which added a lot of weight to this arena. We've also added supports underneath, which make it so you can walk on the arena instead of just driving bots around.
As you frequently see.
Yeah, you know, so we can get in there and vacuum it out and get these chunks of wood out so that our low to the ground bots can stay driving without getting stuck, as one of our competitors was asking us to make sure we get some chunks out in between matches. And
I think it's very important to note the fact that this arena was 100% student designed and built. It was a massive project last semester, and it has been a massive project this semester as well, getting the upgrades ready for Railside Rumble happening today. I believe it was around a couple thousand manufacturing hours it took Everything was cut by hand. I've drilled so many holes, I don't even know what to say. It's a joke in the club now that we're going to go drill holes at Klondike.
Yeah, I actually was one of those students who worked the drill press for about 4 or 5 hours each Saturday last semester. I thought it was amazing. However, some people don't like doing that.
Personally, I greatly enjoyed it. There was a lot of useful experiences I got from working on the arena. I also was on the drill press. It was good to get practice on the drill press. However, I also did a lot of angle grinding, something I would definitely recommend doing with a mask to make sure that you do not get a bunch of steel in your lungs.
And make sure to wear protective safety glasses, because that could also cause some pretty hefty visual impairments.
Yes, speaking of safety glasses and other PPE, anywhere at our competition within the pits, our competitors are required to be wearing safety glasses to ensure that nobody loses their eyes.
I myself should probably go find some safety glasses.
However, he is sitting in the commentary box, Will, who just spoke, and is not in the pits, and therefore does not need to be wearing safety glasses.
This is true.
However, I am wearing safety glasses because I just wear them so I don't forget them at any point throughout the day. Manon coming over to possibly commentate.
Oh, Manon could add some expert knowledge into this commentating
Manon,
setup.
how would you like... Okay,
Oh,
Manon
Manon's
is leaving, but I would like to get a little bit of commentary from him about the arena, as he had a big handle on designing it and leading the manufacturing process. Talk about the arena. Let's talk about the arena.
Yeah, so this arena we've got here is actually a $10,000 arena sponsored by ESSIC PLM. Without the support, we honestly wouldn't have been able to, make any of this project possible. You'll also see Milwaukee in the red corner. They graciously donated to us a lot of tools this semester, which we used to construct this arena and provide the refinements that we needed. A couple key points about this arena is it's got 2 layers of polycarbonate that are 1/4 inch thick. We've got 4 feet by 8 feet windows, so lots of great viewing area. I think we've had probably around 200 people able to look into this arena and see just all the great, action that we've seen. And luckily it's held up very well. That's a testament to the safety and reliability of this arena that we've built with this thick polycarb. One thing that's not as visible from the stream is the fan that's right next to the fisheye camera. Luckily, we haven't had a lipo fire today, but in the event of a lipo fire, we are very well prepared to evacuate the smoke quickly and safely out of the arena and take it out of the event venue. This is really important to us because we like to make sure all of our competitors and spectators stay safe, as well as keep ourselves safe.
Absolutely, and it looks like we're going to be starting our next match very soon. We will get information on what is happening right now. Right now, we have Toothache, a fan favorite in the YouTube chat, and Bioluminescence. Bioluminescence only being beat so far by our current leader, Ampere, and Toothache coming in from a lot of hard-fought matches. So, interesting thing to note is the fact that so far, Toothache has fought significantly more matches than Bioluminescence, meaning it's had to go through more spare parts, making it more likely that the parts it's running are damaged, making it so it may not be at its full peak potential. Let's get this match underway. We are looking at Bioluminescence coming out aggressive in the blue corner right now. Both of them fighting, coming back towards the center a little bit. Bioluminescence is definitely controlling this match so far, and it looks like Toothpick's one of the weapons might not be working, but I stand corrected.
Toothache has to make sure to stay away from Bioluminescence while they get their weapons spinning up, because they use those vibrations from their weapons to move around. So if they can't get those moving, they're a sitting duck for Bioluminescence's weapons, which seems to be damaged a little bit.
100%. It looks like that left fork on Bioluminescence is gone, but in this matchup, I don't know how crucial that would have been. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, this ground game by Bioluminescence does not seem to be playing a huge part in the fight. It seems to just be weapon on weapon, which
Oh, no.
Bioluminescence's weapon has stopped working.
This
So that
could-
is a huge benefit to Toothache here.
Yeah, Toothache, this is going to be amazing for Toothache. This is exactly what you want to see. Bioluminescence without a working weapon is not going to be as big of a problem. And whenever Toothache comes into contact with these push bots, it seems to have been winning by the judges. So Toothache is in a pretty good position here unless Bioluminescence is able to get its weapon working again.
Yeah, Toothache has some really powerful weapons here, so they're going to be able to just keep hitting them and hitting them. They'll be able to keep moving throughout this entire match. I don't, unless Bioluminescence can get their weapon up and running again, I don't see how Bioluminescence is going to pull this one out.
It is truly a testament to bot building how well Toothache has been able to withstand throughout this tournament. Its weapons have always been spinning, but this might be the first time it's stopped. No, I can't tell.
They're back up, they're back up.
They are back up. Of course, it looks like there might be a little bit of damage on Toothache's left weapon there. It looks like it might have come loose. It's very difficult to see from a top-down view, but its weapon is still spinning and it's still doing damage.
Yeah, Bioluminescence's entire weapon motor is out of its holder.
And that is the third vertical spinner weapon motor we've seen today. It not completely loose from its holder. I don't know what is happening. Maybe we're revealing a major problem in verticals in today's combat robots.
Right here we've got Bioluminescence pinning Toothache, which is a major play by them, because if Toothache can't get their weapon spinning back up after this pin, they will be eliminated.
Bioluminescence playing it smart, releasing the pin very quickly and then going right back to Toothache. And as Will said, Toothache cannot move without its weapon spinning. So he can do this over and over and effectively get farm control points off of Toothache.
Yeah, we see Toothache right there struggling to get back up. Oh, and the match is over.
Match is over. I think it's going to come down to if Bioluminescence had enough control at the end there and aggression, or if the damage Toothache did to Bioluminescence was enough to eke out the win for the judges. Again, it is important to note that the judges have been more in favor of damage throughout this tournament, so it is looking like might be in favor of Toothache.
Yeah, I totally agree here. Toothache really came out there hitting, knocked both forks off of, or one fork off of Bioluminescence, completely destroyed their weapon, knocked their motor loose, and was able to maintain a large level of their functionality, losing one of their weapons in the match. However, they were able to move the entire time and stayed aggressive throughout the entire match.
No, absolutely will. I think that is, again, extremely impressive by Toothache to be able to do that, and Bioluminescence are both amazing competitors. I know that Bioluminescence is a seasoned bot builder. I don't know about Toothache, and I think it would be great to talk to him after this to see what his thought process was when building the bot, why he decided to make it based off toothbrushes, and what his feelings are about going this far in the tournament.
It'll buff out.
Some public sentiment that Bioluminescence may have won that match. We will see if the judges agree. Right now, the competitors are presenting their bots to the judges to inspect damage. They are cracking jokes and also at the same time trying to convince the judges that the damage isn't as bad as it seems.
Oh, that's good.
Please bear with us for a moment while the judges deliberate on their decisions. The judges have just come to a decision for the match between Bioluminescence and Toothache. Thank you for the sticker, sir. Bioluminescence has won unanimously against Toothache. I'm sorry to all the Toothache fans in the chat, but the judges were not a fan.
Yeah, thankfully, Toothache was able to pick up that third place in the tournament, so they are going to be able to get that trophy and a little bit of prize money.
No, absolutely. That will be great for them. I'm sure they'll be happy with that. I would love to talk to them after this to see what their thoughts are on all of it and if they expected to go this far. We only have a few more matches left in this tournament. I'm excited to see how it ends up. I am hoping for an Herbert and PP finals rematch. Again, PP being the one to knock Herbert out of the bracket. If I remember correctly, I think that would be an amazing rematch.
I believe in that match, the only reason Herbert lost was because they ran out of battery at the very end of the fight. And PP just managed to barely sneak out just enough battery to last.
That's a great insight from Kavan there. I did not know that. That is actually extremely important. It's very interesting because, again, that is the only match that PP has looked shaky. That top plate was very damaged coming off. I could see electronics inside. And Herbert as well, not looking all that bad, had not sustained all that much damage despite going flying continuously. That TPU armor holding up very well on Herbert's side. Will and I just handed a pretty cool sticker saying, "See you later, alligator." Very awesome. I wish I could show it. We just received word that Neptune dropped out of the tournament, meaning the last match is going to be who?
PP versus Herbert for the
PP
final.
versus Herbert, the matchup I've been wanting to see. I imagine that Neptune didn't have enough spares to keep going in their matches. That is a very common problem when you aren't prepared at a Combat Robotics tournament, but it only happens once, because after that, you're going to bring a copious amount of extra parts. So we are going to see an extremely amazing 3-pound finals match coming up soon. Will and I coming back with a random conversation. Will, how do you feel about the rain?
You know, I personally don't really like the rain. I do like it when it's hot outside and it cools it down for about a day before it gets hot again in the summer, you know, a little cold front coming in. However, when I need to go to class, I'm not a huge fan of the rain slowing me down and getting my backpack wet.
That is true. I would definitely don't want to have all the papers in my backpack wet. How have you felt about the weather recently? Because it has been ridiculous.
I wish the weather today was tomorrow so I could spend more time outside, because it is perfect weather today. 65 to 70 degrees the entire day. Perfect in my opinion. What do you think about that?
For a little context about why I asked the question, we've gone from about 3 days ago hitting at 5 degrees Fahrenheit all the way up to today 65 degrees Fahrenheit. The changes have been insane. I've never seen anything like it. And it looks like we're getting the competitors in the arena right now. I think our takes on rain and weather might have to wait.
Yeah, it seems like these can't wait finals are ready to begin. We'll see if the red corner can get a clean sweep for the tournament. They have not dropped a match yet, and standing in their way of a perfect run is bioluminescence.
And again, bioluminescence has already lost Amber before, and bioluminescence does seem to be running a different configuration this time, looking much different. I think he so opted out the entire body, which is why he was able to get such a quick turnaround time.
Championship for the Beetleweights.
This is championship for Beetleweights.
Pumped.
I am pumped as well, Will. This is going to be amazing. The championship match for the Beetleweights.
Yeah, I'm really rooting for the red corner here. I would think that they're gonna win this. They've already beaten bioluminescence once. Let's see if they can do it again.
Absolutely, this will be interesting to see. I think bioluminescence has been having a lot of technical difficulties recently. We have not seen any sort of weakness from Ampere. And again, Ampere is running on almost certainly newer electronics than bioluminescence, although I know that this man does come to things. Amazing shot right out of the gate. This is going to be crazy. I already know. Getting thrown into the ceiling.
It also does seem like the drivers have agreed to a 2-minute match just so they can be sure that their batteries hold up the entire time and they can let loose without having to conserve any energy for this match.
Yes, absolutely, because sometimes in matches they don't want to spin up the weapon all the way for the whole time in fear of running out of battery. But again, like Will said, this match is going to be all out, smashing into the ceiling. That was a crazy hit. These have been amazing fights so far. I don't even know who's winning because everyone's been in the air equally, it seems.
I would say that Ampere might be losing right now. It seems that they get launched into the air every few seconds. They've hit the ceiling twice this match. Make that 3 times.
Doing an amazing job of chasing down Ampere no matter where he runs. This could be it. I am hearing wider sounds from the arena. The bioluminescence weapon isn't spinning up right now. This could be extremely bad for him. Ampere calling in unstick, but this sounds like bioluminescence's weapon just came back on as the unstick was called by Ampere. Again, that's unstick being his saving grace. I don't know what could be happening. It sounds like bioluminescence owner is saying an ESC, an electronic speed controller. This is the thing that interprets between your radio signals and then sends it to the weapon motor so it knows to actually turn on. Well, this has been an insane match so far. Oh no, but Ampere's driver dropping his controller. I'm sure he's a little bit nervous right now, being this far and possibly winning a lot of money coming out of this match.
Okay, we'll see if Bioluminescence's motor can spin back up. It seems to have broken before this unstick. Hopefully, he can get it up and running again and take this match home.
Absolutely, that would be extremely bad for Bioluminescence's chances if he's not able to, but it looks like he does. Ampere getting a few good shots in. Ampere just going right into Bioluminescence's weapon. I would like to see Ampere trying to go around the backside of Bioluminescence. I know that Bioluminescence is a great bot with great driver and great controls. Oh no, I see a massive part of some robot on the arena floor right now. I can't
Appears to
tell
be the
who.
side armor of Ampere.
I'm hearing talk of an exposed battery. Bioluminescence trying to get the win out here after this grudge match. I know he's lost before. He's definitely won in this. And a tap out. That is Ampere almost completely destroyed. What a great match, making Bioluminescence the winner of the Beetleweight division.
Bioluminescence has not won yet. It's a bracket reset. It's a bracket reset. Bioluminescence lost earlier to Ampere, which means we're going to a finals game 2.
I apologize for that miscommunication. He is right. It will be interesting to see how this goes. Can Ampere have enough parts to completely repair this robot? That robot looks mangled as all get out.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a difficult fix in the pits for him.
Yeah, I think Ampere, if they don't have an entire new robot ready to go, which a lot of teams do, Ampere might have to tap out of the competition because that is not repairable in the time they're given in between matches.
Well, how long are they given in between matches?
Think about 20 minutes. Hopefully, they have enough time to get their second bot up and running so that we can have a quick turnaround for match number 2.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to have a 4-man commentator talking a little bit about the bots that are upcoming for the Beetleweight finals. We have PP. Who's the other bot? I'm going to pretend we.
All right, coming up, we've got PP versus.
So fun fact about PP is that they were actually the winner of last year's Rumble. They've made it all the way to the finals again this year, demonstrating how consistency and reliability can lead to dominating performances. Up
Yeah.
against them, we have a robot that's only 3 months old. Very impressive for being a robot that's had such little time to go through the design, revise, and innovate cycle. That robot is Herbert.
Herbert having an extremely impressive performance here. That bot almost looks like it weighs more than it should. I know it doesn't, but it's extremely impressive the amount of control he's been able to exude over his competitors and how large his bot is compared to others.
One of the tricks behind those big robots is they're almost always composites and plastics, much lower density materials. Another important thing to point out is a lot of the insides of Herbert is just air. He's got very light electronics and not a lot sitting inside there, just air. But hey, sometimes air is the best armor because you can't really take damage to air, can you?
Herbert seems to have a new combination with a very long weapon this time around.
Yeah, Herbert has taken their protective metal plating off to allow them to have a much stronger and bigger weapon, hoping they can deal big damage to PP.
And I believe this might have been the configuration he had ran before as well. I don't want to say for sure, but in his previous match, because again, if you are new to the stream, this is a repeat match. PP up against Ampere. Ampere knocked down a loser's bracket, but coming all the way back out to fight PP again in the finals.
Yeah. Sadly, Neptune was not able to make it to these finals. But thanks to that, Herbert is able to get his second shot at PP, hoping to avenge his first round loss to PP.
Absolutely, this is going to be an exciting match. All right, this match will be resuming shortly. If PP wins this, he will be crowned for the second time the Railside Rumble Beetleweight Champion. Big hit out of the gate initially. It appears as though Herbert is having difficulty turning, a very common thing when you're running a large weapon on a vertical spinner.
And look at the design change. They went from the large wedge to a smaller fork, and I don't know if it's working necessarily, but it is putting in the effort. PP, though, sticking strong to the belt, hoping to get this win and cement themselves as a legend at Railside Robotics.
Absolutely. I think that PP so far this year and last year has been the bot to beat, and it would be extremely impressive to pull out another win. Bots are highly inconsistent given the fact that there's so many things that can go wrong, so the fact that he's been able to make it this far again is already incredibly impressive.
And it looks like PP is laying down the works. He is really pushing Herbert to his limits. Can Herbert give a blow back? And he is. Oh, but he's getting double knocks. Triple knocks. Oh, he's stuck on the wall, but he's got enough, and he's getting hit again. The onslaught is not there. PP is laying into Herbert. It does not look good for our blue fellow.
And this is where PP excels, constantly being hit, knocking his opponent in the air, never
He's lost the wheel. Herbert has lost the wheel.
Herbert has lost it for the first time this has happened. Incredibly impressive. He is struggling. PP trying to get on the backside. I know his driver is focused right now. He's looking for that win. He's thirsty for it. He's hungry for it. He wants that.
But look at this.
Win.
Look at this. PP is flipped on its head. Oh, it's walked back up. But can Herbert respond in time? No, it can't.
Another massive blow by PP. He shows no fear, no worry that his own bot might turn off on one of these big hits.
Oh, what an emphatic hit right in front of the owner and creator of Herbert. But can he move? I just don't know. I think the countdown might start soon if things don't work out. And the weapon itself, we don't know how long it's going to last, but it's going.
Thank goodness this is one of our final matches because the floor is getting mangled right now. I'm seeing wood pieces fly everywhere. It looks like a tsunami.
Yeah, and
PP's opened themselves up well. Let's hope this doesn't go bad for them because Herbert still has their weapon going.
it doesn't seem like Herbert can escape this onslaught of attacks by PP. It's just been one attack after another. They've just been flying through the air this entire match. I don't think they've gotten one true hit on PP without getting launched themselves.
Exactly, and it shows how good PP's driver is, given the fact that Herbert is normally always in control of the match, always has the weapon facing forwards. But here we see how good of a driver, how good of a bot PP is in the essence that it can get around the amazing Herbert bot.
Doesn't seem like.
Oh yes, I
PP's
do agree with
weapon
that
is
one.
working.
PP's weapon is down, pointed out by Manon. That is incredibly good for Herbert, but I don't know if he's going to have enough time to convert. And PP just using his wheels to push around Herbert. Herbert only having one wheel is not really standing a chance here.
Oh! What a hit!
PP throwing Herbert against the wall, and that is the match. It is not looking good for Herbert, but that was a fun one to see.
What a match.
What a match.
What a wonderful match indeed. That might have been the fight of the day. It really did go down to the wire, but a lasting impact shown here by PP, looking to do the back-to-back.
If he does it, I think he will go down as a Railside Rumble history, and I can't wait to see him back next year if he does win to defend his reigning championship seat.
I wholeheartedly agree.
The Beetleweight Championship has finished. We have a winner by unanimous decision. The repeat champion, PP.
PP taking the second W. Absolutely amazing. I love to see it. That bot is amazing. I don't know what iterations he's done since then, but he is definitely the bot to beat. Incredibly impressive build, incredibly impressive driving throughout the entire day. He has looked in control in almost every single match the entire time. I am not surprised to see him sitting at the throne today for the Beetleweight division. We do have our ant weight final match to determine our ant weight division winner. We are almost done. In the meantime, we will be running one more exhibition match. I apologize. I'm gonna have to show you guys his face one more time.
There he is.
Tongue Pete does still exist. This is incredibly disappointing. I thought that Get Hammered had taken him away permanently, but his face does have to show one more time for this plant exhibition match.
It'll be worth its time. I'll say that as much. That said, that we're going to have our Plant Rumble. I hope you guys enjoy this warm-up match for our ant weight. And let's hope at the end of the day we can make it through to the end.
Look at that flipper. It's got feet.
It appears as though we have a bunch of random plants all in the arena. I think I see only
Look at the feet.
4 with active weapons.
Oh.
I would keep my eye,
I see your
honestly, on Mamba in the top left of your screen here. On the exhibition matches we've seen from him in the past, he seems to have done pretty well. Very impressive work from him so far.
Another house favorite is Purdue Pete, as you can see. He is rocking the hat with his tongue out, proud, and the match begins.
Oh, and
It
look
is
at this.
mayhem.
It's a Rumble, all right.
Oh!
Now
Dipsy is upside down. Pete is navigating the mess.
And look at Mamba go.
goodness.
Mamba is making work. You can hear his drum rumble. Look at that wipeout over there. He can't even stand up.
Pete somehow dodging his way through this amazing mess.
Oh,
he
and
takes a
Jasper's
massive
bot.
hit.
Jasper's bot is moved around, and there goes the tumbleweed.
Pete still alive. Mamba being extremely loud right now.
And what would happen if Mamba bumps into Pete? Is Pete going to go into smithereens?
There's going to be a lot of work for our cleanup crew after this match. I know it.
Oh, look at that. Look at Jasper's bot. Just whirly braining around, and he's fighting Mamba. Is that a good idea? I don't think so.
Oh, Purdue Pete is back up and running. I cannot say I'm happy about that one.
But the amalgamation still moves. Oh, not anymore. It's on its side. Who will remain? Who will be victorious? It looks like
Jasper's
Mamba,
bot
though.
seems to have taken a break. Its
Oh, I
lights
think-
are no longer flashing. It lays dead at the side.
Not a good sign. But Mamba, the one that definitely a favorite to win this, is still going strong and being loud.
Alligator of the combo, see you later. Alligator is still surviving, waving his flipper at the remaining enemies, taunting them in attack.
And it looks like Mamba has nothing else to do.
Oh,
but Mamba
that
is fear factored in, and it looks like Mamba himself is in a scary predicament. He's losing his weapon and losing control. It looks like this might be a double knockout. Unless Mamba can move. The Mamba still lives. That is the Mamba mentality. Can it stay going? Can we stay recording? I'm going to call that. I will call that right there. Maybe that is just me, but I think Mamba has won this bout.
Great job by Mamba. I have to say, I did expect this one. I think Mamba, the most impressive plant we've seen so far. That drum is louder than any other robot in the arena today, and it is a plastic antweight. I think it is extremely well built, and I honestly don't know if we've heard the weapon spin up to full speed so far. things seem to be wrapping up here at Railside Rumble. Again, we do have our full combat ant weight division finals, a match between Ampere and Bioluminescence. If Bioluminescence can take the second win in a row, he will be crowned the champion. Otherwise, Ampere will be taking home the trophy and prize money. I'm curious to see what's going to happen. We just heard that Bioluminescence is queued up and ready, but we are still waiting on Ampere. For watchers at home, a bot is given a limited amount of time to repair their robot, and if they are unable to do so in that allotted time, they automatically forfeit. So I'm sure that Ampere right now is rushing as fast as he possibly can to get his robot ready to fight against Bioluminescence, who is already queued at the table. Lots of our competitors coming down with lost voices today. I believe there's a sickness going around at Purdue, and apparently in nearby towns, as some competitors who have traveled are also getting sick and losing their voice. I am surprised I am not one of them, given the fact that I've been talking for 8 straight hours. Hopefully you haven't gotten sick of my voice if you've been here for a while.
Hopefully you haven't gotten sick of mine either.
Again, we are waiting for Ampere to finally be ready, repairing his robot for our final match to decide the winner of the ant weight division here at Railside Rumble 2. I would like to thank our judges who have stayed here for an extremely long time, who have made this possible. They've been extremely good. We've been really happy. Again, they're all volunteers. It's been it would have been impossible without them. So big shout out to all of the judges here today. I've just received extremely unfortunate news. Ampere, given the last battle, does not have enough spare parts to compete. Therefore, Bioluminescence is being crowned the Ant Weight winner. I apologize for keeping everyone here. I thought he might be able to get it repaired, but his bot is not working and he has run out of time. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in the stream. Again, thank you to all of our sponsors, all of the volunteers that were here today that made this event possible. This has been so much fun. I've had a blast. I hope you guys have enjoyed watching, listening to some of the commentary, and seeing all of the bots wreak havoc on each other. It has been amazing. Thank you so much for joining us, and I hope you guys have a fantastic night. I also want to give one more special shout out to Kavan, Josh, and Kavan, Josh, Manan, and Will for helping me commentate. They've worked really, really hard today. But yeah, thank you so much. I will see you guys at the next one.